described, if you will, because I've been saying that this is a Gulf low. So remember, a Gulf low means it's bringing not just the moisture, but also some warmer air in place. So as we go through the afternoon, we could here at the surface nudge up to 35 degrees. If we stay frozen at the surface, that doesn't mean that aloft, about 1 mile above our heads, it stays frozen. If it warms up just a little bit, a mile above our heads, that's when we get that sleet to freezing rain transition. And that's what I'm expecting, especially after 12 p.m. into about 9 o'clock this evening.
Which could make everything even worse, right?
Right, because that's ice. So that's ice on top of the snow right now.
Oh, that's going to be nasty. We're going to check in with you in just a minute with your full forecast. Of course, this winter storm causing serious issues on the roads. We're going to check in with the WSB 24-hour traffic center in about 2 minutes. Now, the conditions have been called near whiteout this morning. For that reason, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport issuing a ground stop until at least 10 o'clock this morning. So no flights going into or out of Hartsfield-Jackson right now, at least for the next hour. We will keep an eye on that. We've heard from some of you on the open mic feature on the WSB radio app.
This is Dave in Marietta. It's snowing at the square.
Yeah, this is Charles, Uber driver. I just drove from Douglas, Georgia, heading to Lithonia, Georgia, and it's been snowing basically the whole time.
That's been the story pretty much everywhere. We've heard throughout this morning from WSB's Austin Eller. Well, he joins us live from Midtown Atlanta. Austin, Georgia Power appears to be ready to go as this winter storm continues to bring snow and possible ice later on.
Yeah, Georgia Power spokesman Matthew Kent tells me all that snow won't be much of an issue, even though it's just continuing to come down right now in Midtown. And actually, it looks like it's transitioning to either sleet or rain. Their big concern, though, is the heavy ice that could bring down trees onto power lines this morning and afternoon. And if that does happen, he says crews are ready. Audio issue there, but they say they are in a wait and see approach until any impacts start popping up. And so far, no major outages reported across the metro. Reporting live in Midtown Atlanta, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
All right, Austin. We've also heard from Governor Kemp within the past hour. He tells Atlanta's Morning News, be safe and be smart today.
Do not get out if you do not have to today. You know, what's happening right now is exactly what we were warning people of the last couple of days. And despite the pre-treatments that we have done on the roads and everything we've done to prepare, we're still seeing people slipping and sliding on the downtown connector and on interstates and certainly on surface roads.
Yeah, that has been the advice from the Georgia DOT and from everyone. If you do not have to get out today, do not get out. Stay off the roads if at all possible. It is 9:03. More winter weather coverage coming up with Mark Aram and Chris Chandler and Christina Edwards, who we'll hear from in just a minute as we check live team coverage of traffic and weather. And the other part of this is the traffic. Let's go to the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Smile Mark McKay.
We have seen lighter than normal conditions, fortunately, with schools and businesses shut down in many areas, but the folks who are out on the road are slipping and sliding and in times crashing, finally getting some movement. In Morrow, I-75 northbound was shut down for a while, and they only had one lane open as well around Mount Zion Boulevard. That crash working on the right shoulder there. I-675 northbound coming out of Stockbridge was shut down to a crash. Looks like a right lane is occupied there. The downtown connector, snow covered and at times treacherous. Buford Spring connector, that's 13 north and south that runs along I-85 in northeast Atlanta, was shut down for a while because of several vehicles that had spun out there. And North Side Drive in northwest Atlanta, that hilly section between I-75, Bobby Jones Golf Course, very treacherous and at times having to be shut down because of several crashes there. The 285 challenges we're working right now, Ashley Frasca.
Covering a lot of ground here, including the perimeter. Yeah, that crash, 285 south at South Cobb Drive. No backups, but only the right lane getting by. All of the elevated ramps in Spaghetti Junction, I-85 and 285 into Cobb County. Watching as tractor trailers have not moved on some of those ramps. Ashford Dunwoody, we're told, southbound blocked at 285 because of icy conditions, and South Indian Creek blocked by abandoned cars. Avoid the stretch, avoid it altogether, but between Redan and Covington Highway. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. The band of heavy snow still right on top of the I-20 area from downtown Midtown Atlanta, extending into Conyers and Covington, even out towards Monroe between and Social Circle. Starting to hear reports that the snow is transitioning over to sleet on the south side from Peachtree City into the Hartsfield-Jackson area. And even here in Midtown, some of the snow is mixing over with sleet. So a snow-sleet mixture between now and about 11 a.m. I think 11 to 12 o'clock, that's when we're going to see all sleet and then eventually a freezing rain situation. So 1 to 2 inches of snowfall, if not a little bit more, between now and 11 o'clock, then switching over to an icy situation with a 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of ice between 12 p.m. and 9 p.m. for tonight. All of this comes to an end before midnight. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 36. Judd?
All right, Christina. And once again, a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport until at least 10 o'clock this morning. Perfect conditions for snow. 29 degrees in Mableton, 29 in Lilburn, 32 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta at 9:05. More news at 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Many waking up to an absolutely beautiful winter weather land. Others waking up to a winter nightmare. Welcome to our extended coverage of the severe winter weather. Mark Aram and crew, and by crew I mean the entire staff of WSB Radio. We are here for you until this is no longer an issue. Old hat for us. We know what we're doing. We're here to guide you around safely through the snow, the sleet, the ice, whatever may come. Indefinite coverage continues here on 95.5 WSB. I'm joined now live by intrepid WSB Morning News host Chris Chandler, Smiling Mark McKay in the traffic center, and of course we'll get complete updates on the winter weather from WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. I want to start with you, Chris Chandler. You had the governor on in the last hour or so, giving an update there. The governor will provide a press conference around the 10 o'clock hour. We are going to carry that live, of course. Smiling Mark McKay has been monitoring. I tell you what, Smiling, I came in, I dodged a bullet. I got in here early as the sleet was starting to come down into Midtown, turned to snow, and I got in with relative ease. It wasn't a beautiful ride, but things quickly deteriorated from there, Mark McKay.
It certainly did. I mean, our arrival here before 5 o'clock, the sleet started falling. The roads were fine. We even saw brining operations going on in the pre-dawn hours on roads that had yet to have any kind of snow or ice accumulation. And then all of a sudden, the closer we got to daybreak, we really literally saw how the conditions were. Colleagues coming in, Andrew saying, hey, I couldn't even see the lanes I was in as I came out of the northwest. The downtown connector quickly was snow covered. The west freeway and the south side was really hammered for a while. We're just now recovering, Mark, along I-75 in Morrow. We had a north and southbound crash on both sides of the interstate, 2 separate crashes that shut things down there for a while.
Snow event in the early morning hours here, and as Christina Edwards mentioned, could change to an ice event as we get deeper into the day and in tomorrow. Chris Chandler, again, you had Governor Kemp on in the final hour of Atlanta's Morning News. What advice did the governor give?
I'm not sure our colleagues are getting back out. That's going to be the problem. They asked to come on because he wanted to say stay off the roads, that it was dangerous to be out, that if you could avoid it at all, certainly don't go sightseeing. If you could work at home, certainly do that. And that was as we began to get these reports of shades of 2014, cars being abandoned on the sides of the streets and at some points actually blocking a couple of the highways. This is just in. Mark, MARTA is suspending service because of the road conditions. They will resume the buses as road conditions improve, and they're moving the rail service to a weekend schedule. So the effects of this are still growing. It really is, right? Angel on shoulder, devil on shoulder. It's been a while since we had a pretty snow. But when you start talking about abandoned cars, that's serious.
It is absolutely gorgeous out there. If you are off from work or you're off from school, you're home with the kids, and you enjoy it. Don't get out on the roads, because at home, fireplace cooking, hot cocoa, and looking out into the beautiful snow, it's phenomenal. It's when you venture out of your neighborhoods and get onto the roads where we're starting to see some aggravation out there. Chris, just clarification on MARTA. So all MARTA service, including rail, right now suspended?
Just the bus.
Just the buses.
They've moved the rail to the weekend schedule. No streetcar and emergency situations for the MARTA mobility. They say they'll resume as the conditions improve, but as we were just hearing, that ain't yet.
Yeah, and a full ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport till, I believe, 10 a.m. That obviously going to have major ripple effects for travel, not just here in Atlanta, throughout the Southeast and nationwide, as so many major carriers, especially our hometown Delta Airlines, full ground stop at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We heard from Natalie Dale from the DOT leading up to this, smiling, treating the roads with the brine, getting out there, the millions of gallons they have accessible to them. Does that get negated when we have 2 inches of snow fall onto the roads. The brine can't do anything about that, correct?
I think when I was hearing Natalie speak to Chris in the last hour, they went from brining now to snow plowing, and Atlanta DOT's on that as well. We pulled up some jam cams in Buckhead, and wouldn't you know, there's even a water main break in the mix here near one of your favorite places. One of your favorite restaurants, Mark, the Atlanta Fish Market. They have a water main break along Far Road between Peachtree and Piedmont, so we pulled up a jam cam to watch, see if we can get an eye on it, and I saw a snow plow coming down Peachtree. So the operation has gone from brining into plowing this snow that accumulated so fast. It got onto the interstates and certainly on the surface streets, as we saw right here in our neighborhood as we kept watching the snow fall. And the surface streets are really a hassle. Anything that's elevated, any hilly operations, anywhere between, Northside Drive, between I-75, Bobby Jones, Atlanta Police reporting several crashes there. Cars are spinning out on those hills. On the east side, South Harriston's been shut down between Redan and Covington Highway. That is an elevated stretch. So if you're anywhere on any surface streets that have a hill in your neighborhood subdivisions, stay inside. Don't even attempt to get out.
Yeah, normally when it is just a snow event, we can handle it on the roads. I don't know why this is different. I talked to Jamie, the head of maintenance here at WSB Radio, and he's got a big old 4x4 truck, and he said he got off the interstate at 17th Street and going very slow, coming down 17th Street, he couldn't stop. And was sliding toward the traffic light into Spring Street, and that's you don't want to slide into the intersection of 17th and Spring. So even with a 4-wheel drive, even going slow, the roads are very treacherous out there if they have not been plowed or treated. Something we're going to watch moving forward as Christina monitors the change from snow to ice, what that will do to the roads and how we can get out there and treat them. But don't worry, folks. We are going to be here for you throughout the day, throughout the night. Live team coverage of this winter weather event. While pretty, can be dangerous. Things we're going to watch for. The roads, obviously, travel delays, and hopefully, knock on wood, not too many power outages. We're going to be checking in with Georgia Power, the EMCs, Hartsfield-Jackson, the DOT. Governor Kemp's going to have a presser at 10. We'll cover it live here on 95.5 WSB. Watch the show live right now, WSBradio.com. Hit us up with your pictures on social media at WSB Radio as well.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB Radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Yo, I just won $1,000 from WSB.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
Thank you, Jesus. What's that?
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 10.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we're treating the untreatable. Using a patient's unique genetic makeup, our researchers are developing personalized cancer vaccines that help stimulate the immune system to better fight the disease and prevent it from recurring. We're making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Chris Chandler, and I'm here with my friend Mark Spain. Mark, how's the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate the best way to sell your home?
Let's face it, open houses are inconvenient. Not to mention having strangers traipsing through your home, looking in your closets. We created the guaranteed offer to provide home sellers with an easy and quick solution, stress-free way to sell their homes. Just a quick sale, very competitive offer. It's that easy.
With nearly 12,500 five-star reviews, you can trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Don't worry about making costly repairs or keeping your home clean for showings. There are no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
It's the 50th year of the Giant Atlanta Camping and RV Show. Georgia's largest showcase of new campers, travel trailers, and motorhomes. 4 days to shop, Thursday through Sunday the 23rd through the 26th. Atlanta Expo Center, AtlantaRVShow.com.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you, because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Nobody wants to think about their septic system. Hi, I'm Shannon. I started Scorpion Septic so you don't have to. My licensed, insured, experienced team responds 24/7 with fast, on-time service, upfront pricing, and high-quality work.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump-out charge with your repair. Call for more information. ScorpionSepticServices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. 9:17, Smile Mark McKay in the Coolray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Don't drive unless it's necessary, and if you do, you're going to have many challenges out there, including the Stone Mountain Freeway, eastbound Highway 78. Several vehicles on the snowy road have crashed or spun out, so that's near the park entrance as you roll towards Snellville. Downtown connector, while moving, very treacherous between 17th Street, I-20 and the airport area. We do have many concerns across the northern suburbs, Ashley Frasca.
The elevated ramps like the Cobb Cloverleaf. Right now, authorities have 75 south to 285 shut down, has been for over an hour, and tractor trailers not moving through Spaghetti Junction either. Those elevated ramps, I-85 at 285 into Cobb County, and back over on the west side, still a crash in the left lanes, 285 south at South Cobb Drive. Traffic brought to you by the Atlanta Camping and RV Show. It's the 50th year, Georgia's largest showcase of new campers, travel trailers, motorhomes, 4 days to shop, Thursday through Sunday, the 23rd through 26th, AtlantaRVShow.com. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Well, they are, and listen, I'll give Governor Deal a lot of credit. I think they revamped the way the State Operations Center and GEMA reacts to storms.
Governor Kemp this morning on Atlanta's Morning News talking about the change of policy post-snowpocalypse here in Metro Atlanta, seeing the real first test of that since Snowmageddon. Mark Aram and pals with you till at least 3 p.m., but the station will be here 24/7 for you as your trusted source for news, weather, traffic, and info as we deal with the severe winter weather coverage. Speaking of, let's go to the Severe Weather Center right now. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards heard from folks that are just getting to the station now. Christina, those big, beautiful snowflakes no longer falling in Midtown. What's coming down now? Is that sleet? Is it freezing rain?
It's a disappointing rain. It's a disappointing rain-sleet mixture, and I'm taking a look at a tower cam over the Centennial Olympic Park cam. That snow is transitioning over to rain at this moment. And taking a look at the current temperatures, Midtown Atlanta went from 28 degrees to 31. So remember, the moisture from this is coming from the Gulf. That Gulf was giving us the moisture, but it's also giving us a little bit of too warm air. So I've been cautioning y'all that if you enjoy snow, you want to play in the snow, do it now because we do have that sleet, freezing rain, liquid rain mixture that is now starting to move in from the south towards the north.
So, Chrissy, is that rain good or bad news that it's transferring to this freezing rain sleet mix?
I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like it because snow's easier to deal with. Even with all of the road conditions that we're hearing right now, it's still easier to deal with snow. When you have liquid rain melting things, and then it refreezes overnight, that makes it more of an icy glaze all over the place. It makes it a little, it's messier.
But if the temperatures keep rising, does that give us a chance to melt some of the snow that's already accumulated on the roads?
It does, but the flip side is that if we're looking at 31, 32 degrees and we stay that way for the rest of today, I do have a forecast high of 35. If we're in that boundary zone and we still get a puff of cold air that moves in,
Gotcha.
Then that will make it a little more tricky. What also happens is that, Mark, you and I are here at the ground, right? But the air extends from the ground all the way up about 5 to 7 miles above our head. But we have what's known as the battle zone that is about, say, a mile or so above the ground, 500 to 1,000 feet up to a mile above the ground. That battle zone is where we could see some warmer air move in, but we could also see what's known as evaporative cooling. We got this burst of snow this morning because of evaporative cooling. If you get that colder air coming in behind the warm nose, then you get some funny thermodynamic transition. So that's why I'm saying this wintry mix is going to be tricky. I have to stay on top of it.
Final question for you quickly, Christina. The precipitation is projected to end when here in North Georgia?
Between 9 p.m. and midnight from the west towards the east. So I think a 9 a.m. Excuse me. Let me try this again because I've been up since 4 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock actually. So 9 p.m. This precipitation will come to an end on the west side around 9 p.m. and around midnight for the eastern side of the metro.
Christina, that's 12 hours from now.
Tell me about it.
OMG.
And I'll be tracking it the best I can all the way through the evening hours.
All right, keep us posted. Christina's going to update that forecast for you again at the bottom of the hour. One of our cohorts, are you still on the Von Hessler doctrine? I don't know.
I jump on once a week with a segment called Toodle Pip, which was meant to happen this afternoon, but I have a feeling Eric Von Hessler will do the show from the comfort of his basement in Roswell.
I think he has the day off. I think.
Okay.
I think but you also know and love him from the Georgia Lottery from 97.1. There, English Nick just popped in. Some of our coworkers haven't been able to make it. They had to turn around. You made it on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being, oh my God, this is the bombarding of London in World War II. To 10,
the Blitz.
Yeah, the Blitz. To 10, we're on a beach in the Bahamas. How bad was your drive in?
I would say it was a 3 or a 4.
Oh, that bad. Okay.
I mean, I left my house in Candler Park at 7:45. I came through the Highlands, so a lot of surface streets, and it's pretty flat that road. But you get to a red light, there's nobody around, so you just keep coasting slowly.
I saw you
saw my video.
Those red lights.
And then I was great until I got to the security gate at the bottom of the driveway here at WSB TV and radio. And once I stopped to scan my card, I couldn't get any forward momentum again up the hill.
Going up that hill, yeah.
So I parked on the street.
Deborah has the great idea, and security for listening. Open those gates. I mean, we'll
no
I
one's
shouldn't
around.
say that on the air, right?
You know how they have Chick-fil-A when they stand outside?
Yeah.
That's what you just need somebody to stand outside and scan so that the gate can open and then the person can keep going.
Because you stop the momentum going up a hill, you're down. Now, coming up later in the show, Deborah's from Wisconsin. I'm from New England. We have experience driving in winter weather.
Me too. Old England. Yeah, there you go.
In York, right?
Wiltshire.
Exactly.
Down in the south, yeah.
We're going to give you some winter driving tips. If you do have to get out. But again, you heard Governor Kemp, you heard the DOT saying don't get out of the house unless you absolutely have to. But we're going to fill you in some winter driving tips. And I know a lot of folks are listening right now. You're staying home with your kids. This is a rarity, right? A snow day. And hopefully your kids got the full day off. They don't have that virtual thing. Do your kids have the
No, they were lucky. I asked yesterday. I was like, do y'all have to do anything? They go, no.
Yeah.
Leslie was like, they got some back stuff they got to do later on, but not
So
anything
some
else.
kids have the full day off. Some kids have the virtual day. For the kids that have the full day off, what do you do with the kids at home? Deborah's got some tips on some things you can do to entertain the children as you stay warm and toasty inside. So you were inside the perimeter. Mark McKay in Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. I mean, early this morning we had big south side delays. We had big downtown delays. Is there a certain hot spot right now where folks should definitely not be driving?
I think anything that has elevation, and also anything that the bridges, overpasses, we always hear that constantly. Bridges, overpasses will freeze. We here in Midtown Atlanta, my thermometer shows 33 degrees, and I think about that stretch along the Buford Spring Connector, the elevated stretch of I-85. Yes, JamCam shows traffic getting by, but just adjacent to that, the Buford Spring Connector, we've had several spin-out crashes there, keeping it in the city limits. The Northside Drive stretch between Bobby Jones and I-75, very hilly, and the downtown connector. If you have to head to the airport, give yourself extra time. The airport had a ground stop last we had heard, Mark, but the connector is a good way to go. Just have to slow it down.
I noticed on Google Maps, Smile, usually it shows green or red, depending, and it's all yellow right now. What is the yellow on
that has to be the snow and ice that's covered the roadways. And it's interesting because we did see that phenomenon build from the western suburbs in the 5 o'clock hour, and then really it came up very fast out of the south. We had heard Coweta County very early before sunrise. The I-85 corridor in Noonan was picking up several crashes, and we had 2 red alerts, a double red alert in Morrow, I-75 north and southbound near Mount Zion Boulevard. They since cleared the crashes there, but the south side was hammered before most of the metro today.
Yeah, it was. I really got in before. It started to get dicey. I was coming a little before 6 this morning, and I actually called Ashley in the traffic center. I'm like, hey, should I take the interstate or the side road? She goes, the interstate's fine. I said, okay. And then I got on the interstate, and I started getting that sleet, and it was fine. But then the sleet turned to snow, and I think I got in just before conditions became, I don't want to say treacherous, but dicey at best.
And Ashley's looking at me saying, don't blame the
messenger.
No,
she gave me the correct info. But if I had left it 30 minutes later, it might have been a different story. Ashley and Smiling and Triple Team Traffic's going to be here again, I mentioned, Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. We are going to be here with you throughout this. And as Christina mentioned, the precipitation isn't going to end for at least 12 hours. That's remarkable. She's going to update her full 5-day forecast coming up in just a minute. But Ashley and Smile, they have access to the temperatures, the road temperatures, what the surface temperatures are at various interstates, major thoroughfares. So they're going to be able to get a guide on what roads are going to be freezing before or after as this precipitation continues to hammer the metro Atlanta area. At least 12 more hours of winter precip. That is not good news. News, weather, and traffic straight ahead are exclusive. Severe weather team coverage continues. Mark Aram, Chris Chandler, Christina Edwards, Smiling Mark McKay. We're going to take your calls as well, what you're seeing out there at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK.
Virtual imaging is saving lives every week. And with so many people taking advantage of their advanced technology, Virtual Imaging has immediate openings for 2 registered CT technicians to join their team in Sandy Springs. You'll receive great pay, a signing bonus, and a 401k and benefits package. Full and part-time openings are available. Virtual Imaging has openings for 2 registered CT technicians now. For more details and to apply, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget. Not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps, or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hot water heater just not cutting it anymore? You don't get that piping hot shower you want every morning? Hey, it's Mark Aaron back from my friends at Reliable Heating and Air. Check out this amazing deal. New water heater, only $29.99 a month, and make no payments for 3 whole months. Or you can go tankless, only $59.99 a month, and you can enjoy that lovely, endless hot water. Same day water heater installation guaranteed, or they pay you $300. Get that new water heater now. Save a ton of money. Just go online to reliableair.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 9:30. I'm Jed Hickenbotham as we continue our winter weather coverage this morning. This winter weather system that's been dumping snow in the metro area now for the last several hours is now switching over to sleet and freezing rain as we head through the morning and through the day. And that's what a WSB meteorologist, Christina Edwards, is watching closely now.
We could see a 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of ice accumulation in addition to what falls this morning. That ice accumulation is later this afternoon into this evening.
And that means possible ice on trees, power lines. Of course, that causes even more problems, not only fallen trees, but power outages as well. All this frozen precipitation causing serious issues on the roads. We're going to check in with the WSB 24-hour traffic center in just a couple of minutes. But really, the advice the same for most everyone we have talked to this morning, and that includes the Georgia DOT's Natalie Dale.
We are really imploring people to stay off the roads
She
right
says,
now.
Even though they have been treating roads in recent days to get ready for this event, there are still slick spots, and the DOT crews remain busy.
We have about 100-plus plow crews out in all affected counties plowing, trying to get this out of the way as much as possible, get some of this rock salt down on the brine layers that we have already put down.
Yeah, the head of our state also delivering his own message to Georgians.
The message from Governor Kemp is simple.
Do not get out if you do not have to today.
And he says things are much different today than snowpocalypse back in 2014, thanks in part to the pandemic, which led schools and companies to pivot to virtual operations when necessary.
They can stay at home and be a lot more productive now than they were, a decade ago.
Kemp says the good news is this storm should be fast moving, so give state crews time to work and enjoy the winter weather from home. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
Very good advice there. Now, because of this morning's near whiteout conditions that we've seen here, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport remains in a ground stop at this hour. Airport officials hoping to lift that ground stop at 10 this morning. That's about 30 minutes from right now. We will see if they are able to do that and whether flights will be able to get into and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport this morning. It is 9:32 and the all-important weather and traffic now. And let's start with live team coverage of traffic and weather. WSB 24-hour traffic center. Smile Mark McKay.
Treacherous conditions driving is not recommended. If you're out of the roads, bring those speeds down. Surface streets are just as bad, if not worse, getting out of the neighborhoods and subdivisions to the interstates, which we're getting a little bit of a break now. Fingers crossed, hope not to jinx anything. The downtown connector's moving, albeit slowly, 75-85 southbound with light volume through Midtown, downtown Atlanta to the south side. We've been watching slow traffic as well, trying to head outbound on the Stone Mountain Freeway. Very snowy and looks to be untreated as well, so 78 is not good. We've had several crashes, spin-out crashes, blocking lanes on 78 East near the park entrance. Transition ramps on and off interstates really difficult this morning, Ashley Frasca.
All affecting the northern suburbs, those elevated ramps. We have a tanker truck sideways on the 400 South ramp to 285 East. That is entirely blocked in Sandy Springs. Authorities for over an hour have had the Cobb Cloverleaf shut down. You cannot make your way off of 75 South onto 285 in either direction there, leaving Marietta. And tractor trailers have been at a standstill in Spaghetti Junction on those elevated ramps. No one moving around I-85 and 285. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. 30 degrees in Covington, 32 in Newnan, and it is 28 degrees in Lawrenceville. However, I'm noticing that the snow showers are transitioning over to sleet and liquid rain as well as freezing rain. So all that to say, a wintry mix is going to be the main precipitation for the rest of this morning into this afternoon, and that may lead to an additional 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of ice accumulation. If that occurs, then we could see a few trees come down and a few power lines along with power outages. For the rest of tonight, we're going to see this taper off closer to midnight. Low tonight is 32. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36. Sunday morning, low 20. And Sunday afternoon, a high of 38. Meteorologist Christina Edwards, 95.5 WSB.
Fair to say that pretty snow that we saw this morning is pretty much done as far as falling from the sky.
I told y'all, if you wanted to enjoy the snow, you had the morning hours. And it looks like we're starting to see that warmer air move in just a little earlier. The snow was early, and and now the warmer air is early.
Ooh, there you go. That's what we have for the rest of the day. Thank you, Christina. All right, 31 degrees right now and coming, 32 in Stockbridge. It is 33 degrees in Midtown Atlanta at 9:34. More news at 10. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jed Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
Everyone has an opinion.
Your baby is ugly.
Eric Von Hessler has an opinion.
I abhor violence. Unless it's on the football field, where it belongs.
And some advice.
A meme coin, of course, something I don't really understand. Don't ever buy one. There you go. I just gave you some great advice.
Eric Von Hessler, today at 3.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Thankfully, we believe temperatures will rise and help us late afternoon. But then we're going to see gusty winds, which have the risk for falling trees, down power
Governor
lines.
Kemp this morning on Atlanta's Morning News. We continue our severe weather coverage in 2 minutes on 95.5 WSB.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of our clients, Tiffany, said, Mark Spain Real Estate was wonderful in answering any questions I had along the way. Find out what your guaranteed offer will be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Stylish, inviting, energy efficient. The best words to describe your home after working with Superior Pro. As one of Atlanta's top-rated home renovation contractors, we use the highest quality materials and the best techniques in windows, siding, painting, doors, and more. Plus, all our projects come with an extended labor warranty. Call or visit SuperiorPro.com to see our monthly specials and schedule a free in-home design consultation.
Superior Pro, the pros to know.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285, exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
9:37 on this extended winter weather coverage on 95.5 WSB. Mark Airman crew with you till I believe at least 3 p.m. Then Eric Erickson's going to take over. But continuous updates on the forecast from Christina Edwards, Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. If you must, we'll guide you around the traffic messes that this winter weather has caused and will continue to cause. As you heard Christina last segment tell us that she doesn't expect the precipitation to end on the west side of town till 9 p.m. So we got about 12 more hours of the wintry mix throughout North Georgia and the metro Atlanta area. Updating road closures, airport delays. MARTA bus services has been suspended. Rail service working on a weekend schedule. We'll continue to check with Georgia Power and the EMCs on any power outages. But let's go straight to Natalie Dale from the Georgia Department of Transportation. Been very, very gracious with your time leading up to today's storm. Natalie, what's the latest from the DOT?
Well, we have been really, really busy since Wednesday, at the very least since Wednesday. I'm getting materials down, and this came through this morning with a little bit of an ever-changing precipitation method, which we knew and we were told to expect. So we had some rain this morning when I was coming in at about 4:30, and then everyone enjoyed those big, huge snowflakes, and now we're going to get those icy pellets. And so we have plow teams out on the roads working to plow those lanes, but consider, if you will, let's just take 285 for instance. How many lanes across is 285? How many miles, if you drove yourself at a slow and safe speed all the way around 285 in one lane, how long would that take you? So we have to have a plow do all those lanes. So we have about 100 plus plows out statewide. So that's statewide. So that's North Georgia, everywhere. But we've got all of our plow teams out in Metro Atlanta plowing out what they can right now as this precipitation continues to come, getting some of that rock salt down, which will help break up any icy things that are accumulating, as well as will help us if this turns to rain later, make more brine. We can make more brine with salt and rain. So we've got all the materials, all the equipment, all the people working. We need less people on the road. Certainly, we're starting to see some areas where tractor trailers have lost control, as they can do sometimes. They're a little bit harder to control in these situations, and they're blocking lanes. Well, what happens when we have lanes blocked is then we have cars sitting, and we know what happens when cars sit and road temperatures stop and freeze. It's also really hard for our crews to get through traffic when you have those backups. So we're working to get crews to any location that we're seeing where we have some backups, where we have a tractor trailer or a motorist blocking lanes, getting some, we call it hot mix. That's where we add the calcium chloride to the brine to help eat away at some of that ice that's setting in, and then get that plow. So we got a lot going on. It is, again, easy. I'm going to say this. I'll keep saying this every time we talk. It is easier for us to do that when y'all are not on the road. And we so appreciate everyone who is staying off the road.
Indeed. Now, you guys were really proactive approaching this storm, throwing that brine out on the roadways. Because we had such a significant snowfall here in downtown, Midtown, and some of the outlying areas, does that snow negate any of the preemptive effects that the brine might have had, or does the brine still help with that sort of thing as well?
Nope, brine is a great pre-treatment de-icing agent because it lowers the temperature at which that ice, or if the snow begins to melt, will bind to the roadway. So we learn when we're kids, water freezes at 32. Well, when you add that salinity, it's going to lower the temperature at which that water will freeze, and which it will get into the cracks of that road and freeze. And so what's nice about having that brine under the snow is we are now plowing that snow, but any moisture that gets into the road, we're going to be able to prevent to a certain degree that ice from setting in because it has that salinity in it. And again, we're dropping those harder salt materials on the roads now with our plow teams. That helps break up stuff. That helps give our crews traction. That helps with plowing. And also later, as we said, if we get rain in, it's going to mix with that salt material, and we're just going to get more brine on the road. So salt on the road, very good in this case, whether that's brine, whether that's hard materials, whether we're having to mix brine with calcium chloride at some of these icier spots. All good things used in different ways.
Natalie Dale from the DOT joining us live here on 95.5 WSB as we continue our severe winter weather coverage. I know you folks monitor Christina Edwards' forecast. She's saying at least 9 more hours of precipitation. What's the work log look like for the DOT workers? I know you've got so many folks and so many crews out there. 12-hour shifts, 24-hour shifts. What's the manpower look like?
Well, first of all, we so appreciate Christina. She does an amazing job. And just with Christina and National Weather Service and meteorologists that we work with, all that information helps us to make a plan with our crews. And we started to make that plan earlier this week when we saw the amount of the affected area and what was going to come in. So we brought a full activation up. That means bringing crews up from South Georgia to work to supplement these crews that we already have up here. So we have 1,000 plus employees on call during this activation, working 12-hour shifts. So they're 12 hours on, and then the next shift comes on for 12 hours. And we'll continue sort of in that rotation until we're out of the woods here. But they are, they're out there in the elements. Do you want to be inside today? Probably. Stay nice, toasty, warm. Our crews don't have that opportunity. They are out there working for you. A lot of them have left their homes to come up here to work for you. So the best way to say thank you is to say thank you from your couch, so that you are not creating a dangerous condition or a dangerous problem for our crews that are out there plowing or spreading or all the great things that our crews do.
Natalie Dale joining us live on the Mark Arum Show. I just got a question from a listener new to the area. What exactly is brine? If you could just clarify, they're like brine like a turkey brine? What exactly is this brine mixture that you have?
It is exactly how you cook a turkey. So it is a mixture of salt and water. I'm down right now at the brine, our main brine facility in Forest Park, Georgia, where we store tens of thousands of gallons of brine statewide. We have 1.7 million that we can spread. So far during this storm activation, we have spread statewide over 1 million gallons of brine. And so it is just a fancy word for a saltwater solution. But again, thanks to nature, thanks to chemical reactions, that salt, that sodium chloride is going to bring down the temperature at which that water wants to freeze at 32, but it's going to make it even harder for it to freeze at 32, bring it down so that we can have more time to work, get it off the roads, really allows us some effective road treatment, especially here in the South.
Smilin, do you have a question for Natalie?
Hello, yeah. Hey, Natalie. It's Smiley Mark.
Hey,
good to have you on board and your crews out there. We've had the jam cams in several locations. It seems to me the ramps are really becoming an issue now. I can see now Mark has really an audience that's captivated there in Cobb County because they're stuck on I-75 southbound trying to get onto the 285 East ramp heading toward Sandy Springs. We've also had ramping issues in Spaghetti Junction where those are going to be the challenges because we always hear about the bridges and the overpasses freezing and staying frozen for a while.
Right, which is why we have to get some of those heavier materials out there. And in some cases, let's remember these are winter storm impacted roadways. So even if it's snow, ice, if you lose traction and you become sort of a barrier to traffic, it can create a bad domino effect really quickly with what's happening down the road. But if someone is stuck in that 75, 285 up in Cobb, we've got our eyes on it. I'm sitting in the war room right now. They have been dispatching crews to that location. So they are on their way with many materials to help get that tractor trailer that's stuck moved and out of the way so that those motorists can get on their way safely. But again, think if you are out on the road right now and you had to get from point A to point B on a normal day, how long it would take. So it's going to take our crews safely a longer amount of time to get to some of these hot spots. So they're out and about scouting and they're going around, but it still takes some time for us to get to these locations. And again, I feel, a bit like a broken record. The best thing we can do is to not have these pop-off locations so our crews can keep working on some different things. So if you can stay off the road, we do appreciate it. If you're out on the road, find that plowed lane, work in that plowed lane safely, slowly, give yourself lots of distance between you and the car ahead of you, and get where you're going safely.
Natalie Dale from the Georgia Department of Transportation. Natalie, you have the Piccadilly text line. You get the hotline number. We're going to be on as long as you folks are out there working the road, so feel free to jump back in if you have some new info for us.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Natalie Dale. The very latest from the Georgia Department of Transportation. Mark Arum, Chris Chandler, Christina Edwards, Mark McKay et al. With you throughout the day and night as we continue this winter weather coverage on 95.5 WSB.
News.
Atlanta police on the lookout.
At the top and bottom of every hour.
2 people are dead and 19 others are injured after a small plane crashed.
And when it breaks.
Johnson with 218 votes right now, and it appears that would be enough to get him reelected House Speaker.
Check back 3, 4, 5 times a day.
95.5 WSB. Atlanta's breaking news station.
With MSC Cruises, discover big on a mini getaway or treat yourself to a week-long vacation. For a limited time, book now and enjoy up to 35% off cruises, plus kids sail free. Sail to the turquoise waters of the Bahamas with stops at our private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, or experience the beauty of the Caribbean and more destinations. MSC Cruises, for a greater beauty. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
Start fresh this year. Take better care of your HVAC system and save money. Dave Baker here. Do you know starting at just $16.99 a month, a Coolray maintenance plan will keep your system running smoothly all year long? But if it's time for a new system, Coolray can install a new Carrier home comfort system that comes with a lifetime parts and labor warranty, which means $0 in repair costs for the life of your system. Simply schedule your appointment at Coolray.com. Coolray Carrier. Turn to the experts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-2798.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-2798. That's 800-575-2798.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Virtual imaging is saving lives every week. And with so many people taking advantage of their advanced technology, Virtual Imaging has immediate openings for 2 registered CT technicians to join their team in Sandy Springs. You'll receive great pay, a signing bonus, and a 401k and benefits package. Full and part-time openings are available. Virtual Imaging has openings for 2 registered CT technicians now. For more details and to apply, call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
9:52 in the Coolray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Now our concern on the downtown connector 7585 southbound before University Avenue. Several big rigs and other vehicles involved in a crash. Several spinouts around University Avenue. Exit 244. Only a center lane or two opened. Watching the jam cam in northwest Atlanta. Several vehicles unable to make the transition or the trip up the hill leaving West Paces Ferry Road. They've spun out and stalled out and spinning their wheels on I-75 northbound north of West Paces Ferry, and a travel advisory on I-75 in Cobb County. Right lanes of I-75 southbound are not moving near Truist Park. Crash on the transition ramp from I-75 south on to 285 east and west. Exit 259 has that ramp shut down. Smile Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Listen, we believe it's going to get worse when the snow turns to sleet. It's going to create more icing than the snow we're seeing now.
Oh, the governor hit the nail on the head this morning on Atlanta's Morning News. The snow has turned to sleet and freezing rain, and we do expect things to get worse. Welcome back, Mark Arum, Chris Chandler, Christina Edwards, and Mark McKay with you indefinitely as we continue our severe weather coverage. Governor Kemp's going to hold a press conference around 10 a.m. We will cover that live for you here on 95.5 WSB, and Governor Kemp's going to join us later on in the broadcast day as well and provide updates. Chris Chandler, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
It was
beautiful. It is not looking that way now. For folks that missed it, I guess, if you should know if your school, if your kid's school was closed or not by this point. But generally speaking, you went through the school closures this morning. Universities, the local jurisdictions, the private schools. Did a majority of the schools closed?
Well, the colleges closed, and I'm a little bit surprised how many of the
school districts closed down versus going virtual. I didn't think snow days were much of a thing anymore, right? But it was. I think it's sort
Good
of
on them.
roughly. Well, yeah. Oh, heck yeah. It's roughly half and half. I don't know. I used to call up the local radio station when I was little and ask if there was going to be school, and the secretary knew my voice. That's how we used to have to find out, right? Now, but they can make these decisions the day before and say, no, you got to stay home and learn 100 different ways to find out. But they still like to wait if they're going to close until later on in the last minutes.
Better safe than sorry when
That's
it comes
of
to
course
school
true,
closures. We want to hear from you folks, too, what you're seeing, whether you're on the roads, I hope you're not, or if you're at home at 404-872-0750. Jonathan joins us in Gwinnett County. Jonathan, welcome to the Mark Arum Show.
Hey, thank you.
Why are you on the roads? First off, are you an essential worker?
I am. I'm a surgical services RN at Northside down in Gwinnett, but I live in Gainesville. So left Gainesville this morning about 5:30 and had a fine commute into work. Did the 1 or 2 cases that we had, and they told me to go on home if I was going to try to make it. By then it was already snowing. I left Gwinnett. I left Lawrenceville about 2 hours ago. Crossed Duluth Highway at Lawrenceville Swanee and decided not to go down that hill, and I'm glad I didn't because got out of my truck, walked to the top of that hill, and looked down, and there was a 4-car pileup there on Lawrenceville Swanee. So I decided to go back to 316 and take 20 up and found a couple snowplows, but a couple jackknife trailers there in front of 12 Stone on 20 and just cars all in the ditches. So I would stay home. I'm from Chicago. I drive in the weather, but this is a mess. They're just not prepared for this down here.
Yeah, not optimal driving conditions. Without violating any HIPAA agreements here, Jonathan, what were the procedures that you were called in to assist on this morning?
They were emergent procedures. That's all I'll say about it. They were things that had to be done.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because, if you have a physical schedule today at the doctor, you probably shouldn't go in. But if you have a, life-saving procedure, those are still going to go on despite the inclement weather,
Right.
correct?
And we did have some optional stuff, but our physicians all canceled that stuff yesterday, let everybody know to stay home and not come out. But, we do deal with patients who are already in the hospital and need things. And so, hospitals all the time, doesn't matter what the weather is, you got to be there.
Exactly. Well, hey, listen, I really appreciate what you do for a living, and I appreciate you updating us on what you saw. A very treacherous ride home back to Gainesville.
Yeah, got behind 2 snowplows on 985, and the ones I were behind had sand in them, not salt. There were one snowplow going south back towards Gwinnett did have salt in it, but I'm just now getting back into Gainesville, so stay home.
Yeah, stay safe, brother. Stay safe. I did get a tweet from Michael Seiden today, our buddy in TV. Waffle House. I don't know if it's all Waffle Houses, but the Waffle House that he went to this morning had their only emergency bowl menu. So they had a limited menu at Waffle House. They're open, but they had the emergency bowl menu. So limited, if you do want to walk to Waffle House, just know that not every item is available during this severe winter weather. Governor Kemp expected to hold a press conference soon. We'll bring that to you live. We'll come back. We'll continue our coverage. Christina's going to update her full forecast and more of your calls on what you're observing in this winter wonderland or winter misery, depending on your perspective. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. Socials are active at Mark Arum and at WSB Radio.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Call your army. We're ready to roll. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, friends, where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? It's Mark Arum back from my pals at Xfinity. Only with Xfinity now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home. $25 a month for 1 year when you add a limited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can get a free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment to taxes and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to the mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber G+1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig +1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds. Actual savings may vary. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Protect your turf from termites. Call Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters. And Breda's proud to sponsor Scott Slade, Georgia, every Thursday on Atlanta's Morning News.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there, good morning. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid. We are under a snow-covered Metro Atlanta right now, and we are hearing from you on the open mic feature of the WSB Radio app.
I'm at Ashford Dunwoody Road and 285. It stopped snowing a little bit ago. Now getting some freezing rain or sleet. Can't really tell which.
All right, well, we have somebody who can tell the difference, WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. So, Christina, I want you to update us on where we are, where we're going, and what we can expect.
Absolutely. So, reminder, sleet is when you have the icy little pellets. It bounces off the ground. Freezing rain is when it's coming down liquid, and then it freezes on contact with your car. Now, with a blanket of snow, snow is cold. And remember, when you go from liquid rain to frozen, that actually cools the rest of the air around it. So that's why this is a tricky situation. The temperatures are going to be all the difference between one area of the metro region to another. And it's not just the temperatures here at the ground, Sabrina. We're talking about temperatures about half a mile above our heads. But overall, I think the snow is transitioning to this sleet, freezing rain, wintry mix for the rest of this morning. By 12 o'clock, all of us should see that wintry mix, and precipitation stays in the forecast through the rest of tonight. The forecast high is 35, but I will also be mindful that we could be anywhere from 28 degrees to 35. It really depends on the local conditions here in the metro region.
All right, so we do have the snow on the ground right now, and the roads are treacherous. So more precipitation. So what does that mean exactly? Are we going to be on ice-covered roads, or?
I think we have to deal with this icy situation for the rest of this afternoon and this evening, yes.
All right, so, and as we said, driving is tricky. It was no fun getting in here this morning. Crews are working right now to clear those roads, but it's very dangerous out there, as we said. The Georgia DOT's Natalie Dale telling you this.
We are really imploring people to stay off the roads right now.
Now, she says that they have a full staff out trying to clear the roads this morning.
We have about 100 plus plow crews out from in all affected counties, plowing, trying to get this out of the way as much as possible, get some of this rock salt down on the brine layers that we have already put down.
And she says that they cannot, though, clear those roads if cars and trucks are out there. So get off the roads. Do not go out unless it's an emergency. That is the message from the DOT. The governor expected to speak this hour. We're going to bring him to you live once that happens. But he did talk to WSB earlier this morning.
The message from Governor Kemp is simple.
Do not get out if you do not have to today.
And he says things are much different today than snowpocalypse back in 2014, thanks in part to the pandemic, which led schools and companies to pivot to virtual operations when necessary.
They can stay at home and be a lot more productive now than they were, a decade ago.
Kemp says the good news is this storm should be fast moving, so give state crews time to work and enjoy the winter weather from home. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
All right, if you're thinking I'll take MARTA, well, MARTA is operating under a limited schedule during this winter storm.
MARTA has suspended both bus service and streetcar service due to the hazardous road conditions caused by the storm. The Transit Authority says bus service will resume as road conditions improve. Spokesman Payson Schwinn says rail service in Metro Atlanta is running on a weekend schedule.
We'll be running all lines on a 20-minute schedule, which is a little more time between trains.
MARTA's mobility service will operate in emergency situations only as conditions allow. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so if you are one of the few who do have to be out in the mess today, let's get you updated with traffic and weather. Mark McKay has a look at the roads. He joins us live now, Mark.
It's not good, Sabrina. We've got several red alerts, including the downtown connector now. I was crashed several vehicles, including many big rigs that just can't navigate the downtown connector, University Avenue. The Atlanta police have now shut that down. We'll determine how long long it is shut down until they get these vehicles off to the right or moving again. Several are just slipping and sliding on 75, 85 southbound. Again, they've shut down all southbound lanes at University Avenue, exit 244. Several vehicles, including several big rigs, just can't make it up that hill on north side, leaving the northwest Atlanta area, leaving West Paces Ferry Road. Those have jackknifed, and now police have shut down I-75 northbound at West Paces Ferry Road. I would put you on Cobb Parkway or Northside Drive, but those are treacherous as well. And the Cobb Cloverleaf, no one's moving there near the ballpark, Ashley Frasca.
That's right. They've had the ramp from 75 south onto 285 east and west blocked. Authorities and Hero units now and seeing the right lanes not moving on the outer loop, 285 westbound. People having a very difficult time making that transition from 285 west to 75 north. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. We now have the transition zone as temperatures are now inching up to about 31 to 33 degrees across the metro region. So that means that the snow is transitioning into sleet, freezing rain, and also liquid rain. So this wintry mix between now and through the course of through the course of 12 p.m., that transition changeover is happening from the south towards the north. By the time we get to 12 o'clock, I think all of us will be in the wintry mix and will be dealing with the precipitation through the rest of this afternoon and evening. It'll taper off before midnight. Today's high is 35, low tonight 32. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36, staying dry on Sunday.
All right, thank you, Christina. It is freezing right now, 31 degrees, and I believe that Governor Kemp is now speaking, so let's bring you the governor live.
Georgia DOT.
Here's Governor Brian Kemp.
Lieutenant Colonel Kendrick Lowe with the Georgia State Patrol. Colonel Hitchens and the rest of the DPS crew are out and about, as you can imagine, all over the state, very busy this morning, as is Commissioner Walter Rabin and the DNR teams that we have out. And then we got Will Langston, our weather guru, with us that's going to have a lot for you here in just a few minutes. So we'll let all these guys give you an update. I just wanted to first talk about what we've been doing the last few days. Obviously, GEMA has been tracking the weather system all week and preparing for the storm. We've had heavy coordination, obviously, with our state and local partners. I issued a state of emergency yesterday to ensure we would be prepared to let us get ahead of the storm and be ready to go into action. And GEMA stood up the State Operations Center where we are now. Also have been in direct communications with Mayor Dickens and the City of Atlanta and a lot of our local elected officials, preparing and coordinating with them as well. DOT obviously has been out treating our roads leading up to the weather this morning. The Department of Natural Resources has 6 task force teams and 12 strike teams that are on standby ready to respond for any potential road debris clearing, public safety assistance, and other needs. DNR has also been preparing the state parks for those who need shelter or warming stations, especially our parks located in the North Georgia mountains are currently near capacity. So just a bit of advice there. If you're looking for a place, you may want to go south versus north if you can. Local warming stations have been activated as well, and we'll certainly continue to monitor and respond as needed throughout this weather event. One note I wanted to have just on the state of emergency, we did not include the National Guard because they were already called up this week for training exercises, so they are in action doing training. So if we have the need to engage and deploy the National Guard, really it will just take a quick signature and we can get them moving if needed. With that, I'm going to let Director Stallings give you guys an update on the GEMA side of things, and we'll go to Commissioner Murray with DOT, Lieutenant Colonel Lowe with Public Safety, and we'll let Will wrap us up with the weather update, and then we'll take your questions. Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is Director Stallings' live press conference on 95.5 WSB.
Thank you, Governor Kemp. As always, your support. Signing the state of emergency early allows us to start those planning missions and things that we need. We're not shocked. Will has given us a great report. We work very closely with NWS, certainly Peachtree City, and we thank them for their partnership, allowing us to get together a plan. As mentioned, we started preparations early. The one thing that you can't do with snow and ice is get behind it. You have to constantly stay in front of it, and so we've worked very hard to ensure that was happening. Commissioner McMurray will talk more about their efforts here in just a few minutes, but I want to publicly say how much we appreciate their efforts. Their teams have been out there working extremely hard If you've been out there at all this morning, or you've been watching any reports or seen any views of the interstate, you can tell a significant difference. I know one question you're probably going to ask in a few minutes is, how is this different? I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014, and the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot of lessons, so we've stayed in front of it. We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way. Commissioner McMurray and his team have put down a lot of brine, and he'll go into those details, and they're working very diligently. And I think what you're seeing out there is a culmination of a lot of effort and teamwork. So we're very proud of the teamwork that the state has done, and we appreciate you listening to the warnings of staying off the roads. You'll see that the traffic is a lot less, which allows the teams to be able to do the job they're asked to do, which is clear the roads and get it free so that our emergency responders can do what they need to do. Throughout the rest of the day, what you're going to see from our team is we're constantly monitoring the changes that we anticipate. As the governor mentioned, we'll talk about that in just a few minutes, but we do anticipate a transition. With that, there will be possibly the loss of power, trees down, things like that. So we're working very closely with the Forestry Commission, our DNR partners, to make sure we have cut teams ready so that we can get fire rescue in as we need, or any type of electrical responders in as well to ensure we get power. We've also pre-positioned a lot of response items for GEMA. So we have generators, blankets, we have food, water, things of that nature, so that if we need to deploy those things to hurt areas, we can do that very quickly. We appreciate the partnership, and as always, Governor, we can't do it without your support, so thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner McMurray so he can give you an update on GDOT and all
that. Was GEMA Director James Stallings' press conference on the severe weather. Now is the Commissioner of the DOT.
Governor issuing the state of emergency early, and GEMA taking an early lead to coordinate all our work. We started on Wednesday applying brine, the pre-treatment necessary to keep this first bit of frozen precipitation from freezing to the roadway. In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway from Macon on I-75 to Tennessee, and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina, and everything above north of that line of where we're seeing this winter weather come in initially. In addition to that, we spot treated bridges and overpasses with over 770 tons of salt, again trying to get this pre-treatment application so that what you're seeing now with the snow that's come down, that it doesn't bond and stick to the road, which puts us in the position of now where we are. Where we are now is to plow the roads. We're going to try to, again, get a couple of lanes passable, plowing the slush and the snow that's out there off to the side, such that we can retreat with brine and salt and sand mixture later, as this frozen precipitation is supposed to come in a little later now and a little later today, so that, again, we keep a barrier from the freezing precipitation of whatever form that is from sticking to the road. So that's where we are. We've got over 300 snow plows out, actively working now with 600 people engaged, and we are 24/7 until this event subsides and everything's safe. I do want to again acknowledge Director Stallings' comments about stalled vehicles. Again, if you can stay off the roads, please stay off the roads. Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs and people just losing control. Again, where the roadway is sort of, the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down, drive very conservatively, no hard braking, and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel, because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick. As always, if you have an incident that's a non-emergency, call 511 anywhere in the state for a hero assistance or champ assistance so somebody can come help you, because we want to get you safely off the roadway and safely on your way. As we do anticipate ice accumulation this afternoon, as Director Stallings talked about, this becomes even more treacherous. So that's, therefore, please again, stay off the roadways, because if this starts glazing up, it is very hard to treat. We're going to do our part to get ahead of it, but if it sits down, and especially overnight into tomorrow morning, it could be very dangerous. So please give our crews room to work. And we're going to do our best and we'll continue to do our best to get the roads open safely as quick as possible.
That's Georgia
Now I'd
DOT
like to
Commissioner Russell McMurray. Let's go back live to this press conference.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. We've placed all of our personnel on Phase A since it started. We've been assisting GDOT with the Bryan truck escorts throughout the state, and we will continue to assist them until this is over. We placed personnel to work 24 hours to be out on the roadway checking for stranded motorists and working crashes as needed. And we're going to continue to do this throughout, assisting DOT with more trucks. If they put more trucks out, we're going to be out there to assist them with wherever they're needed during the storm.
All right, and then we'll close with letting Will give you a weather update, and we got the right map up there. Will, you work off that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just want to start by thanking our partners at the National Weather Service and our local media outlets for communicating this forecast really well to the public. We have already seen at least a few inches of snow in a lot of parts of north and central Georgia. It's going to continue on and off through the rest of the morning and the afternoon. We do expect to see a transition to some freezing rain later this morning and the afternoon, and that could cause some ice accumulation to form on top of the snow that's already fallen, which will make it that much harder to melt when the rain moves in later. The temperatures are hovering right around the freezing mark, if not just below. And so, like the Governor and Commissioner McMurray said, the roads could continue to be difficult and hazardous throughout the day. If we do see some of that ice accumulation occurring on the roads, or if we see some of the liquid that's falling freeze later because the temperatures aren't getting much above freezing, that would make the roads that much more difficult to drive on. The precipitation should continue through this evening, ending by about midnight, but will stay hovering around the freezing mark all the way through tomorrow afternoon, by which point the temperatures will fall after sunset tomorrow to below freezing, bottoming out in the upper teens to lower 20s by Sunday morning. So if anything is not melted and dried by the time the sun goes down tomorrow, there's a good likelihood that it's going to refreeze by Sunday morning. Finally, let me just mention the winds. We are expecting not significant winds, but it doesn't take much to bring trees and power lines down with this much snow and ice. We're expecting 10 to 15 mile per hour winds gusting to 20 or maybe a little bit more this afternoon and then again tomorrow, so we could continue to see some power outages as well.
Listening live to a press conference, Georgia authorities on the winter weather. Back to Governor Brian Kemp.
We have Director Stallings, GEMA, the opening of the State Operations Center. Obviously, we've been in touch with our power, power partners out there, Georgia Power, our EMCs and others. They have pre-positioned assets, so everybody's set up, ready to go. If we do get into that icing, heavy winds, trees down, knocking power lines down, so just know they're on standby. We appreciate them. And then also, just again to wrap up what Director Stallings and the Commissioner and Will were talking about. This morning the snow was beautiful. If you were driving on it, it probably seemed pretty easy to do. That is changing as we speak with freezing rain that may freeze, winds and other things coming in, and these temperatures sticking where they are versus creeping up to what we thought was going to happen, or what some models were saying would be up to 35 degrees today. We're not seeing that right now. I hope that happens, but if it does not, this rain that's on top of the snow, like Will was talking about, is going to freeze. It's going to make driving a lot worse this afternoon than it is even right now. And right now is worse than it was this morning, which again is why we're asking people, if you don't need to get on the roads, don't get on them. If you're on them, try to find those lanes that we've been able to plow and potentially retreat later in the day, and just slow down and be very careful out there. And with that, we'll open it up for questions for any of us up here.
Commissioner McMurray, the downtown connector, as we view it on one of your cameras over your shoulder there, looks remarkable compared to what it was right about an hour ago. How often do you anticipate you're going to have to scrape down, plow the major thoroughfares?
So thank you for that question. We were first, and I should have said this earlier, we first start with our interstates. So we're going to plow the interstates. As you've seen, we've made the pass through the downtown connector initially with 2 lanes. We'll come back If they get recovered due to continued precipitation, we're going to try to stay with at least 2 lanes as a pass, and then we'll try to catch additional lanes as we make loops. So we have the state broke into segments, so we have crews that just continue to work certain loops, the downtown connector being one of those. So we'll continue to be responsive as the accumulation continues to occur, but our main goal, again, is just trying to keep 2 lanes passable of the interstate first. Then we try to catch the ramps, and after we do that, we sort of get off onto the secondary state route highways, the ones that connect to the interstate. So our first goal is, again, keeping the interstates operational, moving, interstates, ramps, and then state routes. So as I said, we pre-treated 20,000 miles of roadway initially. That means we have 20,000 miles of roads that have to be plowed. So it does take some time, and I hope everybody understands the expectation is we can't clear the roads immediately. We're going to make them passable, and then we'll keep coming back and continue this process until we do have everything clear.
That was DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray.
Weather so far has borne out almost like it were scripted to what GEMA Director Stallings prognosticated with us earlier this week. Talk about, if you would, how important it is to be prepared well in advance, and whether you've gone over and above, whether you've got extra stuff in reserve.
Yeah, well, normally it never happens like you predict it to. So we're, at least thankful that, we were prepared for what we thought the forecast was, and I think you can see we got ahead of the storm. It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best, and we got a lot of hard work in DOT, public safety, DNR, and other crews that are out there right now, and we'll continue to do that, like Commissioner McMurray said, 24/7. I want to thank the media and our citizens for just listening to the advice that we've been given over the last 24 to 48 hours about being prepared, being winter weather ready. Thank our partners at our local governments, our schools, our corporate and business partners for heeding the advice that we were given. A lot of people are, not in the office today. Our schools are closed. When I got up this morning and it was snowing, I was like, I'm so glad we did what we did yesterday. If it hadn't been snowing, or if this weather had missed us, people may have been criticizing us. But look, from what we've seen in the past, it is better to be over-prepared than not in these situations. And I think the team's done a great job, and we've learned a lot of lessons over the years. And I again, just want to thank our citizens for heeding the advice that we've been giving them, ask them to continue to do that throughout the day. And also just thankful to all our media partners out there and people on social media that have been really spreading this message. I've heard a very consistent message all across all media outlets, and I think that's good for our citizens.
Director Stallings, since this is kind of going as you predicted, almost the worst case scenario, right? What are you expecting in terms of the severity of the ice, and how soon?
I think, as Will mentioned earlier, we'll see a transition sometime this afternoon, but because of the efforts of Commissioner McMurray and his team, and that goes back to lessons learned. I think any good plan comes from some losses. We had some losses back in 2014. We recognized those, and we've moved from that. The biggest reason we're successful, though, is because you, as the governor mentioned, have shared our message, and our citizens have listened. Give us a chance to clear the roads. If you give us a chance to clear the roads, it's much easier without the broken down vehicles, the disabled vehicles, or the vehicles that were just left sitting without anyone in them. So I think for us, what we'll see this afternoon is, yes, there will be a transition, but I think with the continued efforts from Commissioner McMurray's team, we'll be in a lot better place than we thought we could possibly have been. It's always good, unfortunately, having these going into the weekend. That there's less travel. Folks love a 3-day weekend, so I appreciate businesses giving those 3-day weekends, and we appreciate that. And for even the state offices being closed, it's just kept the extra traffic off the road, which is allowing us to do what we need to do.
And I think one thing too that's just for this afternoon. It's such a fine line with what we're dealing with, as Will was talking about. I mean, if it ends up being 34 degrees and it's raining, that'll help us this afternoon. If it ends up being 31 degrees and it's freezing rain or sleeting, it could cause huge problems on our roadways, but also with power outages. So that's why we're telling people just to, hang with us the rest of the day. Be very cautious. Stay off the roads if you don't absolutely have to until we can get this thing completely moved out of the state.
Colonel, do you have any sense at this point of how many wrecks your folks are working?
When I looked at the CAD earlier today, the crash was down, but we've had a lot of one-car spin out where people are lost control over the bridges, striking the guardrail, and tractor trailers not able to get up over certain overpasses and certain bridges. But our crash number, because of everyone being off work today, is less traffic, and that has caused us to, see a decrease in some crashes. But we do have the one-car spin out, no damage, and we get them going and they keep them moving.
And I think it was Commissioner McMurray who gave some driving advice, Colonel, but you find that a lot of people who have maybe all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive mistakenly think that's going to help them brake. It does not, does it?
It does not. Again, we try to encourage people to stay off the road as much as possible during this time. Slow down, leave room in between them and the car in front of them. That's what we would encourage them to do, is slow down. Because of the all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, doesn't mean that you can just speed up and go around, other vehicles at a speed that's not safe.
Thank you very much. Will, the governor spoke about that fine line. What's your sense of which side of that fine line we're coming down on?
Well, the temperatures, like I mentioned, are hovering at or below freezing. The models have been showing us getting a little bit above that this afternoon. It really remains to be seen because the more snow that's fallen, it actually acts to bring down the cold air from the upper atmosphere. So I think that's why we're seeing cooler temperatures than we thought we would. The hope is that as the rain moves from south to north throughout the day, that it'll bring a few degrees warmer weather. Where that line is, it's tough to say. It's gonna move from south to north throughout the day. So hopefully we can get temperatures in the mid-30s with a good rainfall this afternoon and melt some things out there.
Russell, you want to update the 285 tractor trailer?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Governor. Yes, our biggest traffic incident we have now, again with GSP and tow on the scene, is on I-75 South in Cobb County at the exit to 285. That's right at the Truist Park, Cumberland area. That ramp is closed, so we're messaging to people to go down to the next exit. You can still access 285 from the next exit down, but that is a big event. Again, 8 tractor trailers involved, 1 jackknife. Again, to the Lieutenant Colonel's point, is we've got to leave space. People need to slow down, especially in and around tractor trailers. Our hero units have worked 220 incidents this morning where there again, somebody spun out, somebody's on the side of the road that needs help. So that is numbers may be down, but that's still a significant event. We really want to make sure that we don't have to work those events. As the governor said, just stay off the roadways, especially this afternoon, evening, until we know what happens tomorrow.
Yes.
One thing that's possible not to notice on the way over here is some people not obeying traffic signals, stop signs, stuff like that. Because either GDOT or GSP talk about the importance of continuing to obey stop signs, stop lights, and follow traffic rules. And can you still get a ticket?
Yes. We encourage motorists to obey all the traffic laws still. Unless the light is out, and you treat it as a four-way, but a stop sign is a stop sign, and yes, you can be cited and will be if you're breaking the law in a reckless manner during this time.
Will we expect other updates throughout the day, Governor?
Yeah, look, we'll just see what this weather's doing. We'll certainly keep you updated. We'll be messaging on our social media. We'll be, obviously talking to you all individually too with updates, and if we have a need to do something else later on, we will. We're just going to watch this weather, and we'll keep you guys updated. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Press conference heard live on WSB Radio. Governor Kemp, James Stallings, director of GEMA, Heard from the Georgia State Patrol, the official weather person named Will of the state, apparently. I'm sure Christina Edwards knows who that is. A lot to unpack there. Obviously, the advice from the authorities is do not get on the roads. Commissioner McMurray from the DOT talking about the tractor-trailer mishap in the Cobb Cloverleaf. The ramp from 75 South to 285 is shut down. We'll get the latest from the traffic team on that. We also heard from the DOT commissioner, 20,000 miles of roadway have been treated thus far by the Georgia Department of Transportation, which is a significant 20,000 miles. The good news, and Deborah Green has been checking this, Georgia Power currently reporting 0 power outages. That is some good news as we continue our severe winter weather coverage. We'll check with the EMCs as well. That was about a half-hour press conference there. Mark Winnie from Channel 2, apparently the only TV reporter that got down there. He was asking all the questions. But again, we're going to hear back from the governor. Any other additional press conferences, we'll bring them to you live here on WSB. Mark Arum, Chris Chandler, Christina Edwards, the whole WSB News, Weather, and Traffic team here with you indefinitely as we continue our severe weather coverage on 95.5 WSB. We are live streaming the show, by the way. You can watch it live on WSBradio.com. And keep your open mics coming as well on what you're seeing out on the roads. News, Weather, and Traffic next on 95.5 WSB.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 10:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by your Metro Atlanta AMCO dealers. And our top story, of course, is the winter weather. We are under a state of emergency right now as snow blankets the metro area. Governor Kemp on the state's response. You heard him just moments ago here on WSB.
You know, we were prepared for what we thought the forecast was, and I think you can see we got ahead of the storm. It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best, and we got a lot of hard-working DOT, public safety, DNR, and other crews that are out there right now, and we'll continue to do that.
Yeah, and driving is dangerous. The message simple, stay off the roads. And we've gotten the update from the state DOT Commissioner, Russell McMurray. Here's what he had to say.
Where we are now is to plow the roads. We're going to try to, again, get a couple of lanes passable, plowing the slush and the snow that's out there off to the side such that we can retreat. We'll brine in salt and sand mixture later as this frozen precipitation is supposed to come in a little later.
And he says that they're going to continue to treat the roads throughout the day. The goal, from what I heard, was to keep at least 2 lanes on the interstate open, do those bridges and overpasses, and then the state routes. But the best advice, if you do not have to be on the roads, then stay at home. All right, so let's get the latest on the weather. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has been camped out here in the Storm Center. So update us. We woke up this morning, and to be honest, I was like, okay, I'm not sure anything's really going to happen. We're going to get a little bit of something.
Yeah.
But we got what was pretty much expected.
I even as a meteorologist, listen, Sabrina, I grew up here, right? I lived through the blizzard of 93. I lived through Snowmageddon at 2011 and then Snowmageddon 2014. But I've also lived through my share of winter weather busts. So I understand. Even I woke up, I was like, please something fall, but at least it did fall. But at this case, it's definitely performing the way we thought it would. I'm seeing anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of snowfall for across the metro region, north and south of I-20. And now we're seeing that the transition to this wintry mix is happening from Noonan to South Fulton, Stockbridge, McDonough, Conyers, and Covington. That is now a wintry mix that is falling now.
All right, so are we going to have ice? Because I know that some of the snow has stopped, and somebody said that they saw rain or sleet.
So we're going to see a little bit of everything. Liquid rain, freezing rain, sleet, snow. And the problem is that when it falls on top of the snow right now, it can trap that snow in and keep things frozen. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on for today.
All right, so the temperature right now is what? 30?
So, yeah, it's anywhere from 33 degrees here in Midtown to still 28 degrees in Kennesaw. So that's the other thing, is that the temperature battle zone is literally lining up right on top of Metro Atlanta. Your conditions are going to change within not even just 10 miles, within 1 mile, your conditions can change.
All right. And so with this ice, of course, comes some possibility of power outages. The road's the focus right now, but we haven't heard a lot about power outages. WSB's Austin Eller, I believe, is joining us live now from Midtown Atlanta. He's been talking to Georgia Power and the EMCs. Austin, are you with us? What have you been able to find out?
Yeah, Sabrina, really, so far, no major power outages reported. Things are very limited. Just a handful across the metro right now. I mean, less than like 100, 200 people without power across the entire metro. But Georgia Power's Matthew Kent tells me the real problem could begin rather when ice starts to form on trees, specifically those nearby power lines, bringing them down onto those power lines. He says you can certainly expect to see crews out today.
And now,
safety is the top value here, so we want to make sure that everyone is safe, but we do have the tools for winter weather to be able to make sure that we are safe out on the road.
He also says stay away from any of those down power lines and call 911 or Georgia Power to report them. Reporting live in Midtown Atlanta, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
thank you, Austin. The winter storm has MARTA suspending some of its services today as well.
Right now, only MARTA's rail service is running, and trains will be on a 20-minute schedule, much like how they operate on the weekends. Spokesman Payson Schwinn says other services are shut down altogether due to hazardous road conditions caused by the winter storm.
In terms of our streetcar service, we are suspending that until it is deemed safe to operate, at which point we'll keep the public updated on when that will be running.
MARTA's bus service is also suspended until road conditions improve. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
All right, speaking of the roads, let's get an update now. Mark McKay in the WSB 24-hour traffic center with a look at your drive.
Still, we got a red alert. So the Northwest is now getting hammered, Sabrina. The I-75 southbound trek from Northwest Atlanta into Northwest Atlanta has been shut down. Several big rigs, several vehicles just stuck on the snowy road that is I-75 near West Paces Ferry Road. The I-75 southbound ramp to 285 east and south, up to 8 vehicles involved in a crash. We have seen DOT get in there with tow trucks and actually plows to try and get rid of some of the snow and ice that's ahead of the motorists that have basically been stuck on I-75 southbound in those right lanes, not moving, approaching the Truist Park and the Battery area. Stone Mountain Freeway, that's a treacherous spot out east, Ashley Frasca.
It's been over an hour. Mercedes has had a really tough time that's been stuck on Highway 78 eastbound. Multiple left lanes have been knocked out again for over an hour right past the park as you make your way outbound toward East Park Place. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Epworth. We're seeing the transition zone from snow to sleet, wintry mix, and even liquid rain throughout Noonan, South Fulton, Stockbridge, McDonough, and extending out towards Monroe. Just be aware, though, that we could see the liquid rain transition back into sleet, freezing rain through the course of today, and wintry precipitation stays in the forecast through this afternoon and this evening. The warmest will be is 35, but back down to the freezing mark for tonight. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36. And freezing again on Sunday morning.
All right, 32 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta. Stay with us for continuing team coverage of the winter weather.
When the weather is at its worst,
You know, what's happening right now is exactly what we were warning people of the last couple of days.
we're at our best.
As we transition to ice, including sleet and freezing rain.
Tune in often for the latest.
South Indian Creek blocked by abandoned cars. Avoid the stretch, avoid it altogether, but between Redan and Covington Highway.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
I think you've seen how it's different than what we experienced in 2014. And the biggest thing is that we have learned a lot
DOT
of
Commissioner
lessons, so
Russell
we stay-
McMurray in a press conference you heard live on WSB. Our severe winter weather coverage continues next on 95.5 WSB.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000. Or visit us at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Start fresh this year. Take better care of your HVAC system and save money. Dave Baker here. Do you know starting at just $16.99 a month, a Coolray maintenance plan will keep your system running smoothly all year long? But if it's time for a new system, Coolray can install a new Carrier home comfort system that comes with a lifetime parts and labor warranty, which means $0 in repair costs for the life of your system. Simply schedule your appointment at Coolray.com. Coolray Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Coming up from the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, a Delta classical concert featuring Natalie Stutzman conducting Beethoven's Symphony No. 1 and 3, January 23rd and 25th at Symphony Hall. Details at aso.org.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save on Kroger brand 80% lean ground beef. 3-pound packages are on sale for $3.99 a pound with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
10:39 on this special edition of the Mark Arum Show as we continue our severe winter weather coverage with you throughout the day, the night, the overnight, into tomorrow. No matter how long it takes, WSB Radio will be here. We've heard from the DOT commissioner, the governor, treacherous on the roads, and air travel not going well either. WSB's Chris Chandler continues our team coverage. Chris, we had a ground stop at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport till 10 a.m. It was extended to noon, but an incident apparently occurred at the airport as well.
Yeah, and nobody's going anywhere at the moment. Let me just read this to you. This is official from Hartsfield-Jackson. At 9:10 this morning, an aircraft aborted takeoff at ATL. Passengers deplaned via emergency slides and were safely transported to a nearby concourse. 4 passengers were injured. 1 was transported. The remaining 3 were treated on the scene. Operations at ATL are delayed due to the incident and the ongoing severe weather. The aircraft and the runway are expected to be cleared shortly. The ground stop officially may have been lifted. They're not letting anybody land, and they're reporting at least 2-hour delays for the most part in anybody wanting to take off from here. I saw a wag on Twitter, Mark, saying, here's a photo of Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. Oh, wait, no, that's Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson this morning. Nobody's going anywhere, and it is really just covered in snow.
Yeah, speaking of Twitter, X, if you will, someone tagged me a video of, I believe, passengers deplaning from that aborted takeoff at the airport. They were on the runway, and the passengers were having to run from the plane toward the terminals. The ground stop, I just assumed it was weather-related. Maybe it is weather-related, but certainly an aborted takeoff might have added to that ground stoppage.
Yeah, and that's just about the time, 9:10. That's just about the time they did issue that ground stop, so possibly more connected with this than the weather. We had extensive comments from the airport executives there about the de-icing and so forth and clearing the runway, so they were well prepared. So it is possible here that one relates to the other. We'll see.
Deborah Green has reached out to authorities at the world's busiest airport. If we hear from them, we'll bring you any update. Not much info from them on social media or on their website, atl.com, but certainly an interesting angle. If, a complete ground stop of the world's busiest airport going to have major travel repercussions. The travel here is just nasty on the roadways despite DOT's best efforts. How long will it be nasty? Joining us live from the Severe Weather Center, Channel 2 Action News meteorologist Christina Edwards. Christina, earlier you said precipitation is going to start winding down on the west side at 9 p.m. Is that still the forecast?
That's still the forecast. And so the west side around 9 p.m., the east side around midnight. And it looks like we're actually getting a little break from the precipitation from Carrollton into Bremen, Cedartown. So we may actually get 1 or 2 hours in which there's a break from all of this before it picks back up again for the rest of this afternoon, Mark.
All right, so a minor break, but still we're in for the long haul. This is an event that's going to last until tomorrow morning. We still should expect the roads to be in rough shape.
I do think so, because even with current air temperatures anywhere from 32 to 35 this afternoon, we're going to hover around the freezing mark overnight. And also remember that when things melt, they release latent heat. Now, latent heat is a special way of saying there's invisible heat that's released to the surrounding air. So even if stuff were to melt, that would then cool the surrounding air, and then that's a feedback loop of freezing and melting. So it's going to be messy for the rest of tonight into tomorrow morning.
Now, we heard the governor and the DOT commissioner urging folks to not travel, but some folks absolutely have to travel. We heard from that emergency room nurse earlier. Is there a time period, a time frame where you think things might be most dangerous or most treacherous on the road?
Let me flip the question for you. When's the time frame where it might be a little bit easier to be on the road? road, okay? Because looking at this break in the radar, we may have 1 to 2 hours beginning now through about 12 o'clock where we may actually have some dry weather before the next set of precipitation comes in. Now, what is it going to turn dicey again? I'm thinking between 12 o'clock and 1 p.m., but of course, I'll have to monitor the radar on that.
So you said disappointing rain earlier, Christina. Do you mean disappointing like it's not pretty, or disappointing in that it's bad for driving?
So
both?
Both, and also, if the rain melts away your snow, there goes your snowman, right? So it's disappointing to see the rain come down and melt away your snow, but I think we'll have enough cold air in place where even with liquid rain, it's not going to go completely all the way.
Christina, we heard in that press conference from the state authorities, I believe it was a meteorologist, first name Will.
Oh, I love Will. Will Langston.
Will
Big
Langston.
shout out. Yes.
Okay, so just dissect, is what Will said jiving what you're seeing on the radar and the forecast?
So shout out to Will Langston. He is the GEMA meteorologist. He's also a graduate of the Georgia Institute of Technology. Go Jackets. He and I have the same degree, and he and I, we converse, we share notes, and we are also talking with the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. So what he is saying is pretty much in line with what I'm saying as well.
Gotcha. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. She hasn't slept. She's not going to sleep.
No, and she brought us cocoa. She brought us hot cocoa.
All right, we're going to go to break, Longoria, because there's apparently hot chocolate in
Breaking news, hot cocoa.
in the Severe Weather Center. All right, when we come back, Mark McKay and traffic team going to go in depth on the roads. We'll get you caught up to date on the closures, both on the roads and in the sky. And of course, we want to hear what you're seeing across North Georgia in this severe winter weather event. Taking your calls live at 404-872-0750. Our team coverage continues next on 95.5 WSB.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
That is awesome.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
This is Jill from Roswell, and I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 12.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz
On 95.5 WSB.
So it's that time of year where we all play that mental game of what's going to cause our next power outage and ruin all our groceries. Down trees, ice, category no thanks, wins. Lucky for you, the pros at Castile Electrical are here with same-day service and fully stocked trucks to get your home's electricity back in action with a whole home generator installation. And with our flexible payment options and $500 off installation, your budget can rest easy. And so can your mental state. Book today at CastileAir.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head-scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you, because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy.
Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Is shopping for health coverage confusing? Georgia's got you covered. Georgia Access is our state's program for all residents to find quality, affordable health insurance. At georgiaaccess.gov, you can explore a variety of plan options. You may even qualify for no-cost coverage. Open enrollment is happening now. Visit georgiaaccess.gov today. Georgia Access. Health insurance. The Georgia way.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
10:50, Smiler Mark McKay and the Coolray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Traffic red alert northwest Atlanta. Still trying to clear out the vehicles that are literally stuck in the snow on I-75 southbound. West Paces Ferry Road. The delays backing up into northwest Atlanta. Traffic red alerts in Cobb County heading I-75 south. You cannot get on to 285 east or westbound. DOT trying their best to clear out the snow and the vehicles that have been stuck on that ramp below Windy Hill Road. Outbound on I-75 now. Watch out in Ackworth if you're heading up toward Lake Allatoona. Right lane knocked out with a crash. 75 northbound at Highway 92, exit 277. Spaghetti Junction, not many folks moving there, Ashley Frasca.
Everybody has been stuck for almost a couple of hours now. The 285 eastbound elevated ramp to 75 north is completely blocked. A lot of tractor trailers there. And Dunwoody Perimeter Mall is closed, and also Perimeter Center West Parkway over 285 is blocked as well. Traffic brought to you by the Georgia Aquarium. Their brand new Aqua Pass unlocks a year of free visits. Just pay for a single day, then come back as many times as you want to see everything you want. Get your Aqua Pass at georgiaaquarium.org. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
We've not allowed the disabled vehicles to stay stranded on the roadway. We are getting reports of those, but we're being extremely proactive to ensure that we're getting those out of the way.
GMA's Chris Stallings, you heard him live at a press conference here on 95.5 WSB. Travel absolutely horrific right now in the metro area across North Georgia, not only on the roads, but we have been dealing with a full ground stop at the world's busiest airport, Chris Chandler.
Man alive. So as far as we know, nobody has been hurt in any of this. This is the most serious incident I think we have heard in all of this so far this morning. This is from Hartsfield-Jackson. It's an official statement. I'm going to read it again if you haven't heard it. At 9:10 this morning, an aircraft aborted takeoff at ATL. Passengers deplaned via the emergency slides and were safely transported to a nearby concourse. 4 passengers reporting minor injuries. 1 was transported. The remaining 3 were treated on the scene. Operations at ATL are delayed due to the incident, the ongoing severe weather too. The aircraft and the runway are expected to be cleared shortly. This says shortly. This was tweeted out about 15 minutes ago. Ground stop does continue at the moment, Mark. So as we get more info on this, we will pass it along. But that's a real scare, huh?
Indeed. An aborted takeoff. The passengers, using one of those slides to get off of the plane onto the runway and then head to the terminal. Full ground stop, I'm assuming because of that and the severe weather down at Atlanta's Hartsfield. As of an hour ago, more than 770 flights were canceled for today. That according to Flight Aware. Listen, if you're listening to the sound of my voice and you have a flight today and you're at home, I don't think you're going to make it for a variety of reasons.
No, things are such a mess
Yes.
from Houston, all the way over to Charlotte. Nashville is practically closed down. It's not just here having these air traffic troubles. The whole region is shut down.
Indeed. And if you are, MARTA is the way to go. We weren't expecting young Noki to come in because he couldn't get out of his neighborhood, but he took MARTA to Midtown and was able to get. So MARTA trains are running on a weekend schedule. So that's about 20 minutes, Deborah, right? 20 minutes between
Yeah, it's about
trains.
20 minutes between each train.
Bus service has been suspended and affecting 6 or 7 people. There will be no streetcar service today. So the 6 or 7 folks that take the streetcar will not be able to. So we've been talking about what's going on here in the immediate metro area, but I want to check in the classic city of Athens on how the winter weather is affecting Athens, Georgia. Robert joins us live in Athens. Robert, good morning. How you holding up?
Well, I'm here at home. We've got about 2 inches of snow, and we've got I get a service from the Coney County Sheriff, with alerts and all. The main highway, Highway 316, is closed because there's a hill that's iced over and the vehicles can't pull it, and they've got a semi-truck and several passenger vehicles stuck on the hill.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Any word on the 10 loop? I'm assuming the DOT's been treating that and plowing when they can.
I don't know. I have no specific word to Clark County Police. I get the same message system, and they're telling everybody to stay off the streets. They haven't said any states.
What? So you got 2 inches of snow, Robert. Has that switched over to the sleet or freezing rain yet, or is it still snowing?
It's not. I'll be honest with you. I went up early enough to watch. No, it's just clear. It's just a clear winter day atmospherically. The snow's over, but the heavy coating on the. Look out my window at my camellias. They're coated. They're covered with snow, and looks like they've got a little ice on them, which isn't going to hurt them.
I'm guessing from your accent, you don't have a lot of experience shoveling snow. Am I correct in that assumption, Robert?
No.
Okay.
I don't have.
And I think a lot of folks listening probably don't have experience. That's where Deborah and I come in. I did that. That was one of my first part-time jobs, was shoveling snow for folks. You got to be very careful what shovels you use. If you have a specific snow shovel, that's great to use it. I've seen my friends and neighbors use shovels that aren't meant for snow, and the handles will literally break with the weight of the snow. So use an appropriate shovel if you can. And Deborah, back me up on this. You got to bend with your knees when you're shoveling snow.
Always, yeah.
Yes.
Either way, your back's going to hurt by the time you're done. But yeah, use your knees.
I don't want you to pull anything. Bend with your knees, because the snow, you think, oh, it's light, fluffy snow. You get it on that shovel, very, very heavy stuff. You might be best just trying to sweep snow off of the drive as you can. I know there's a run of rock salt in some of the bigger box stores as well. So we'll give you some winter weather tips. Deborah's got some winter weather driving tips if, God forbid, you have to get out there and drive out. Chris Chandler, you're going to monitor that airport situation.
Yeah, I didn't like English Nick's report either. I don't live too far from English Nick, and that did not bode well for me getting back home. So we may have to take you guys' advice. I just don't know. I don't know what to do.
Well, if you have to drive, if you are an essential worker, I understand the concerns. But if you have an option, like Chris Chandler has an option right now to go take a nap on a couch in the break room.
I've done it before. But.
Yes, and especially, I'm not going to tell what type of vehicle, but Chris Chandler does not drive a four-wheel drive monster truck. So I feel more comfortable if you stayed here and didn't venture out. When we come back, Sabrina's going to check news, weather, and traffic. We'll update the roads. We'll update the airport. More of your calls on what you're seeing on this winter weather across North Georgia. 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB-TALK. You can watch the show live at WSBradio.com.
This holiday season, it's all about gratitude. This is Scott Slade, and to share in that spirit, I'd like to share a few heartfelt thank yous my friends at MyLand have received recently.
I was in such a financial bind with heavy credit card debt dating back to COVID. MyLand went above and beyond to save me over $500 per month and eliminated the high interest rates on my credit cards. What a relief! I will be referring my family and friends to Myland. Thank you.
Folks, I could read testimonials and stories like this for days. If you haven't taken the time to call Myland to see what options are available for you to save money with your refinance, you need to set aside a few minutes and do just that. Call Myland, 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Online, it's myland.com, spelled it M-I-L-E-N-D. NMLS and Georgia Mortgage License C148769, located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. Myland is an equal housing lender.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Now that the hustle and bustle of the holidays is over, it's worth giving some thought to were my guests comfortable in my home? Did the electrical system hold up with the decorations and constant drone of kitchen appliances? Ashley Frasca for Ragsdale Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Electric. Over the holiday season, we played tug of war with our thermostat, constantly adjusting the temperature. But it reminds me when it's time for maintenance, and I actually look forward to a Ragsdale technician coming out to my home. They're patient, always on time, and happy to help. I've trusted them in our home for years, whether it's electrical, plumbing, or a furnace that's just not quite keeping up. Ragsdale is here to help your family stay comfortable. They've been in business almost 30 years, and many employees celebrate decades of service with Ragsdale. They're one of the most Google-reviewed HVAC companies in Metro Atlanta and has a well-earned 4.9 rating. See why at ragsdaleair.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. Ragsdale, the name you know you can trust.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hi there, good morning. It is 11 o'clock. I'm Sabrina Cupid with continuing live team coverage of Metro Atlanta's winter storm. We are under a state of emergency. The snow-ice combination is dangerous. There have been numerous accidents, some involving big rigs. And we are just now getting word from Hartsfield-Jackson of passengers on a Delta flight having to evacuate after an engine issue. WSB's Austin Eller joining us live with what we've been able to find out so far. Austin.
Yeah, Sabrina, that flight from Atlanta to Minneapolis aborted takeoff earlier this morning amid that winter weather, and officials, like you said, have only said an engine issue on the Boeing 757 caused that evacuation. More than 200 passengers, 2 pilots, and 4 flight attendants were all on board that flight. Passengers were all evacuated on a slide, then shuttled to the terminal from the runway. No injuries have been reported. A ground stop, by the way, is still in effect at Hartsfield-Jackson until noon. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
All right, thank you, Austin. We are under a winter storm warning. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards joining us live from the Storm Center with the latest on the forecast.
And that warning goes into effect, well, it's already in effect. It continues until tomorrow morning just because of how much that has been on the ground. Sabrina, I was just out in our courtyard here at 95.5 WSB, approximately 4 inches of snow in our backyard here.
Oh,
so that to me says that even if we transition into a sleet, freezing rain, liquid rain situation, we've got a lot of frozen stuff on the ground that is going to take some time to melt.
Are things still falling? Is it snow? Is it ice? What is it?
Great question. So we've got a little bit of a break in the radar, meaning it has stopped falling throughout Villa Rica, Noonan, and the Carrollton area, but still falling in Canton, Alpharetta, Conyers. And what is falling? Well, it's a combination of snow, sleet, and freezing rain.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Here we are at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Kind of walk me through what's going to happen today in the hours. So, like, when we're done here, I do want to go home.
Yes, I understand.
Too many in this industry, too many nights on the floor. So if you'll tell me, like, kind of the windows of when we're able to actually, no, we're not urging anybody to get out, but
right.
If you have to.
If you have to, because there are emergency workers who have been working 16 hours and they want to go home too.
Hospitals
exactly. So we'll get a little bit of a break between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. And when I say a little bit of a break, I mean there's going to be some of this precipitation that ends on radar. However, I think it's going to pick up by 1 o'clock, and from 1 o'clock to about 9 o'clock, we're dealing with the precipitation.
What's the most dangerous time, or is it pretty much all the time?
I think all the time, but if I had to really give you a window, it's actually when the sun goes down.
Okay.
So sunset today would be about 5:45. So after 5 o'clock, if you have to be on the road somewhere, be aware that you're not going to be able to see the conditions change on you. So if you can avoid being on the road, I would say by 5 o'clock, be in your place.
All right. And of course, that is the message from the Georgia DOT. Stay off the roads.
Driving conditions are treacherous across metro Atlanta.
Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says if you do have to get out, drive cautiously.
No hard braking and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick.
He says the DOT has already brined over 20,000 miles of roadway on I-75 from Macon to the Tennessee state line and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina, as well as all points north. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
And WSB's Michelle Wright in Cobb County in the Smyrna area making her way home earlier today. She says it was tricky out there.
I did see the car in front of us was coming off of a side road and turning and just fishtailed right in front of us. And that was a SUV that was doing it. So somebody who probably was like, oh, I've got some wheels, I can do this. And their car just fishtailed right in front of us.
And the governor has talked to WSB today.
Stay off the roads. The governor says it's just too dangerous right now.
Want to make sure people, if you don't have to be out, just stay at home. This is going to be a fast-moving storm.
He says give road crews time to work and conditions should improve tomorrow. He says this is different than snowpocalypse more than a decade ago thanks to better communication between agencies and virtual options for schools and companies. Jennifer Perry, 95.5 WSB.
And of course, we're working really hard in the newsroom, but Mark McKay in the traffic center, did I overhear some problems with some big rigs crashing there in Cobb County?
Not only crashing, but jackknifing. There are several vehicles, and not just big rigs. We're not going to put all the blame on the 18-wheelers. Several people involved in these incidents that we're watching on the jam cam are all stuck on I-75 southbound. We're sounding the traffic red alert, Sabrina. I-75 south, West Bases Ferry Road, Police Hero, trying to get them untangled and trying to get them moving again. So all lanes are shut down southbound I-75 at West Bases Ferry. Hotspot number 2, again in the northwest, I-75 southbound at I-285. Since just after 8 o'clock this morning, several crashes on the slick ramps from 75 south to 285 east and west. That ramp, exit 259, is still shut down and traffic is not moving in the right lanes of I-75 south. Transition ramps in Spaghetti Junction are not moving as well. Several vehicles stuck on the ramp from 285 east to 85 north. Secondary streets are also an issue this morning, Ashley Frasca.
Earlier, Brookhaven reported that ICE shut down Buford Highway at Briar Road, and I see a lot of folks just walking around that intersection. Perimeter Center Parkway over I-285 is blocked. Farr Road has been shut down near Peachtree due to a water main break, and you'll want to avoid Clifton Road northbound there near Emory University campus. That has been shut down as well. Triple team traffic. 95.5 WSB.
I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, and we are still dealing with this wintry mix as it's falling from Canton into Conyers, as well as Cumming and Lawrenceville. A little bit of a break from the precipitation in Villa Rica and Tyrone, as well as Noonan, but more precip is on the way later on this afternoon, talking about after 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock to about 9 p.m., expect more of this wintry mix. This comes to an end around midnight. Lows tonight will be in the low 30s, Sabrina.
31 degrees right now in Johns Creek, 29 out in Jefferson, and here in Midtown Atlanta, we have 32 degrees. And now you're up to date. Mark Aaron will continue to follow it and bring in the new information as it comes in.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Mark Aram and crew with you indefinitely as we continue our severe winter weather coverage here on 95.5 WSB. Going to get the latest from the DOT, the governor's office, the airport, Georgia Power, the EMCs. Make sure you are covered and safe. How long this winter weather stays and the impact as it continues. We're going to get back to Mark McKay in the traffic center. We're going to go in depth on some of the worst spots out there. We've been urging folks to not drive. And Deborah Green, one of our coworkers, Judd Higginbotham, took that to heart. Judd left Atlanta's Morning News within the last hour and is not driving. He left the Higginbotham machine here, but he is walking to his in-laws. Joining us mid-stride is Judd Higginbotham. Judd, how's it going?
Where are you?
I am Piedmont Avenue. I'm pretty much right in front of Smith's Old Bar, if you know where that is.
That's
right on Piedmont Avenue.
Great stop to take it, have a beverage before you venture to the in-laws' house.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're all closed up. I might go and check and see. Yeah, I wasn't about to walk. I mean, I was about to drive in this stuff, man. I'm from Gwinnett County, Georgia. I don't know how to drive in snow and ice. I have no idea. So
As a pedestrian, how's the trek been? You're not too far from the station yet.
no, not yet. It's fine. It's fine. I thought I was going to, slip and slide everywhere, but it's still pretty much that powdery kind of crunchy snow. It's changing over a little bit, but I haven't hit any icy patches. I've actually walked in the road a little bit on some side streets just because it was easier, but it hasn't really flipped to ice yet. I'm looking right now at Piedmont Avenue, and there are cars driving, not particularly fast, but they are driving. It's kind of slush in the middle of the road, but it's drivable at this moment.
Judd,
now it's drivable.
Judd Higginbotham from Atlanta's Morning News joining us from the corner of Monroe and Piedmont before he dips into Smith's Old Bar. Does it look like I don't believe those are state roads. Have you seen any City of Atlanta crews out or anyone doing anything to treat the roads there?
I have not. I have not seen a single government vehicle of any kind. Just normal people kind of getting out and driving around. It's been a lovely walk, actually. There's people sledding on the side roads and everything. But no, I mean, I've noticed some some salt down in some places. But as far as government vehicles getting out and trying to do some stuff, no, not really. It's been fine. I've only seen a few, and really around the station more than anything, people ditching some vehicles. But as you get toward the main roads, everything seems to be drivable as long as you take it slow.
How much longer of this walk do you have? Do you have it timed out? Does Waze give you a walking option?
I actually went a slightly wrong way, and I was talking to my wife. She said, "Why did you go that way?" So I had to turn completely around and go back. So that cost me about 10 minutes, but I think I have another about 40-minute walk in me. So, but not too bad. It's not that, earlier this week it was frigid cold. It's a nice, pleasant, I would guess, 34 degrees, something around there.
34 degrees. Yeah, exactly
really?
right.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Karnak.
And it's just slightly drizzling a little bit. The snow is gone, but it's not too bad at all. So I appreciate you letting me have that extra jacket that you had in the trunk of the
You're
car.
welcome. You're welcome, my friend. Please keep us posted. Text me on the Piccadilly text line. Let me make sure you get to the in-laws okay. You're getting your steps in. Good cardio for Judd.
Yes, that's right. Listen to some music and just walking. This isn't bad at all.
I'm gonna wave as I drive by.
You're not driving anywhere, Chandler.
I'm gonna honk.
Don't go.
Yeah.
Don't go for it. Don't do it. I'm gonna get home. My kids are gonna want to sled down something. So we'll see how that works.
In fact, you mentioned that sledding. I'm looking live at Piedmont Park
I'm just
right
looking
now.
at this too. They're having it's nothing but big fun.
They're
at Piedmont
legitimately
Park.
snowboarders right
I know,
now
right?
at Piedmont Park. All right, so Judd is walking, which is what we advise. A lot of folks, and Smiler Mark McKay, I'm surprised. I dipped into the traffic center during the news break there on some of the cameras, how many people are on the roads. There's a lot of cars out there. Right now, what are the biggest hot spots where folks need to avoid?
Northwest is getting hammered right now, Mark. It started on the south side before sunrise, and now we've got the I-75 corridor all messed up, and literally messed up due to the snow that had fallen on I-75. Let's start inside the perimeter. I-75 southbound has been shut down at West Paces Ferry Road. Police, Hero units trying their best to get these big rigs and other vehicles that have been stuck on I-75 near OK Cafe, if we're going to put another food reference place in there. They've been stuck trying to get past the West Paces exit, so 75 southbound is shut down. We're going to sound the traffic red alert in the Cobb County I-75, I-285 region since 8 o'clock this morning. Maybe even before that ramp became very slick. Several big rigs have been jackknifed, installed out on that ramp from I-75 south onto 285 east and west. And of course, that's crowding up and stopping I-75 as you approach the I-285 region. Spaghetti Junction, those elevated ramps, several 18-wheelers I see on the jam cam just not moving on the ramp from 285 east to 85 northbound. Downtown Connector live look now, it's just wet, so at least coming through the heart of the city is good. Secondary streets, and of course, anywhere in the neighborhoods and subdivisions, that's going to be a big challenge for the next little while, Mark.
I don't want to give anyone PTSD, but anytime we are having a winter weather event, we always look back to Snowmageddon.
Every single time.
And what you said about 75 West Paces Ferry, I mean, if you remember, there were folks stuck on the side of the road for days along that area. And I would imagine it's because, if you're going 75 north up past West Paces, you're going uphill. And if you're heading south, you're going downhill. Anything where you're going up or downhill in this kind of weather is really a bad situation.
And anything with a big rig that can get across several lanes, then you have an issue. I mentioned the downtown connector. They've cleared out. The downtown connector was shut down for a little while earlier, heading to the airport south of I-20 because several vehicles are trying to get through what is now slush. They were able to get some snowplows in there. We have seen snowplows. We have seen sand and salt trucks all across the metro Atlanta areas, not only on the interstates, but on those major service streets to keep them running. But the advice that everybody says, do not get out there. But a lot of folks, especially that truck traffic is coming north and south, east and west through our metro, and sometimes they just can't make it through the snow and have to be helped out like they're being done right now in northwest Atlanta at West Paces Ferry on 75, Mark.
Yeah, the snow stopped, and in some areas might be getting a reprieve from precipitation, but DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says you still need to stay off the roads.
No hard braking and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick.
Yeah, there are some winter weather driving tips. If you do have to get out there, if you are an essential worker, if you absolutely, positively have to get there, there are some tricks to the trade. We'll share those when we come back. Mark McKay and the traffic team constantly update the horrific driving conditions. Chris Chandler monitoring the situation at the airport. Full ground stop currently at the world's busiest airport. We'll update the big breaking news as our severe winter weather coverage continues next on 95.5 WSB.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
That is awesome.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
This is Jill from Roswell, and I just won $1,000.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 12.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz
on 95.5 WSB.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? but I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health, and I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
11:19, Smiler Mark McKay in the Cool-Ray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Slowly but surely, lanes are opening on I-75 inside the perimeter. Several vehicles, including several big rigs, just stuck on I-75 near West Paces Ferry Road exit 255, has had that intersection or that part of the interstate shut down, rolling into northwest Atlanta out of Cobb County. Heading between Kennesaw and Ackworth, treacherous conditions on I-75 as you roll toward Lake Allatoona. We see on the jam cam first responders dealing with a crashed vehicle off the roadway, I-75 north at Highway 92, exit 277. And what a big jam on I-75 south through Marietta, Ashley Frasca.
All of those right lanes coming out of Marietta are backed up, and you heard DOT Commissioner McMurray talk about this incident in the Cobb Cloverleaf. 75 south, the ramp to 285 has been shut down. Right now, authorities working with snow plows to try to open that, hopefully here shortly, but that's why you are stuck along 75 south in those right lanes. And Spaghetti Junction, that ramp, that flyover ramp, no better. 285 east to 85 north into Cobb County's been blocked. Traffic brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance, a national nonprofit organization develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
The best way to say thank you is to say thank you from your couch so that you are not creating a dangerous condition or a dangerous problem for our crews that are out there plowing or spreading.
Natalie Dale from the DOT earlier on our extended winter weather coverage. Please stay home if at all possible. You heard from Mark McKay and Ashley. The roads are just absolutely treacherous out there. That being said, if you do have to get out, God forbid, an essential worker, we heard from an emergency nurse that had to go in for emergency surgery today. We want to give you a couple of driving tips to helpfully keep you safe on the roads. Deborah is from Wisconsin. You had a driver's license at 14. You were driving a tractor in the snow at a young age. What are some quick tips that folks should heed if they do have to venture out today?
Okay, I think one that we all know, especially from driving from the north,
Yes.
right, is slow down.
Absolutely.
I love to drive fast. Look, I grew up in a state that was flat. They were private farm roads. You couldn't get a speeding ticket if you wanted to. I love driving fast, but when you have just a little bit of rain and a lot of snow, you need to slow down. So if you are out there and you like doing 90 on the roads, just
not today, my
take
friend.
it down to like 40 if you can. That's
Yes.
still a good speed. So that's the big one. We talked about having a winter kit in your car, possibly. So if you're going to go out today, maybe throw some extra supplies in there. If you can, try not to stop. I know that they talked about having stop signs and,
Sure.
and you know, if you can try not to stop, get a nice pace and going, because once you hit a piece of ice or you hit a little bit of snow and you stop, chances are you're going to be stuck there. If you do get stuck somewhere, stay in your car, try to put your emergencies on, or if you have something that could draw attention or whatever, getting out of the car is probably not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
Yeah, so stay in your car, and hopefully you have your winter kit so you can stay warm with your blanket and have some supplies like that. Do not pass any, well, they have brine trucks here, right? We have gravel trucks up north, but
Don't
brine
pass
trucks.
those trucks,
Yeah,
yeah.
do not pass them. I know you want to speed past them and get home or whatever, but just stay a safe distance behind.
Our buddy Jordan from Kiss 104 just
Yeah.
sent me a video. She's down by the airport behind the brine truck.
Oh, Jordan.
So she's getting a personal escort home, which is fantastic. And this is something that is going to develop later. If you hit an ice patch, don't slam on the brakes. No brakes on ice. That is huge.
And don't try to overcorrect.
Yes.
Like a lot of people, if you start sliding to the right, they'll automatically take the wheel and try to go all the way to the left. That's going to make it worse. Just kind of maybe let your hands off the gas or the steering wheel, your foot off the gas, and let it slow down. And then you should be able to correct your.
Deborah, a winter driving expert from Wisconsin, gave those tips to WSB's Cheryl Castro, who grew up in Hawaii, so I'm assuming not much winter driving expertise. But Cheryl, you made it home to Kennesaw. Congratulations.
That's a long way.
Thank
I'm so
you.
impressed. We feared for your safety.
So tell us
I'm
about your
pretty impressed,
experience.
too.
Yeah, so you left
You know-
Midtown, and then what happened?
And then very surprisingly, the roads were better than I expected. I was pleasantly surprised. If you stay on the main streets, I think, Peachtree, and then I just got onto 75 as quickly as I could. Just as Deborah was saying, keep it very slow and graceful. Stay in the little traction spots where other cars have gone before you, and keep a huge distance between other cars. That was the only issue I kind of really had. The only thing that I thought could have gotten dangerous is watching out for the other guys. Some people who unfortunately want to go a little too fast, and when they pass you, a huge pile of snow basically dumps on you and blinds you for a couple of seconds. So that's one thing to just watch out for is
Cheryl,
the other guys.
Did you drive up 75 North past West Paces Ferry?
From here to Kennesaw, basically my going on the north area was great. On the south side, though, I saw a lot of traffic. So the path that I took was not a problem.
So
Thankfully.
you got on
Especially if you have good tires.
You got on 75 North, leaving Midtown, and took it all the way up to Kennesaw.
Yes.
So
Yes.
inside the perimeter, you didn't see any big entanglements. It was all southbound coming in.
Yes, thankfully my way was maybe as smooth as you can get it on a day like today, thankfully. Mm-hmm.
What was the stress level? Final question for WSB Cheryl Castro. A 1 to 10, 10 being you were stressed to the max, white knuckling it. How did you feel driving home?
I think once I actually got on the road, I think my stress level here was actually a lot higher than when I finally got out here. Here, I'd say I was at a good 7, 8.
Okay.
Once I actually got on the road and saw how things were looking, it went down to about a 4.
Oh, good. All right. Well, you surprised Chris Chandler and I are both very concerned that you would make
And
it
I
home.
hope Judd is listening to this as he trudges
As
through
he
the
walks
snow on
home.
foot. Yeah.
All right, Cheryl, go Irish coffee, Kahlua, whatever you do to celebrate. But
Absolutely.
I'm glad you're okay and out of the severe weather. Sabrina's standing by with news, weather, and traffic, the very latest on the severe winter weather from meteorologist Christina Edwards. When we come back, we're going to be joined, Chris, by Cobb County's Ross Cavett. We're going to get an update there. Cheryl mentioned 75, really rough heading down in from Marietta. So Ross Cavett's going to join us next. Our breaking news coverage continues on 95.5 WSB.
So your septic system needs repairs. That stinks. First, they want to charge you to pump out the tank and charge you again for the repair. That's just wrong. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and we don't do that. With us, there's never a pump out charge with your repair. You'll save hundreds.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-935-6077. 800-935-6077. 800-935-6077.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Winning in the NFL comes down to the basics, blocking and tackling. In retirement, the certainty of protection and income are the keys to success. And as a former NFL player myself, I have experience with both. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons. Having played on winning teams with the Steelers and Falcons, studying game films helped me mentally prepare for the challenges ahead. Now I star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception to help you visualize and prepare for your fourth quarter of life. You see, you don't retire on your nest egg, but rather the income it can produce. This film shows you exactly how to protect your retirement from stock market drops and produce more income than you thought possible. And it's free for you to view. Call 888-471-3896 right now for your free streaming code to watch The Retirement Deception. Don't risk your retirement savings at the goal line. You don't need to be risky to have a winning strategy. Call today to speak with an all-pro retirement specialist to get your free streaming code to watch The Retirement Deception. Call today, 888-471-3896. That's 888-471-3896. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 11:30. Good morning. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Our top local story, Metro Atlanta's winter weather.
It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best.
A winter storm bearing down on us, and the governor warning Georgians to stay off the roads. He's declared a state of emergency. We are under a winter storm warning through tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. A Delta flight had to be evacuated by using the emergency slide. WSB's Austin Eller joining us live now with what we've been able to find out. Austin, I understand that there are injuries.
Yes, Sabrina, officials with the Atlanta airport now say 4 people are injured after more than 200 people are evacuated, like you said, by slide from a Delta Airlines flight in the middle of all this winter weather. One of those injured was taken to a local hospital. 3 others were treated on scene. That Boeing 757 aborted takeoff earlier this morning over what Delta and the FAA are only calling an engine issue. The passengers were shuttled to a nearby concourse after making it onto that snowy runway. And by the way, the airport is on a ground stop until noon. So far, more than 850 flights have been canceled today. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so we want to turn now to the woman who knows. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, you've been in the storm center tracking this storm system, looking at all of the models that you have. What are you seeing?
So what I'm seeing right now is a little bit of a break from anything falling from the sky. This break is for Newnan, South Fulton, and Palmetto, Stockbridge, and the break extends over to Covington. Now we have the wintry mix currently falling throughout Kennesaw, Canton, Gainesville, Flowery Branch, still falling as actual snow up in Jasper and extending up into LJ. So all that to say, if you have a break now, be aware that more wintry precip is on the way later on this afternoon, mainly after 12 p.m.
And you and I walked out into the courtyard, we got quite a bit, like 4
Yes.
inches.
Yes. So we
that-
used a Celsius can to measure it. And a Celsius can is about 6 inches tall. So it came about 4 inches up on the can there.
Okay,
So, yeah.
We should have had a Budweiser can, but whatever.
Or a can of Coca-Cola. But a ruler would be best, yes.
Right. So let's talk about the amount of snow that we have and the temperature. So how long
Yes.
is it going to be?
Very good question. Right now, it's about 34 degrees in Midtown. So we're noticing that warm air is coming in from the south to the north. We're also noticing that warm air about, say, 1,000 feet above our heads. So even though it's warming up just a little bit, we're still on the borderline where I do think that we're going to see quite a bit of this frozen precip stick around, whether it's snow right now or some ice accumulations later.
And we always check the WSB radio app, and there was someone on there asking about already, believe it or not, Monday.
Yes.
And what
So
we can expect.
Monday is going to be sunny.
Oh, good.
Monday morning lows will be in the mid 20s to low 30s, but a daytime high near 40
All
on
right.
Monday. Yeah.
Stay close. We'll check back with you in just a matter of minutes. The Georgia DOT says, do not get on the roads unless it's an emergency.
The brine trucks are out in force across North Georgia.
In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says over 300 snow plows are out.
Again, where the roadway is sort of, the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down.
He says heroes and champs are working a significant amount of spinouts. He says if you do have to go out, drive very conservatively. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, this news update is brought to you by Xfinity 10G Network. Let's get a check of the roads now. I believe Mark McKay in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. How's it looking?
Still not looking good in the Northwest Corridor, Sabrina. Let's give you the rundown. The I-75 shutdown is back into effect now inside the perimeter. West Bases Ferry Road, trying to come south from that hill that'll take you from the Mount Perrin Road area down into West Paces Ferry has been treacherous this morning. Several vehicles, including big rigs, have spun out and gotten stuck there. Looks like at times they're keeping the right lane open, so that's one trouble spot. I tell you, folks have been stuck for hours on I-75 southbound, especially in the right lanes between the Dobbins exit and I-285, the Truist Park region. DOT's been working closely with law enforcement to get the ramps open. There have been several crashes and stuck tractor trailers on the ramp from 75 south to 285 east and westbound, so they're not moving there. And I look at the jam cam in Spaghetti Junction. The overhead ramps are iced and snowed over, and several trucks are stopped and not moving on that ramp. So effectively, the ramp from 285 east to 285 north out of Doraville, trying to get up to Norcross, is shut down. 285 proper, east and westbound, is working, though, at I-85 and 285. It's pretty, but pretty treacherous on the Stone Mountain Freeway near the Big Rock, Ashley Frasca.
Second time this morning we've had trouble in the same spot. It looks like right now they're holding all lanes, but there's been a crash in the right lanes of Highway 78 eastbound, outbound, right at the park before West Park Place Boulevard. Again, multiple right lanes blocked there. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
32 degrees in Hampton, 32 in Peachtree City. It is 29 in Canton and 32 degrees in Dallas. So we have a spread of temperatures from the upper 20s to the mid 30s at this moment. We also have a break in the radar, but where we have the break, that's going to be the Noonan, Palmetto, and Chapel Hill areas. Still a wintry mix throughout Kennesaw, Milton, Roswell, and Tucker. Now, even with that break on the radar for the south side, do anticipate more wintry precipitation through the course of this afternoon and this evening. Instead of snow, it's likely going to be freezing rain and sleet. So that's ice. Ice accumulations up to 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch possible. That is through late tonight. Tomorrow, great news. Sunny skies, but still cold. High 36. And on Sunday, morning low 20, but daytime highs in the upper 30s. Back to you, Sabrina.
All right, we have 32 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. Be sure and stay with us for continuing coverage of today's winter storm.
When the weather is at its worst,
Freezing rain, sleet mix, and that is mainly going to be along I-20.
we're at our best.
So that's going to be the Villa Rica, Douglasville, Mableton, Midtown Atlanta, Conyers, Covington area.
Tune in often for the latest.
Governor Kemp's asking Georgians to stay weather aware and give those road crews plenty of space.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
Georgia Power, our EMCs and others, they have pre-positioned assets. So, everybody's set up,
Governor
ready to
Kemp
go.
live
Could
earlier
get
on
into that.
WSB Radio. Coming up next, we continue our severe weather winter coverage. 2 minutes away on 95.5 WSB.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Don't worry about the hassle of constant cleaning and making costly repairs. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Is shopping for health coverage confusing? Georgia's got you covered. Georgia Access is our state's program for all residents to find quality, affordable health insurance. At georgiaaccess.gov, you can explore a variety of plan options. You may even qualify for no-cost coverage. Open enrollment is happening now. Visit georgiaaccess.gov today. Georgia Access. Health insurance. The Georgia way.
Hey, Belinda here, and I have Barry Petrie, Director of Virtual Imaging. Barry has a very interesting testimonial I want him to share with our listeners. Barry, tell us your story.
Belinda, I'm 55. I'm in good shape. I work out every day and took this job about a year ago. Unfortunately, I started having some symptoms about 3 or 4 months ago, so I decided to scan myself. Learned that I had a very high calcium score, and especially most of that was in my LAD, which you know is the Widowmaker. Long story short, I had my first stent put in about 6 weeks ago at Northside, and I feel great. I did not realize that I had lost a gear, and I've got that gear back. And I would have been one of those people that probably would have dropped dead looking perfectly healthy at 60 if I had not taken this role and did that scan.
Oh, wow. Folks, that story hits home. What are you waiting for? Go to Virtual Imaging and get a complimentary heart scan with few minimum requirements for you and your spouse. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or visit virtualimagingatl.com.
Hey everyone, it's your buddy Shelly Winter here. Join me this Saturday at noon for The Car Guys with Kevin Deutsch from Butler Lexus of South Atlanta. Buy or lease, fix or sell, everything you want to know about cars, we will cover Saturday noon to 1 right here on 95.5 WSB.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
11:39 on this special edition of the Mark Arum Show. Mark Arum, Chris Chandler, the entire WSB Radio News, Weather, and Traffic team with you until this is no longer an issue. Joining us live now from Cobb County, it's Communications Director Ross Cavett, our old friend. Ross, good morning. How you holding up?
Hey, Mark. Well, it's been, interesting, if nothing else. Was able to get in here okay. And then the last hour or so, we've had freezing rain, which has us concerned about a second wave of issues. But called DOT shortly after I got in, or right around sunrise this morning. I said, where are we having problems? He's like, anywhere there's a hill.
Absolutely.
So we've had a lot of cars that have been stranded. We had we were over 100 calls at one point. Now we're down to about 60. But we're still trying to get people out of precarious situations.
Now, we know the DOT is in charge of the state roads and, the interstates like I-75. That's on the Georgia DOT. What about the Cobb County side roads that aren't under the state jurisdiction? What kind of equipment does Cobb County have to treat and take care of the roadways there?
So good trivia answer for you. We have 435 miles of roads that we will treat during a winter weather incident like this. And we've got, since Snowmageddon, we've been pretty aggressive about purchasing and maintaining a bunch of new equipment to handle issues like these. And it's interesting, we have 135 members of the crew, and they're working split 12-hour shifts today. And I posted some video of cars from our DOT cams that are struggling at some of our more notorious hills. You mentioned the Interstate 75 right down there by Windy Hill. It's been a big pain all day today. Johnson Ferry coming up from the river, the parts of the East-West Connector, Barrett Parkway, where cars have gotten stranded, and people have been commenting, I thought you were going to treat the roads. Well, we treated them, sometimes twice, but it was coming down so heavy right around sunrise this morning, and for those who were out, they saw it. I mean, and the road temperatures were below freezing, so there's no treatment that's going to stop the snow from piling up on the roads with those conditions. So now that we've got the freezing rain, we're taking some time to get the people who are stuck unstuck, and then hopefully get things to a point where we can treat again before the ice takes hold.
Hey, Ross, it's Chris Chandler. You mentioned the S word again. There's Snowmageddon. It seems like that really was sort of year zero, right, for everybody here. I pity anybody who just moved here in the last 10 years. I'm sure they think we are all crazy for fixating on it every time the weather gets bad. Have you found that not only you guys, but people who live there have remembered the lessons all this time? It sounds like your preps had gone pretty well.
Yeah, that's so many people have been asking that as this forecast started taking hold. And, we're in a completely different place in Cobb County with the county government than we were during Snowmageddon. Obviously, we weren't ready for it. The metro area wasn't ready for it back then. Now, though, we've got the equipment and the partnerships and all the materials that we need to handle this. The county's been pretty aggressive about using SPLOST money and other funds to allow us to do that. But it's interesting, too, when you post something up, people seem to pay more attention to it now with 2014 in mind. So when I drove in this morning right around sunrise, the traffic was pretty minimal, and that told me that people were paying attention.
Ross Cabot, Cobb County Communications Director, joining us live on 95.5 WSB.
Hey, Ross, Smiler, Mark McKay here in the 24-hour traffic center. You're the third most populous county in the states. Those who call Cobb County home, are they actually staying home today, staying off the roads to allow your crews to get the roads as clear as possible this morning?
Well, we were cautiously optimistic about it. There's been enough traffic, though, to cause some chaos. We spent quite a bit of time this morning fixating on a couple of traffic cams on Johnson Ferry and Windy Hill, where cars were just struggling to get up the hills. And, some of those people needed, obviously, to go somewhere. We made it a priority to clear the roads that lead to and from the hospitals here. And we've had several cases where we've had to jump through some unusual hoops to get people to the hospital who needed to get there, including using some of our public safety and fire equipment that's not usually used to transport, but we've used that to get people to the hospitals. So, you can always tell people to stay off the roads, but there's always going to be those that take a plunge, and some of them have been stuck for quite a while now.
Ross, we're hearing from WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. The precipitation is going to continue to fall throughout the day through the Cobb County area, probably till past 10 p.m. Right now, we have not reported any major power outages, but to me personally, that is going to be a concern, not just for Cobb County, but the entire North Georgia area. What are you hearing on the power situation now and moving forward in Cobb?
So, yeah, it's been freezing rain here for about an hour now, so we're all kind of just waiting to see if this ice sticks. I'm looking out the window of the side of the Emergency Operations Center now. There's a couple of inches on trees here. We have not received any reports, though, of significant power outages in Cobb County, so that's something we'll just be watching as the hours tick by.
Do we know if the Marietta Diner is open? That's usually a good barometer on how things are going in Cobb.
So the owners told me they don't even have a lock on their front door, so I'm assuming that they are open, yes.
Excellent. For the folks in Cobb that want up-to-date info online, where can you direct them, Ross?
We're posting everything up on our cobbcounty.org page, also on our social media channels as well, but we're directing people to cobbcounty.org. We're posting the latest that we have up there, and really the theme right now is just please stay off the roads until the power outages hit.
Ross, so good to have you, so good to hear you, so good to have you on the show. Please stay safe, stay warm, and if you've got our number, if you want to jump in with something breaking, you just let us know.
Yeah, as you know, 6 or 7 years ago, I would have been standing out on the Chastain Road overpass in this stuff. I'm happy to be inside the emergency.
You do sound a lot more cheerful.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Much more comfortable. Ross, really appreciate it, my friend.
All right, take care.
There you go. Ross Cabot, Communications Director for Cobb County. Speaking of pictures, videos, you can submit them to us on the WSB radio app. Love seeing the pictures and the videos, the dog videos, by the way. I just posted one of Soba not digging the snow at my house. You can check out my social medias at Mark Aaron. But send us your pictures and videos on the WSB radio app. Our continuing coverage of the severe winter weather continues next on 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
snow is coming down in big flakes.
We're at our best. Georgia Power says its crews are standing at the ready for any potential power outages. Tune in often for the latest.
If you must get out on the roads, though, use extreme caution. Give work crews room to do their job safely.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo! Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Squirrels, rats, and mice in your attic? To those critters outside, your attic is like a rent-free 5-star resort, and they're ready to move in. Dave Baker here for Breda Pest Management. Getting wildlife out of your home can be challenging. You need a pro to do the job right. Breda will send a highly trained wildlife expert to secure all entry points, trap and remove the critters, dispose of their nesting, plus disinfect and deodorize. It will be like they were never there. But those critters are crafty, and they may try to get back in. Don't worry though, Breda's got your back. Under the Breda Wildlife Guarantee, you stay protected. If any critter returns, you're covered at no additional cost, and you'll never be hit with an annual increase. Close down your 5-star resort and kick those critters out. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters. BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-2798. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-2798. That's 800-575-2798. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
11:51, Smiler Mark McKay in the Cool Ray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Traffic red alert, I-75 in northwest Atlanta, inside the perimeter. Several DOT plows and sand salt trucks are on the scene trying to free the traffic that's been stuck on I-75 for a while now at West Paces Ferry Road. That's exit 255. Unfortunately, the jam continues on I-75 rolling through Marietta. All lanes remain shut down. The transition ramp from 75 south onto 285 east and west still hasn't reopened. That has been shut down for hours. Traffic is stacked up, especially in those right lanes. Only a left lane getting by now, 75 southbound, as you leave the Dobbins-Delk Road exit trying to reach the I-285. Starting to see some movement now in Spaghetti Junction to Cobb County, Ashley Frasca.
Very little, but yeah, the trucks that have been stuck for hours in Spaghetti Junction because that flyover ramp 285 east on 85 north has been closed, but some slow movement on that ramp in Spaghetti Junction. Avoid those ramps if at all possible, and still working to crash in some right lanes on Highway 78 eastbound before West Park Place. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Ramps, hills, elevated pavement, not your friend as we continue to deal with horrific driving conditions due to the severe winter weather. Mark Arum and Chris Chandler. Chris, I'm going to let you go at noon.
All right, I think that's delightful.
Yes, I'm going to stay on the air till at least 2 p.m. where the boss pulls me out. Some good news during the break via the Piccadilly text line. Judd Hickenbotham got home safely.
Well,
got to his in-laws.
That was less than an hour.
Yes,
That's pretty
indeed.
fast.
So he got his cardio in, he's got his steps in, and he made it home safely. One other quick coworker update. Assistant Program Director Chris Crawford joins us on the live. Chris, duly noted by your underlings, you are not at the station. How are things at the Crawford homestead?
Well, I don't remember giving permission for Chandler to leave at noon. So I didn't know you made that call these days. Regardless, I'm not there, I guess. But, no, we woke up around 8 a.m. and I was very surprised at the amount of snow. We got about like four inches or so. Like there's no way I could get out of my neighborhood. It's not plowed. I have a little convertible. So I would have been one of those cars that I would have had Mark reporting on traffic reports being stuck and stranded or causing problems. So I figure I could maybe do more from home rather than cause problems on the roads. But it's pretty crazy being a Northeasterner coming down here and never really thinking that you'd get snow like this. And then all of a sudden, the amount of snow that we got was like, man, this is a real snow.
Now, I'm assuming most of Metro Atlanta knows where Chris Crawford lives, but for the couple that don't, where do you reside in the metro area?
We are in Gwinnett County, Peachtree Corners, Norcross, which it was supposed to be a digital learning day today, Mark, and I can tell you, I don't think there's much digital learning being done because we walked around our neighborhood and it was filled with children. Like, haven't seen it like that since Halloween. And I definitely know at least one teacher that has been spending a lot more time building snowmen and snow angels in tobogganing than really getting much work done.
Someone close to home, hey.
Yeah. By the way, on social media, don't look for it, but I've seen some very Atlanta-centric snowmen being built with certain parts of the anatomy larger than you might find on a typical snowman elsewhere. All right, Chris, well, thank you for buying us pizza. We're going to enjoy coming up during the noon news. Stay safe. If you get anything breaking out of Gwinnett County, you let us know, buddy.
Yeah, we'll update you. Things start to seem to be melting a little bit up here, but still definitely a solid layer of snow on the ground here. It's going to take a little while.
Gotcha. Christina Edwards' full 5-day forecast updated again at the noon news. Staying in Gwinnett County, Wesley joins us in Buford. Wesley, what are you seeing out there, buddy?
Well, I am standing at the corner of just below my house, Crossroads, and everything's very has been passable. Matter of fact, I got one
impassable.
No, it is passable.
Oh, it is passable. Okay, good.
Yes, I just saw a SUV come up and turn onto my street. So they're getting around. And I got about an inch of snow at my house.
Just an inch. Okay, that seems lighter than what we've seen. I don't know, Deborah. I would say at least 2, maybe 3 inches here.
Chrissy gave us the 4 inches.
The 4 inches?
Yeah, that's what Christine said.
Oh, okay. Christine Edwards gave us 4 inches. I saw 3 inches in Brookhaven. The problem is, though, because of what's going on with the rain and the sleet, those inch totals are going to shrink and shrink and shrink. And unfortunately, we're not out of the woods yet. The snow was beautiful early on, but Chris Chandler, it looks like it is going to be, I don't want to say one for the ages, but certainly a serious situation moving forward through the rest of today.
This is the biggest in several years. Truly, it is. And it's advice, but it's official advice. Stay off the roads. I'm going to think that's probably going to extend into tomorrow, at least tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I know, well, I really don't want you to try to go home, but you do what you got to do.
Listen, my toddy is on the other end.
The fact that Cheryl Castro made it home to Kennesaw, I think, emboldened you to try to give it a go. Yeah. Before we release you from your on-air duties, if you don't mind, just revisiting what we heard from the Atlanta airport earlier with an incident there, and what's the latest from the airport?
So at about 9:10, a Delta jet aborted its takeoff, and they had to evacuate the passengers off the plane on the slides. 4 people hurt. 1 of them was taken to the hospital. The other 3 were relatively okay. Ground stop continues and probably will for a couple more hours, though, at the airport. A combination of picking up from this and the continued bad weather there. That is a real scare, though. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine.
I think it will be fun to go on the slide, but not at the expense of having to take off aboard.
I never, ever want to use the slide off of an airport. Do we have an update if that ground stop is going to be lifted?
That I saw, it was about 3 o'clock is what they were shooting for, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, 3 o'clock. All right, we'll continue to monitor Hartsfield's website, atl.com. I suggest you do the same and check out social media as well. Just to see, but again, I mean, over 770 flights were already canceled. Dubious that if you can even get to the airport, that your flight will be getting off on time. Final words, Chris Chandler, as we continue our coverage.
Well, it's been quite a morning. Christina Edwards pegged the timings pretty much, and the amounts. This has gone just about like we expected. I think we forgot how rough even a middling one of these could be. For the most part, people have done what the authorities asked them. We have done our best here to keep everybody up to date. I know you're going to do the same here into the afternoon. I already ate my entire pizza.
Well, I'm going to go get some. All right. Please text me when you get home. Let me know you're okay.
I will, sir.
All right. Sabrina standing by with the news, weather, and traffic. Christina's updated forecast. When we come back, we're going to update with Georgia Power, the roadways. But I also want to hear from you folks out there, your eyes and ears across North Georgia as we continue our winter weather coverage. Love to hear from you at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. And a reminder, if you have pictures or videos, you can submit them to us on the WSB Radio app. If you haven't done so already, download the WSB Radio app. News, weather, and traffic straight ahead on 95.5 WSB.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard, sponsored by Ragsdale Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Vacation clubs. They say, oh, this isn't like a timeshare. You don't own anything. But it's actually, I know it's hard to believe, worse than a timeshare because you are just signing a contract that obligates you to pay tens of thousands of dollars with no obligation from the other side that you actually be given any vacations to use.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It is 12 o'clock on this Friday, January 10th. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid with continuing coverage of today's dangerous winter weather. We are currently under a winter storm warning here in Metro Atlanta through tomorrow morning. Governor Brian Kemp on WSB earlier saying the state was ready.
You know, we were prepared for what we thought the forecast was, and I think you can see we got ahead of the storm. It's hard to keep up with Mother Nature, but we're doing our best, and we got a lot of hard work in DOT, public safety, DNR, and other crews that are out there right now, and we'll continue to do that.
In fact, trucks are on the roads this noon. The message simple: stay off the roads unless it's an emergency.
Driving conditions are treacherous across metro Atlanta.
Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says if you do have to get out, drive cautiously.
No hard braking and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel, because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick.
He says the DOT has already brined over 20,000 miles of roadway on I-75 from Macon to the Tennessee state line and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina, as well as all points north. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
And WSB's Michelle Wright is in Cobb County in the Smyrna area earlier today. She says it was tricky trying to get home.
I did see the car in front of us was coming off of a side road and turning and just fishtailed right in front of us. And that was a SUV that was doing it. So somebody who probably was like, oh, I've got some wheels, I can do this. And their car just fishtailed right in front of us.
All right, so you probably want to know what's in store when it comes to the weather. Let's go straight to WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards in the Storm Center.
So a lot of us are still seeing the snow stick around. And how much snow did we receive? Austell, 4 inches of snow. Stone Mountain, about 3.5 inches. Downtown Atlanta, 3.5 inches. And I measured unofficially close to 4 inches of snow here in Midtown Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Now let's have a quick radar check. We do have that dry spot right now in the Newnan area, Chapel Hill and South Fulton, but looking off towards the west, there is more wintry mix coming in from Birmingham. So I anticipate more of this later on this afternoon into this evening.
So we'll get more snow, or will it be snow and ice, or
wintry mix, more of a wintry mix. It's a sleet, freezing rain. The warm nose is now in place, meaning that warm air is located about 700 feet above our heads. And so anything that falls is likely going to be sleet or freezing rain.
I checked the temperature. It's 33 now. Which
yes.
is exciting because it's not 32. What is the high today?
The high today is 35, but I think that's going to be mainly areas south, the Midtown area down into the south side. North side is going to stay in the low 30s.
All right, thanks, Christina. Don't go far. We'll check in with you in just a couple of minutes here. A Delta flight had to be evacuated today. Passengers exited that jet down the emergency slide, and WSB's Austin Eller is joining us live. Austin, there are injuries.
Yeah, Sabrina, 200 people were on board that Boeing 757 to Minneapolis when it encountered what the FAA and Delta are only calling an engine issue. The passengers had to use those emergency slides and then were shuttled to a nearby concourse after making it onto the snowy runway. The airport says 4 people are injured. One of those was taken to a hospital.
People had to slide off of the ramps and get out of danger. And luckily, everyone is alive. A few people were hurt on the ramp. You know, the difficulties associated with getting off of that ramp. So I think a few people had a few bruises and maybe even a broken limb.
That's Mayor Andre Dickens speaking just moments ago with Channel 2 Action News. The ground stop at the airport has now been extended to 2 p.m. and almost 900 flights have been canceled there today. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And the winter storm has MARTA suspending some of its services.
Right now, only MARTA's rail service is running, and trains will be on a 20-minute schedule, much like how they operate on the weekends. Spokesman Payson Schwinn says other services are shut down altogether due to hazardous road conditions caused by the winter storm.
In terms of our streetcar service, we are suspending that until it is deemed safe to operate, at which point we'll keep the public updated on when that will be running.
MARTA's bus service is also suspended until road conditions improve. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
And it is 12:04 right now. That means it's time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Let's go to the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Mark McKay with a look at those roads.
Not good in Cobb County on I-75. Sabrina, jammed up, especially the right lanes. In fact, most of the right side of I-75 southbound just isn't moving. Hasn't moved anywhere below Windy Hill Road. You cannot make the transition from I-75 south onto 285 east and west. DOT and other crews working to open the transition ramp, strewn with several vehicles stuck or crashed on those ramps. I would put you on Cobb Parkway, but that is treacherous as well through Cobb County. Now, inside the perimeter, just south of I-285 in the Truist Park region, we continue to watch DOT crews with salt, sand, and plows trying to open up I-75 at West Paces Ferry Road. That has been shut down for a while with several vehicles involved in crashes and stuck there. Spaghetti Junction, we finally have the transition ramp open, albeit it's moving slowly and tediously as you work your way between Doraville and Norcross 285 eastbound, the Interloop to I-85 northbound. Folks heading to the airport, how are they do downtown, midtown Atlanta, Alex Williams?
Not too bad on the downtown connector itself. Looks like the Interstate 75, 85, both north and southbound. It is a decent driving conditions on those interstates, but you got to use caution on those elevated ramps, as that's where it tends to see lots of freezing and slipping and sliding as you make the commute out if you have to today. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And it's time now for Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official heating of winter. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
So a break in the precipitation around the perimeter from Sandy Springs to East Point, Forest Park to Clarkston and Austell. So again, that's a brief break in the precipitation right now, and a break in the precipitation extending down into Noonan, Fayetteville, and Hampton. However, more wintry mix is on the way for this afternoon, and an additional ice accumulation of 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch possible this afternoon into this evening. This precipitation comes to an end just before midnight. Low tonight is 32. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36. Sunday morning low is 20. Sunday afternoon, sunny skies will warm up to the upper 30s, low 40s, staying dry on Monday and Tuesday. Morning lows in the 20s, afternoon highs in the upper 30s, low 40s. Live in the Storm Center, meteorologist Christina Edwards.
All right, we have 33 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta right now. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Be sure and stay with us for continuing live coverage of today's winter weather.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
12:07 on this extended winter weather edition of the Mark Arum Show. Eric Erickson, who you normally hear now, is going to take over the reins of our winter weather coverage starting at 2 p.m. because this is still a major issue in Metro Atlanta. Christina Edwards, of course, constantly monitoring her forecast, but we are far from out of the woods yet. Traffic is a nightmare out there. Ground stop at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. I guess the only good news thus far has been the power situation. Checking out the Georgia Power outage map, very few power outages. Joining us live from Georgia Power, it's Matthew Kent. Matthew, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Calm before the storm, knock on wood. What do I need to do to keep the good news going?
Well, we have crews out in the field right now looking at any power outages that we do have at this point. There are not many throughout Georgia, and we hope to keep it that way. We have about 3,500 personnel out in the field to make sure that we are doing everything we can safely to make sure that people keep their power on.
Obviously, you're monitoring the forecast. We had, the beautiful snow early on, changing to sleet and freezing rain. Once the temperatures drop, we are concerned about icing, not only in the roads, but trees, power lines coming down. Do you think that we are going to see an uptick in maybe some power outages the later we go on today?
That is a possibility. It just depends on if that increased chance of ice does cause trees to fall on power lines. That is always a concern, even in blue sky days. But we do have our enhanced power grid that we are able to redirect power around a breakage in that event. So that we try to make sure that everybody has power. And then when power is out, we will send, and we cannot fix it remotely, we'll send out our line crews to fix it out in the field.
Gotcha. Matthew Kent, Georgia Power, joining us live on 95.5 WSB. If folks do experience a power outage, I'm always one of those guys. First of all, when the power goes out, my first thought is, oh my God, did I forget to pay the bill? That's my first concern. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to bother Georgia Power. One of my neighbors will let them know that the power's out in the area. What's the protocol? What do you want folks to do if the power does go out at their house?
Please absolutely bother us, because your neighbors might be thinking the same thing, that someone else has reported the down power line. We may see it. We will probably see it on our end, but we love to have some additional reports. And if you do see down power lines, please do not go anywhere near them. Call 911 or call Georgia Power and report those to us so that we know that you can, and that way you can be safe. Gotcha. All right. So don't count on your neighbors to report the power outage in the area. Take it out. You won't be bothering them. They want to hear from you. They want to know. We've heard from the DOT about the number of crews that they have working there. You mentioned to us how many folks you have at the ready to go out there. What are the shifts like for Georgia Power folks today? Is it all hands on deck, people working 12 hours? How does that work logistically? It is all hands on deck, and usually they have roughly a 12-hour shift so that they're working safely. We also pulled in crews from the southern part of Georgia to make sure that we had enough crews to make sure that everybody's working safely and everybody's well rested, because this, in the event that this is a prolonged storm.
Goodness. All right. So again, right now, knock on wood, whatever you got to say, whatever you want to pray, we're looking good. Advice for folks, though, if God forbid people start to lose power, what should folks do to prepare in case they do lose their power at some point during this storm?
The important thing is to have all of those safety items that you need: blankets, batteries, food, water, and any medications that you have. And it is cold outside, so you can utilize, if your power does go out, you can utilize the coldness outside as a refrigerator. But please have all of those things on hand so that you are safe and as comfortable as possible. Gotcha.
Matthew Kent, Georgia Power. Godspeed to you and your folks. And if you have any updates, please jump back on with us.
Will do. Thank you.
There you go. Good information. We have a keyword. Let me find the bonus blitz. I'm sorry, I got so wrapped up in winter weather coverage. All right, it's the 5K day bonus blitz. The noon keyword is reward. REWARD, reward. Enter the keyword reward into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is reward, REWARD. Don't forget, if you get a phone call after 12:30 from a number you don't recognize, answer it. Could be us telling you won $1,000. The keyword is reward. Good luck. When we come back, in depth on the winter weather with Christina Edwards, and we'll check the ride around town right here on 95.5 WSB.
1212, Smiley Mark McCain, the Cool Ray Carrier 24-hour traffic center. Traffic red alert northwest Atlanta. I-75 southbound is shut down at West Paces Ferry Road. They have alternated that shutdown around the snow plows and the salt and sand trucks that have been brought in to clear the interstate. Right now, all lanes are being held as that stretch of roadway continues to be treated by the plows that are being seen here on the jam cam. So 75 is not good inside the perimeter and just as bad outside 285 in Cobb County. Alex Williams.
Yeah, we've been dealing with those icy, slick, big ramps, the high ramps on I-75, the ramps that take you from 75 south to 285 eastbound, the inner loop 285 west and southbound, the outer loop. Taking a look at the jam cam, just a line of tractor trailers trying to access those 285 ramps that right now remain closed until they can be treated for the winter weather. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hi, I'm David Nicholas, financial advisor and president of Nicholas Wealth Management. It's hard to imagine, but one day in retirement, your income will stop. You may have been working for 30 or 40 years, but now you'll have to depend on the money you've saved for the next 30 years. How do you know if you've saved enough? What does it mean to spend confidently in retirement? One of the worst things that you can do is get to retirement and not know how much income your investments can produce. At Nicholas Wealth, we created a plan that will show you what your investments can potentially generate in dividends, interest, and growth in retirement. We call this our Spend Confidently plan. When's the best time to turn on Social Security? What are some of the best dividend-paying stocks available? Our CPAs and CFPs will show you what your income number is and how a diversified portfolio of income-producing investments could potentially provide you consistent monthly income. Our Retire Ready Income Report, it's a $1,000 value. We'll provide it completely complimentary if you've saved more than $250,000 for retirement and you give us a call in the next 10 minutes. Number to call is 404-890-5606. That's 404-890-5606, or you can go to nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. This is prepared for informational purposes only. It does not address specific investment objectives or the financial situation and the needs of any person. This is a paid advertisement.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Atlanta. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Atlanta. Enter now at overheaddooratlanta.com. You can't win if you don't enter. Go to overheaddooratlanta.com SevereAtlanta.com.
Hey, Belinda here, and I have Barry Petrie, Director of Virtual Imaging. Barry has a very interesting testimonial to share with our listeners. Barry, tell us your story.
Well, Belinda, exactly a year ago when I took over my role, one of the first things I did was scan. And at the time, I was 54 years old, never had any issues, was in a good shape, worked out every day. And I was shocked to find out that I had a score of over 1,000 in my calcium. So, and most of that 1,000 was concentrated in my LAD, which you know is the widowmaker.
Not good.
So immediately started working with an interventional cardiologist, started working with a functional medicine specialist to try to correct that. And unfortunately, about 4 months ago, I started having symptoms and rescanned, and at this point my calcium score had gone from 1,000 to over 1,500, and that LAD score had gone up to over 1,000. So long story short, ended up going to Northside, getting a stent put into my LAD, and now today I feel great. I regained the gear that I didn't know that I had lost. And had I not taken this role as director of virtual imaging a year ago, I probably would have not known this, and I could have been one of those folks that looks perfectly healthy and drops dead.
Absolutely. Folks, that story hits home. What are you waiting for? Go to Virtual Imaging and get a complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or visit virtualimagingatl.com. It could save your life.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Mix and match 10 or more participating items for $1 each with your card. Choose from Kroger brand pasta, Starkist tuna pouches, Powerade, and more. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
12:17 on this extended edition of the Mark Arum Show as we continue our live team coverage of the breaking news, severe winter weather hitting the metro area and North Georgia. Eric Erickson's going to take over the coverage starting at 2 p.m. And folks, we're 103 years old at the radio station. We've done this before. We will be with you until it is all clear. 24-hour news, weather, and traffic coverage to make sure you are safe, and constant updates on what's going on and what you need to know. I should mention Natalie Dale from the DOT is going to join us again at 12:35 as we'll update the situation from that aspect on what the crews are doing to help clear the roads. But let's check back on the forecast. Joining us live from the Severe Weather Center. Chris, you first got on the air at what time this morning?
Well, we signed on at 5 a.m. I got into the station about 4:30, but honestly, I woke up about 3 o'clock in the morning, did a radar check. I was like, oh, Mother Nature, you're a little
woke
early.
up well before. It's like, the first day of school kind of thing. I woke up well before my alarm this morning, knowing that we were going to be dealing with the severe weather. So you've been monitoring this for days, warning us for days. What's the latest you can tell the folks listening on what we're dealing with now and what we can expect coming forward?
So right now, if you're looking at a radar app along with me, you may notice that there's a break in the precipitation from Carrollton into, say, Fayetteville. And you'll also notice that there is some pink on the radar. That is your transition from snow showers into the sleet wintry mix. But I am noticing that there's more precipitation coming in from Alabama. That may be more of a freezing rain situation. This is going to transition into freezing rain through the course of this afternoon and this evening. And heads up for the I-85, 985 corridor from Gainesville down into Lawrenceville. I think freezing rain as much as 0.3 of an inch to up to 0.4 of an inch is a possibility for you as we see more of this rain move through. Mark.
And that freezing rain is bad news. For
people ask me, of all the wintry precipitation out there, which one's the worst? It's freezing rain for two reasons. One, you don't know that it's going to freeze until it actually does, and you can't really see it until somebody walks out on their patio and they slip and they wipe out. And the other thing with freezing rain is that when it accumulates on tree branches and on power lines, that weighs down the tree, so then the tree falls. The power lines, it weighs down those power lines so that they actually snap, and then they become down power lines. And always remember, always treat a down power line as if it's live.
Interesting. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, live local coverage throughout this severe winter weather. So I don't know if this is accurate. I'm not in the weather center. I'm in the radio studio. But my thermometer is showing 34.7 degrees.
Isn't it wild?
That might be off. Is there any chance we can get those temperatures up before nightfall and maybe see some melting?
Yeah, it's possible, but I think the best we'll do is a high of 35 for today. But the reason why I say it's wild is because you can have snow at 35 degrees. Oh, I just looked up at the tower cam 40, which is the Grady Curve. There's icicles hanging from the tower cam there. So the thing is, with the air temperature being 35, as long as you have freezing air all throughout the atmospheric column, meaning the air that is stretching about, 2 to 3 miles above your head, if you have freezing air all along the way, then you'll have some sort of frozen precipitation. But you asked me how warm could it get today with a high of 35? Would that melt everything? Not necessarily. With thermodynamics, when you go from ice and you melt it into liquid water, that releases colder air into the surrounding environment. So if any of this liquid rain were to land on our snow and it melts the snow, that then cools the air that is right on top of the snow, then you can actually get that air coming back down. So I'll be honest with you, this is a Rubik's Cube kind of situation.
Sure.
I'm playing chess with the Mother Nature right now.
Let me ask you this question. I asked it a couple of hours earlier in our broadcast. The timeline of precipitation, before you said around 9 p.m. the precipitation would start to end in the western suburbs moving east. Is that still the timeline of the wet stuff?
That's still the timeline. It's 9 p.m. for the west side, going to be more like 11 o'clock for the Midtown Georgia 400 corridor. And for the south side, that's going to be the Clayton County, Fayette County area is about 10, 11 o'clock. After midnight for our eastern towns like Lawrenceville, Gainesville, Conyers, and Covington.
So while we get temperatures north of 32 for now, I'm assuming the line of demarcation is sundown. As bad as the roads are now, once the sun goes down, the temps drop again below, that's a no-go zone for you, right?
I would say after 5:45, which is when the sun sets, be where you need to be by 5:45.
5:45 p.m. All right, WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Christina, if anything, obviously Breaking Pops just bust into the studio and we'll get you right on the air, but we'll hear your live 5-day forecast coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Absolutely. I'll be here.
There you go. God bless her. I don't know how she's going to do it, Deborah. I'm exhausted. I've worked 22 minutes longer than normal, and I'm already like, what's going on? She's going to be nonstop. The whole news, weather, and traffic team is going to be nonstop. And we get contributions from our friends as well. WSB political analyst Bill Crane joins us live in the show. Normally you join us Friday to talk politics, but today we're assigning you traffic trooper status, Bill.
Well, you said listeners call in and give conditions. And you just need a pizza break, a little calorie in you or two, and you'll replenish those batteries. I am south of the airport, and I'm just calling in to report GDOT's done a great job of brining and salting the roads. They're almost, I'm not suggesting people get out and drive. I'm going to a family memorial service. We lost an extended family member on Christmas Day in Alabama, but the roads are looking as if they've had heavy rain. There's certainly slush on the sides of the roads, but on the interstates, I came in on 20 to 85. I'm south of the airport now. Roads are very clear. The only really kind of endangerment I'm seeing is idiots that are still driving it as if it's a regular clear day and whizzing. I'm going 40 miles an hour on the interstate, but there are cars flying past me. They got to go between 60 and 70.
I've had reports of that too from coworkers that came in. When I drove in this morning
into the embankments and off the road,
everyone was well behaved on 85 on the Buford Spring Connector. They're going to below the speed limit. I was like, oh, look at Atlanta, doing the right. But you're not the first person that told me you see people going 90 on the interstate when there's snow coming down and sleet and freezing rain. That is certainly a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, I passed a red Chevrolet. I'm in a Ford, so maybe it's the brand. That looked like a crushed tin can. It was on the side of the road, and the emergency crews were clearing. It didn't look like anybody was injured, but looked like he'd spun around a good bit and into the embankment on the side. So just take it easy, people. If you got to be on the road for work, if you work at a media outlet, if you got a family member you got to go get, just take it easy. Just take it slow, and you'll be fine.
All right, Bill Crane, condolences on your loss, Bill, but I do appreciate you checking in, giving us a little better news there on the southern suburb drives, at least.
Yeah, and from where I'm headed and going, they've got a very light dusting, so pretty much by the time I get to around Columbus, I think it's going to be all clear.
All right.
Thank you, and have a great day.
Stay safe, my friend. Bill Crane, political analyst. joined us to talk not politics, but the road conditions. Speaking of the roads, Mark McKay, we just heard from Bill Crane, said it just looks like wet pavement on the south side ride. Does that jive what you're hearing from traffic troopers, what you're seeing on the cameras?
I concur. The south side's that way. The downtown connector, it is moving well on wet pavement north and southbound as we look at the jam cam. Even in northeast Atlanta, I-85 is moving, as is the Beaufort Spring connector. Beaufort Spring connector has a little bit more frozen precipitation on it than 85 does. The big jam, and it continues to be, this is an hours-long situation on I-75, Mark. Not too far from each incident. The I-75 inside the perimeter, red alert remains. They brought plows, sand, salt trucks in to try and free vehicles, including many big rigs that have been stuck here. I-75 southbound at West Bases Ferry Road. They've shut down all lanes, Atlanta police have, for hours, so everyone's stuck there trying to get below 285. And then outside the perimeter, I-75 is gridlocked with only one or two left lanes getting by the traffic that's not able to make that transition from 75 south onto 285 east and westbound. Those transition ramps remain shut down with several vehicles, including big rigs, involved in crashes there, Mark.
So those folks on 75 inside the perimeter, Smiling, how many hours have they been stuck behind that mess?
It's been on and off. They've been able to open some right lanes.
Okay.
They would get the trucks in, plow away, salt, and treat some of that, then shut it down again. Right now, they've got a tractor trailer perpendicular across all lanes. They're trying to get straightened out. So, if anything looks like Snowmageddon, that picture that I'm looking at on the jam cam inside the perimeter at West Paces Ferry mirrors that and the I-75 ride through Cobb County with no one moving in those right lanes because you can't get off on 285 east and west if you're coming 75 south through Cobb County.
I'm having flashbacks to Snowmageddon. Do you have a camera on that scene?
Yes, we do.
Do me a favor for the listeners, unless you have done this already, tweet out a picture of that crash.
I sure will.
McKay
WSB.
At McKay WSB, exactly. And on Instagram, too. Always a great follow.
I sure will.
What are you on Instagram?
Smiling Mark WSB.
There you go. I just want to make sure you got it in there,
Thank
Smiling.
you, Mark.
Thanks, buddy. We'll check back with you in a minute. Paul's been hanging on way too long in Brookhaven. Paul, we had reports of 3 inches of snow in Brookhaven. What's the status now, buddy?
Well, it's there's been no movement where I'm at. It's amazing. I mean, people are just, they're not, unless they're walking around the property, they are doing nothing. Just sitting here monitoring the DeKalb County Fire Department.
I hear that.
I will tell you there's been a couple of fire stations that were basically iced over and were requesting help from people to get the ice removed where they could get the trucks in and out. We also heard a report a few hours ago of an ambulance that broke down and was awaiting a mechanic. So
interesting. All right, Paul, keep monitoring the DeKalb scanners. Whatever you find out, call Ashley in the traffic center. You can be the conduit to Ashley. You can call the traffic center on the WSB app or the Triple Team Traffic Alerts app. So, Paul, if you can, continuously update Ashley Frasca in the traffic center about what you're hearing on the police scanners, please. Daniel is a truck driver. Daniel, welcome to the Mark Arum Show. What's cooking, buddy?
Listen, I just drove down from Knoxville, Tennessee, where it was not snowing at all at 10 a.m. But the closer I got to, just started getting away from Knoxville, started getting in the snow, and the roads got worse and worse. But the funny thing is, as soon as I crossed over into Georgia, the roads started getting better. They were still a little bit iffy when you first crossed into Georgia. But now I'm running down 75 south, running 65 miles an hour. Apparently they've done a great job.
Where on 75 are you right now, Daniel?
Just past exit 396.
All right, where's your final destination?
Georgia. Dallas, Georgia.
Okay, all right, good. Because I was about to say, once you get down below 575, you're going to want to get off the expressway. Do you know what exit you're going to take?
Yes, sir. I'm going to get off at Red Top Mountain. I'm hoping it's going to be in pretty good shape there.
My man. All right. Well, I can't vouch for Red Top Mountain. I can tell you some good places to eat along the way on Red Top Mountain Road, but I don't know what the driving. All right, but so that's great. So coming out of Northwest Georgia, DOT crushed it. Interstate looks great, except until you get down to the Marietta area. Daniel, stay safe. Make sure you get your delivery done, and keep us posted, my friend.
Not going to do it till Monday. Headed home. Thank you, sir.
All right, there you go. By the way, I got 40 seconds. Let me give you the bonus day blitz keyword. You got a minute to get it in there. Reward, REWARD, reward. Enter it in the WSB Radio app or WSBRadio.com in the next 30 seconds. You got a chance to win $1,000. Sabrina's next with news, weather, and traffic. We'll come back. We'll talk with Natalie Dale of the DOT on 95.5 WSB.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid with continuing live team coverage of today's winter weather. We are under a winter storm warning until 7 tomorrow morning. WSB's Christina Edwards joining us live from the Storm Center.
And some of the snowfall totals that I've compiled lately include Austell at 4 inches. Downtown Atlanta got about 2.5 to 3 inches of snowfall. But the last time Atlanta had at least 1 inch of snow was on January 17th, 2018. That's when we got about 2.25 inches of snow. So it's been a while, right, Sabrina?
Yeah.
For the rest of
Not
today,
long enough.
right? I know, right? So it's been, 6 years? But for the rest of today, I think the snow is coming to an end. However, this is now a sleet, freezing rain situation. We have a little bit of a break here in the south side, including South Fulton, McDonough, Covington. North side, you're starting to see some of this sleet return for Sandy Springs, Roswell, and Lawrenceville. That will continue through the rest of this evening, Sabrina.
All right. And the temperatures, tell me a little bit about what we're expecting there.
Yeah, the temperatures, there's going to be a spread depending on where you are. Your mileage may vary, but right now we have 31 degrees in the Lawrenceville area, about 34 here in Midtown, and 32 in Dallas, Paulding County. So temperatures will be about 30 to 35 for the rest of this afternoon, and that's why that wintry mix is still a concern.
And so tomorrow, overnight, of course, temperatures will drop as it always does at night. Will the roads be bad tomorrow, do you think, in the morning?
I have a feeling yes, because anything that falls as liquid is going to continue to freeze. Gotcha. Anything that melts is going to seep into the roads. And I know Georgia DOT has been doing a fantastic job of treating them, but it's our surface streets, right? Like the road that leads into my neighborhood, that's not treated. So anything that melts may refreeze again.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. And of course, there was a ground stop at the airport, and I believe it's still underway. Austin Eller is joining us live now. 4 people were injured after a Delta flight had to be evacuated this morning at the big airport in Atlanta. Austin joins us now with what happened and why that evacuation had to occur.
Sabrina, more than 200 passengers were on that plane, and they had to slide off that Boeing 757 onto a snowy runway there at the Atlanta airport. That Delta flight encountered an engine issue. That's what the FAA and Delta are saying. And those passengers were all shuttled to a nearby concourse once they were on the runway. And as you said, 4 people were injured all during that evacuation process. One of those was taken to a local hospital. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens tells Channel 2 Action News it certainly could have been a whole lot worse.
Scary moment, but the professionals that we oversee at the world's busiest airport were prepared for that. The fire department that is at there. We have 3, maybe 4 fire departments at the airport that all responded to make sure that was safe.
Now that ground stop at the airport has been extended. It now continues until 2 p.m. About 900 flights have been canceled there so far today. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And of course, the word from the Georgia DOT, stay off the roads.
The brine trucks are out in force across North Georgia.
In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says over 300 snow plows are out.
Again, where the roadway is the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down.
He says heroes and champs are working a significant amount of spinouts. He says if you do have to go out, drive very conservatively. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
And of course, we have the entire WSB News team working for you to kind of keep you updated. WSB Cheryl Castro talked about her drive from Midtown to Kennesaw. She says it was a little scary earlier.
Some people who unfortunately want to go a little too fast. And when they pass you, a huge pile of snow basically dumps on you and blinds you for a couple of seconds. So that's one thing to just watch out.
And WSB's Graham Carroll is along Clifton Road.
Most of the roads are real slushy right now. They are passable at the moment, but as soon as things start to cool down, all that slush is going to freeze over. Any passable road that is out there right now is going to become real icy real soon.
Yeah, so the message here, stay inside. Don't go out unless you just have to do that. All right, it's 12:34. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back in a couple of minutes here, 2 minutes exactly, with traffic and weather. Stay close.
Belinda Skelton here with Dr. Ashraf with the Atlanta Vision Institute, and I'm a proud recipient of the laser optics procedure because it literally changed my life. I went from wearing glasses and contacts and not being able to see leaves on trees clearly, being tired when I read books at night, tired when I worked on the computer for long hours at a time. And I know that you hear a lot of this, Dr. Ashraf.
Yes, Belinda, I hear all these accolades all the time from patients. It is truly a life-changing procedure. This will not give you x-ray vision. However, if you want to get rid of the hassle of glasses and contacts and want to improve the quality of your life, this is a great procedure for you.
Go to 2020atlanta.com to find out more information. Take the quiz. See if this procedure is a good option for you. That website again is 2020atlanta.com. Your medical insurance may cover it.
Georgia's biggest boat sale, the Discover Boating Atlanta Boat Show, in partnership with Progressive Insurance, docks at the Georgia World Congress Center now through Sunday. More boats, more brands, the latest gear, and unbeatable deals. There's no better place to buy a boat. AtlantaBoatShow.com.
It's Eric here, and with the election ended, there is change in the air. A new day dawns for American businesses. New regulations, new deregulation, new tax plan, new tax cuts. You may be smelling opportunity in the air. You may be seeing opportunity. Now is the time to consider reaching out to First Liberty Building and Loan and see if they might be able to help you put your plan that's in your head down to paper and see if they can help you capitalize on it. There are so many opportunities out there. If you need to borrow $750,000 or more, well, First Liberty might be able to help you. They make their own lending decisions. They've been doing it since the 90s. They know how to do it, and because the Frost family's been helping businesses since the 90s, they're still going to be there. You're not going to have lender rollover like you've had at other places. Reach out to them, FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. Spend 10 minutes with them, see if you're a fit for them and them for you. FirstLibertyGA.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Mark McKay with a look at the roads.
Still sounding the red alert in northwest Atlanta on I-75 southbound West Bases Ferry Road. Crews for a long while trying to clear the snow and ice off of I-75 to allow traffic to move again. If you use Northside Parkway or Cobb Parkway as an alternate, just be aware of the treacherous conditions, especially on the surface streets. I-75 in Cobb County has been a mess outside the perimeter. Maybe some better news now, Alex Williams.
Yeah, starting to see those ramps, cars and trucks taking those ramps again that have been stuck for hours. 75 south trying to ramp onto I-285. Again, those ramps are open, but definitely take them with caution as they will remain slick. And up in the Ackworth area, still been watching a crash on the slick pavement there. It's impacting the right lane. 75 northbound approaching Highway 92, exit 277. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. We're starting to see this wintry mix move back into Clarkdale, Sandy Springs, Midtown Atlanta, Brookhaven, and Lawrenceville. We have a break in the precip for Noonan, Griffin, Locust Grove, McDonough, Conyers, and Covington. But just be aware, watching the radar and what is coming from Alabama, we have yet another precipitation shield, meaning that we have yet more stuff on the way. So it's freezing rain, it's sleet for the rest of this afternoon into this evening. If you could be home by 5:45 or wherever you need to be there by 5:45 p.m. this evening. The precip is at an end by midnight tonight, but it lows tonight in the low 30s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36. Sunday morning, low 20. Sunday afternoon, high 38. Meteorologist Christina Edwards, 95.5 WSB.
All right, it's 34 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Be sure and stay with us for continuing team coverage of the winter weather.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
12:38, Mark Aram at the helm till 3 p.m. as we continue our severe weather coverage. Erickson fans, don't worry. He's going to join us at 2. He and I will tag team it, and then you do not need to change the dial. 24-hour coverage of this winter weather right here on 95.5 WSB. We've been doing it for 103 years, and we'll continue tonight, today, tomorrow, throughout the weekend. So we'll make sure you get caught up to date on news, weather, and traffic as we deal with the winter weather, which started out, Deborah, absolutely gorgeous this morning. It was a winter wonderland here in Metro Atlanta. These big, fluffy snowflakes falling, sticking to the ground, kids making snowmen, and then the snow changed to freezing rain and sleet, and that's when we started to see the issues on the roadways. Getting us caught up to date with the latest from the Georgia Department of Transportation, our friend Natalie Dale. Second appearance on the show today, Natalie. How are you holding up?
Feels like my 50th, but okay. No, I'm great. And thank y'all for all that y'all are doing, staying on and making sure everyone stays weather aware and traffic aware. We just can't thank enough for all y'all do.
We heard from Commissioner McMurray during that press conference in the 10 o'clock hour. Any updates on what the worst parts, the worst roads, or advice latest from the DOT?
Well, we are still working that tractor trailer jackknife, which caused a backup at 75 South at 285. That, what happens there is you've got a tractor trailer that obviously cannot navigate the conditions quite as well as a different, they're bigger, they have different center of gravity. We understand that and we expect it in many cases. But when there's that backup, you get traffic stalled and we're not able to plow or get materials down on those lanes. So it can take a while. I mean, think about on a normal day in Atlanta, if you have a jackknife tractor trailer, how long it takes it to get out of the roadway. Now add winter weather, ice, snow, crews into the mix, and you got a bit of a mess. So we're still working up there. We have been plowing all day, getting that salt down, getting the snow off the road to get those. Our primary goal is 2 passable lanes on all of our interstates and state routes. So again, we don't treat the neighborhood streets. We don't treat the smaller community streets. We do state routes and interstates. And because we have so much land to cover, so many lanes to cover, I think we've treated about 20,000 lane miles so far during this. We just get those 2 passable lanes that allows us to cover more area, and rather than doing all lanes, so we get those 2 primarily for emergency responder, emergency necessity of travel.
Gotcha. Natalie Dale from the Department of Transportation joining us live on WSB Radio. Also heard from Will Langston, the meteorologist that is helping you folks. I'm sure he's echoing what Christina Edwards just told us. Once the sun goes down and the temperatures drop, it can be, even worse than the situation is now as far as the roads are concerned.
Right. That is why it's going to be so important for us for our crews to keep on these lanes today. We've got that harder rock salt down. We've got to get this snow pushed off to the side, try to get it out of the way so there isn't sort of a re-melt and bleed back into the lane where we'll have that step back up. So it's great that we got that layer of brine down because it's buying us time, lowering the temperature at which that water is going to freeze. So we just have to keep getting that salt down on the road, keep that salinity up on the road so that you have high efficacy so that the salt doesn't get washed out. And so we'll continue to be treating with all of our materials, brine, rock salt, sand, calcium chloride. We've got it all. We're throwing it all at it. So it just takes some time. I mean, this started this morning, so we're about 6 or 7 hours plus into it. But it takes time to treat all of those tens of thousands of lanes. So that's what today is, the time that we need to get this done.
Final question for you, Natalie, and I don't want you to put on your prediction hat, but I was just talking to my wife during the news break, and she wants to know when I can go home. When can I go home? When do you think the roads will be completely clear or at least safer than they are now?
Well, it certainly depends on where you're going to and from where you're going. I know I have no crystal ball though. I don't know what your neighborhood street is like, Mark. I can tell you that if you have to be out on the road right now, you have to get somewhere, that we advise you to stay in the lanes that have been cleared, those passable lanes, to keep that speed way down, 40, 45, and give plenty of space between you and a car. Slow and steady wins the race in this scenario. Watch out for motorists around you. And as Christina said earlier, just get where you're going. before the 5 or 6 o'clock hour. And then if you're not there, then be prepared to hunker down because it will get icier this evening.
Natalie Dale, DOT. Natalie, as always, appreciate your time. Any breaking info, feel free to text me, buddy.
You got it.
There you go. Good info, as always, from Natalie Dale from the DOT. We continue our team coverage of the winter weather. City of Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens joins us live on the Mark Arum Show. Mayor, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Hey, good afternoon, Mark. Thanks for allowing me on your show.
So we just got an update broadly of the state roads. How are we doing in the ATL on the local streets?
Yeah, I was just listening to GDOT. We work well with them. We work in coordination with them. We're doing fine in Atlanta. The GDOT folks work with ATL DOT. As you know, Mark, I created the Department of Transportation back when I was a city council member, and now that's who's out there on our roads. We didn't have a DOT in the past that would focus on these things. So the last couple of days, they've been doing salt and brine to prep the roads so that they can be clear as possible so that the snow and ice doesn't stick as much. And now they're going out to our priority 1 and priority 2 streets and plowing them. So those priority 1 streets are the ones around the hospitals, the fire stations, the senior centers, and the various places where we know high traffic is. And so we're doing all we can, but the main thing, Mark, is to tell people to stay off the road. Motorists don't need to be. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't leave. Stay in your house, stay in your neighborhood. We're enjoying watching folks sledding at the parks and in their driveway and in their yards.
Indeed. Now, the DOT responsible for the state roads, City of Atlanta roads that aren't controlled by the state. What kind of facilities do you have? What kind of equipment do you have to deal with the roads that aren't covered by the state plows, et cetera?
Yeah, so the City of Atlanta is responsible for our city streets. So we, have our own set of salt trucks and brining machines, and we have snow plows. We have 40, 50 pieces of equipment and drivers that are certified to drive it. Everybody was ready and prepared to do the work. We have 9 brine trucks and 2 brine stations, 12 spreaders. We have 20,000 gallons of brine and 5,500 tons of salt. So we have dedicated employees working in 12-hour shifts. They've been going out and, we have these things in preparation for the 1 or 2 snow events we get a year. A lot of time, Mark, as you know, you and I have been around Atlanta a long time. I was born and raised here. And every year you'll get a little bit, and people will tease us and say, you guys shut down everything, or you can't, it's not going to snow bad. You might as well keep going. And then a day like this happens where that was a lot of snow this morning, and we were prepared for it. So our DOT did a good job. Our Department of Public Works and our Parks and Rec Department, we're all here right now in our Joint Operations Center. We've been here overnight, and we'll be here through tonight and tomorrow. Because we know that this starts to cool again and it turns into ice, and we don't pat ourselves in the back now. We do it once it's all done on Sunday.
Indeed. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens joining us live on the Mark Arum Show. Seeing these amazing pictures. You mentioned the folks sledding in Piedmont Park, kids at home, snow day, making snowmen. For those of us, for those that aren't fortunate enough to have a home to be sheltered and staying warm and enjoying this snow day, for folks that don't have a home, I know the city steps up with warming centers, et cetera. What's the current status of folks that don't have a place to go in this severe weather?
Yeah, Mark, I know. Thank you so much for asking about our unhoused population. They are, we talk a lot about our roads and about the things that allow folks with, houses and jobs to be able to function. But those individuals that sleep outside each day, my administration, we've been dedicated to trying to find them housing and get them the support that they need. And weather events like this is something that we take very seriously. So for the past week, we've been doing outreach in the encampment area saying, hey, it's getting colder and colder each day, and it's going to snow on Friday. We have shelters open for you. We have 3 shelters in the city of Atlanta, along with our nonprofit partners that have shelters. We have these warming centers, 3 meals a day. You can get all your needs met in terms of counseling, housing and job support, even medication, stuff that you may need to get through, and better than being out there in the cold. So our Our old Adamsville shelter has about 105 or so people in it. Our Central Park shelter has about 130 people in it. Our Selena Butler shelter, which is the women's shelter, has about 30 to 40 women in it and children as well. So we're about to open a fourth one because we don't want to have too much overcrowding. So we're going to open a fourth one. Hopefully we're getting that situated with staffing and cots and things at Thomasville is where we're thinking we're putting it. So we're working around the clock to make sure. And so one thing that we do is we coordinate with Fulton County and our nonprofit partners to go out there and pick people up. You know, Mark, on day one, they may say, no, I'm going to brave it out. You know, we can't pick people, you can't physically force them. So, they think their tent, they think their blankets are going to be good enough. And then you go back out there 3 times. And on the third time, like a day like today, they're saying, okay, can I get a shelter now?
Yeah.
And we don't shun them. We just say, okay, we'll work on it. So that's an experience that many people don't get to have, but my team and myself, actually, sometimes you get to see that people say, okay, I will take the support that you're offering.
And it's good that the support is there. Mayor, I have to ask you, there was an incident at the airport this morning. There was a problem with a takeoff at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson. That runway was closed down. There was an air stop. Do you know what happened, and do you know what the current situation is with travel at the world's busiest?
Yeah, so a Delta plane was about to take off, and then it had an engine fire right there on the runway. Thankfully, the pilot and all those involved said, let's stop this plane. And they did not complete the takeoff. And all of those passengers had to get off that plane via a ramp on the other side and ramps on the other side. And so they deplaned along with the help of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and Delta crews, got everybody off. We had minimum injuries. There were, a few bumps and bruises, of course, because those ramps, everybody's not ready for a big slide like that. So we, thankfully, everybody got off, but it left a mess. So there, you had to get this plane off the taxiway, and you got to get FAA clearance to get back going. And this is all with snow and icy conditions continuing to pile on as this event is taking place. It was a bad time to have an event like that, because that meant that now you can't keep the runway dry. It's just piling up snow and ice. So we're clearing that. I hate to give an estimate for anybody that's listening that's going to put the mayor in a bind, but this will likely be 2:30, 3 o'clock before we get back to flights, and we're just waiting on FAA clearance.
Gotcha. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. If folks want more information about the services the city of Atlanta is providing during this winter weather, website, social media, you can direct them to?
Yeah, so we want people to sign up for our Notify ATL. So you can go to atlantagA.gov/Notify ATL. And it's a way for you to put your phone number in there. You'll start getting text messages about road closures or preparations that you should have. We don't bombard you. It's only during these type of events. But in the meanwhile, you can go to Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, X, and go City of Atlanta. That's just write it out, City of Atlanta. And we have social media updates every hour to 2 hours giving you information about how to be prepared.
Mayor, you have the hotline. You are always welcome on the Mark Arum Show. And if you want to jump in and give us any more updates on the winter weather, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and stay safe.
All right, you too. I'm ready for you to have some freestyles or something about this event when it's all over. We need some good lyrics.
We got Vinny working on beats right now, Mayor. I appreciate it, sir. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens updating the situation here in the city of Atlanta. Let's update the conditions on the roadway. He has been giving you updates since 5 a.m. live to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center. Here's Smiler Mark McKay.
Thanks, Mark. Happy to hand off to Alex Williams and team after 1 o'clock. But we have good news in the 2 spots, specifically in the Northwest, that we've had people stopped for hours. The I-75 crowd is still in place, but they're at least moving now, leaving the Dobbins exit Delk Road, trying to get through the I-285 interchange. Past couple of minutes, crews have been able to clear the wreckage and the snow and the ice on the ramp from 75 south to 285 east and west, exit 259. So slow moving on the wet pavement, I-75 outside the perimeter, and now better news inside the perimeter as well. That big icy snow patch has been cleared out and moving again. I-75 southbound West Paces Ferry Road in northwest Atlanta at exit 259. Smiler Mark McKay, 95.5 WSB.
When the weather is at its worst,
What's happening right now is exactly what we were warning people of the last couple of days.
we're at our best.
As we transition to ice, including sleet and freezing rain.
Tune in often for the latest.
South Indian Creek blocked by abandoned cars. Avoid the stretch, avoid it altogether, but between Redan and Covington Highway.
95.5 WSB, your severe weather station.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you, because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. One of our clients, Tiffany, said, Mark Spain Real Estate was wonderful in answering any questions I had along the way. Find out what your guaranteed offer will be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had 2 sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000, and the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB. Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
12:57, Mark Aram and crew with you indefinitely as we continue our severe weather coverage. Christina Edwards going to update the forecast. Spoiler alert, it doesn't look good, Deborah Green. We are still going to be dealing with precipitation deep into tonight. The question is, what is going to happen tomorrow? When, if at all, will we have a thaw, and when do you think the roads will be okay. We are checking in with Georgia Power and the EMCs to checking power outages in the area. So far, so good. The fear is, though, as things get colder, we might see more trees come down on wires. We'll keep you up to date when it's concerning the power situation. And, of course, if you do have to get out, you've heard from the governor, you heard from the DOT commissioner, the mayor, don't drive. But if you absolutely have to, we're going to run down some of the worst spots out there. Triple team traffic coverage throughout this severe weather situation. Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center has you covered. We are going to come back, take more of your calls at 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. If you have snow video or pictures, we'd love for you to share them with us. You can submit them on the WSB radio app. Sabrina's got your news, weather, and traffic next on 95.5 WSB.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Our top story, of course, is the winter weather. The governor declaring a state of emergency. We are currently under a winter storm warning until 7 tomorrow morning. The Georgia Department of Transportation saying getting out on the roads, not a good idea.
The brine trucks are out in force across North Georgia.
In fact, we've brined over 20,000 miles of roadway.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says over 300 snow plows are out.
Again, where the roadway is sort of, the path is clear, it's good. Where it's slushy, remember to slow down.
He says heroes and champs are working a significant amount of spinouts. He says if you do have to go out, drive very conservatively. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
All right, WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, you pretty much hit the nail on the head with this storm.
I did the best I can.
So you have an update. What's the new information?
Yeah, the newest information is that the break that we had in the southwest Atlanta area, that has now come to an end. That frozen precip is starting to move back in the form of freezing rain. Carroll County is starting to report some freezing rain in the Carroll County area, and we're also starting to see some of that sleet to freezing rain mixture in Roswell, Milton. Right now, the dry spots would be Griffin, Locust Grove, McDonough, but don't get caught off guard. So if you have to go out, we understand there's some emergency workers who need to do it, but if you can stay home, please stay home.
And did I hear you right about some ice already forming in some areas?
Yes, ice. The freezing rain is already starting to accumulate. We call it ice accretion, but that ice accumulation is starting in the Carrollton area.
Oh, that's not good. So that's when we might start seeing some power outages and things like that.
It's going to start from the west to the east, but heads up for the Gainesville, Lawrenceville, that 85, 985, and 316 corridor. Later on today, a wedge is going to set up, meaning that we have that cold air coming down from the mountains. So it's freezing cold in the Lawrenceville, Gainesville area later on this evening as that warmer rain moves in. So that's a freezing rain setup as well.
So those folks in that area should expect
to so it's
some...
Carrollton now, but I think it's the Lake Lanier area later on this afternoon.
All right, thanks, Christina. And of course, passengers on a Delta airline flight had to be evacuated onto a snowy runway after an engine issue. We've been telling you about this story. Austin Eller has been following it and joins us live now with exactly what happened.
Yeah, Sabrina, about 200 passengers were on board that Boeing 757 on its way to Minneapolis. It was aborted shortly before takeoff, though, because of an engine issue. That's according to Delta and the FAA. And Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens tells WSB a few injuries were reported during that evacuation process.
We had minimum injuries. There were, a few bumps and bruises, of course, because those ramps, everybody's not ready for a big slide like that.
The Atlanta airport says one person was taken to a local hospital. Now, the ground stop at the airport continues until 2 p.m. More than 900 flights have been canceled so far. Reporting live in the 24-hour news center, Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
All right, thanks, Austin. This is new here at 1 o'clock in Douglas County. We're hearing from officials there. They are dealing with issues on the roads, mainly on side streets, which have not been treated like the main roads have. Douglas County EMA Director James Quinn telling WSB.
Most of the wrecks that have been reported are just single vehicle accidents where they've slid off the road into a ditch. But we have had a couple that were multiple vehicles involved, but nothing major at this point.
He says they have assembled their local operations center to track the storm and plan the response. He's urging folks to stay off the roads if you can. In Cherokee County, they tell us that they've had 34 stranded vehicle calls and 12 accident calls since 6 this morning. In Paulding County, they've had about 145 calls for service since the storm moved in. The governor talking to WSB today, he says that the storm is much different than the massive storm that we had back in 2014, thanks in part to the pandemic, which led schools and companies to pivot to virtual operations when necessary.
They can stay at home and be a lot more productive now than they were, a decade ago.
And the governor says the good news is that this storm should be fast moving, so give state crews time to work and enjoy the winter weather from your home. Stay off those roads if possible. That is the overall message today. And on this snowy, wintry day, UGA fans may want to know this. Former quarterback Carson Beck commits to play for Miami, according to the Associated Press. So former Georgia quarterback Carson Beck going to Miami. It's 1:04. Stay close. We'll have live team coverage of traffic and weather coming up in less than 2 minutes.
Scott Slade here to talk to you about your health. And I think it's real important to talk about what is most likely to kill you. Heart disease is the #1 killer of Americans, and the older we get, the more prevalent it is. But you can reduce your risk. Eat right, don't smoke, exercise, and be informed about what's going on in your own body. Like lots of potentially serious health problems, if you catch heart disease early, you vastly increase your chances of living a longer life. And that's where virtual imaging comes in. Virtual imaging scans take less than 10 minutes and screen with 98% accuracy for heart disease. Other scans, including brain and full body, are available too. Virtual Imaging is locally owned and operated in Atlanta for over 15 years, so they can make you this terrific offer. A complimentary heart scan for you and your spouse with a few minimum requirements. So don't put this off. I've done it. Call Virtual Imaging today for your free heart scan. 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-7226. Or visit their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285, exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Georgia's biggest boat sale. The Discover Boating Atlanta Boat Show in partnership with Progressive Insurance docks at the Georgia World Congress Center now through Sunday. More boats, more brands, the latest gear, and unbeatable deals. There's no better place to buy a boat. AtlantaBoatShow.com.
All right, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Alex Williams.
And we are seeing some improvement for now. We're going to say that for now, Sabrina. On the metro interstates, again, I-75 southbound where it was closed for hours this morning below West Paces Ferry, exit 255. That has reopened and they have treated that area. I've also seen salt and brine trucks with Georgia State Patrol escorts making their way 575 northbound, getting up past Bells Ferry as you head up toward the Woodstock area. And we had a crash on the I-20 interchange into Cobb County, I-20 westbound west of Panola Road. That has cleared up. But again, please please avoid travel throughout today and into tomorrow if you can. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. The freezing rain now moving into Carrollton, Newnan, Dallas, and it looks to also be in the Powder Springs area. We also have a sleet snow mixture for Duluth, Sugar Hill, Flowery Branch, snowing in Gainesville, snowing in Dawsonville and Jasper, but be aware that that's also going to transition into a sleet freezing rain mixture for the rest of this afternoon and this evening. I'm most concerned about freezing rain with ice accumulations up to 1/10 to possibly even half an inch as we go into tonight. Temperatures tonight will be in the low 30s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, barely warming up to a high of 36. Sunday, morning low 20. Sunday afternoon, sunny skies, highs in the upper 30s, low 40s. Meteorologist Christina Edwards live in the Storm Center, 95.5 WSB.
It is 34 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Stay with us for continuing live team coverage of today's winter weather.
Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
108, our team coverage continues of the severe winter weather in Metro Atlanta. Mark Aram with you till 3. In 1 hour from now, Eric Erickson is going to join me. We're going to tag team it, but we are live for the duration. News, weather, traffic updates, everything you need to get through what has become a really dicey situation out there. Just ask Christina Edwards during the news there if we're going to see any more snow. And she gave me a thumbs down. Sad face, Deborah. We
all the snow is already gone.
Yes, the beautiful snow this morning. We shan't see any more. In case you were wondering who won the Snow Bowl, if you will, the city of Austell, according to the official measurements from Christine Edwards, got 4 inches of snow. Congrats, Austellians. Downtown Atlanta, Redan, Kirkwood, Norcross all got 3.5 inches. 3 inches in McDonough, Chamblee, and Brookhaven, 2.5 in Dunwoody. Smyrna got 2.3, Hapeville 2, Midtown 2 here at the WSB Radio Studios. But that's it. No more snow. We're just dealing with the freezing rain and the sleet. And once those temperatures drop when the sun rises, it's a no-go zone on the Atlanta interstates. Asking you folks what you're seeing out there. Hopefully you're staying at home at 404-872-0750. Edie joins us down in Riverdale. Edie, how you holding up, buddy?
I'm holding up. Me and my buddy, my dog, are keeping warm. I just wanted to tell you, first of all, y'all are doing a phenomenal job of keeping up with the weather and letting us know. And when you have people call in, that's also letting us know what's going on in other parts of Georgia. Now, I go into Kroger. When I went into Kroger, there were little puddles of water. I was in there 10 to 15 minutes. By the time I came out, it started freezing.
Oh, no. All right. So, but how are the roads overall in Riverdale, Edie?
The main road, 85, it's okay. You can get through, but you have to proceed with caution. Side roads, some of them I suggest not go down. And in my neighborhood, I'm trying to figure out the best way to get back in because every way in is a hill.
Please do.
So
I'm assuming
downhill.
you went to Kroger to get banana cake ingredients. Is that right? Is that what you picked up at Kroger?
I got something special for y'all later, but all this crap's got to go.
All right.
It was medicine I had to get.
Okay. Edie, stay safe. Thank you for joining us. Again, your observations, you are our eyes and ears, obviously, during this winter weather, what you're experiencing, what you've experienced at 404-872-0750. Smiler Mark McKay did tweet out that picture, Deborah, of the mess that was at 75 at West Paces Ferry. Gave me flashbacks to Snowmageddon. Anchoring our coverage of Snowmageddon back in the day was our buddy Scott Slade. Scott, you didn't leave the station for like 2 days, right?
It sounds about right. Hey, Mark. Yeah, and then from home, we were able to make it home. In fact, I think the snow and sleet chased me home that day to North Gwinnett County,
and
we were all jumping in, off and on. Eric Erickson ran out of things to talk about, so at 3:30 a.m. he preached his Sunday school lesson for the week.
That's amazing.
Which was great.
Eric's going to join us at 2. Maybe we can get a little preaching from him. Yeah, I mean, we can't have. I mean, if you were here in Atlanta during Snowpocalypse, Snowmageddon, whatever the preferred nomenclature is, you can. Anytime we have a winter weather event like this, Scott, you got to harken back to those long days we were dealing with it.
Oh, sure, and the fact that people were stranded, and it took them 8, 10, sometimes 20 hours to get home. And it wasn't so much that, first of all, the roads were terrible, but it wasn't so much that the roads were slick. It was all the vehicles that were blocking the road. which is, one of the main messages now that we're getting from authorities, and I know you've been carrying this today, is to, please don't get out.
Yeah.
Because if you block the road, that just adds to it. Like that problem you were talking about on I-75 at West Paces Ferry. It was probably, half a dozen, 8 tractor-trailer trucks that just wound up getting stuck there.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody could go anywhere.
It harkened back to that horrible where the folks were stuck on the side of the road on 75 for over 24 hours. Scott, quick question. Power still on at the Slade abode?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, that's fine. And again, temperature's above freezing. With me right now, it's 33. And that just means that the snow and the sleet are turning into slush. So when it does go down below freezing tonight, which it will, that's going to freeze again. And as we all know, it's harder to get rid of ice than it is to get rid of snow or sleet.
Gotcha. Scott Slade and Mark Arum here. Speaking of power, Scott, joining us live from EMC is Kim Brown. Kim, good afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Thank y'all for having me.
Am I still knocking on wood that we're okay for the most part power-wise across North Georgia?
As of right now, we are looking pretty good. We have about 1,000 outages statewide, most of those in the metro Atlanta area. And at this point, as many of us are, we are kind of watching and waiting to see what the ice situation does as we are kind of turning into that freezing rain ice situation. So as you know, that can add some weight to those power lines. So that's not what we want to see.
Oh, it sure could. Kim, this is Scott. So, when do the EMCs, the power companies, really start worrying about ice accumulation? Is it at 1/10 of an inch, at 1/4 of an inch? When does all heck break loose?
Well, it really kind of depends on the current conditions, but even as little as 1/10 of an inch can make an impact on power lines. It can add several hundreds of pounds of weight to a span of power line. And also to tree limbs that are maybe hanging above or near power lines, those can get weighted down pretty easily as well. So even a small amount of ice can make a pretty big impact.
Kim Brown from the EMC joining us on our special winter weather coverage on 95.5 WSB. We heard from WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards, Kim, that once the sun goes down, those temperatures drop, it's going to be a different type of situation. And that's where I'm personally worried, just as someone that enjoys having power to my home, that's when we might start to see some of the power outages increase across your coverage area.
Yes, and that is our thoughts as well. And that's why we have pre-positioned crews from our South Georgia EMCs to our more heavily affected North Georgia EMC areas, thanks to our mutual aid agreement. So we do have extra crews on standby in case those outages do occur, and we're closely monitoring that situation.
What's the crew strength currently? Obviously, you bulk things up when we deal with weather like this.
Yes, and luckily in this situation, our South Georgia, half of our state is not as affected as our North Georgia one. So a lot of those crews are freed up to move north and help in this situation. So we have lots of extra crews on hand.
Good. I'm going to ask you a question. If the power goes out at your house and you are an EMC customer, I always feel bad calling you and saying, hey, the power's out. Like, I don't want to inundate you with calls. But you really want to hear from folks when the power goes out, correct?
Yes. In most cases, it is best to go ahead and report that outage. It does help EMCs know what is still currently an outage and what is not. So, yes, it is recommended to go and call those outages in.
Kim, this is Scott again. A lot of people now have standby generators, whether they're small and go on the porch or they're the bigger ones that run off of natural gas or propane. How important is it, especially to your workers, that these generators are not feeding back into the grid?
Thank you so much for bringing that up. That is a very important point, and we want to make sure our workers stay safe as well as our members. So we want to make sure that you hook those up correctly. Look at your guidelines for your generator hookup to keep not only you safe, but our workers as well. We don't want to backfeed those power lines because it makes it difficult to know which lines are hot when our guys are working on those lines.
Makes a lot of sense.
Kim, website or social media that folks that are your customers should connect with you folks at?
Yes, if you look at GeorgiaEMC.com, we have an outage map that gives you current outages by region, and you can also follow your local EMC for a more localized update.
And what are your plans for the rest of the evening, Kim?
We're just watching the ice to see what happens and hoping we all have power as well.
Did you make a snowman yet? Hot chocolate? Any joy at all from the winter weather?
We got to see a lot of good flurries here, so it was a great experience.
Good.
Now we're inside staying warm.
Good. Kim, thanks so much for your time. Great service as always.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
There you go. Scott, there it is. I mean, I don't know how much snow you got, but it was so beautiful here in Midtown before the sun came up with these big fluffy flakes falling from the sky. It was amazing.
It's kind of interesting. Christina kept talking about this, the fact that it seemed to be heaviest within a few miles either side of I-20. And the further north you went, it was still beautiful, and you still had some accumulation, but it wasn't that heavy. I probably got 1.5 inches, if I had to guess, maybe up to 2. I don't think it was that much, 1.5 inches in North Gwinnett County. So I thought that was pretty interesting. What's your ultimate snow day meal? Homemade vegetable or homemade chicken noodle soup and a loaf of French bread maybe or something?
I default to like a grilled cheese sandwich, tomato soup. Maya was nice enough to make some homemade tomato soup in preparation of the winter weather. So give me a couple of grilled cheese sandwiches, some tomato soup. I'm glad you brought up food, Scott, because this was fantastic. Our buddy Michael Seiden, the reporter, apparently stopped at his local Waffle House before he went in to cover the winter weather. And at least his location of Waffle House is utilizing their emergency bowl menu. So not a full menu at Michael Seiden's Waffle House. Quoting the menu, Scott, we are only able to serve a very limited menu at this time. The breakfast hash brown bowls are available. Lunch and dinner hash brown bowls are available, or you can get a hamburger and cheeseburger. That's the emergency bowl menu at Waffle House.
Interesting. Well, authorities are still saying, hey, if you don't have to get on the road, please stay off. But on the flip side of that coin, what's the read on who stayed open? I mean, are the convenience stores, the gas stations still open, grocery stores, that kind of thing? I have no read on that.
Well, the Mellow Mushroom in Midtown stayed open because Alex Williams brought us pizza as he came into work. I asked the lovely lady that owns the Dunkin' Donuts on La Vista Road this morning when I stopped for donuts. She said they were going to close at 2 p.m. So I guess it's just Nakato, the sushi restaurant on Cheshire Bridge, they're closed today. Rocco's European Garage closed today. So if you have plans, again, we suggest you sit this one out, but I guess just call the establishment. Oh, there was the Romeo and Juliet performance was postponed today at the Fox Theater. So I guess it's just,
Juliet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Scott, as always, thanks for jumping on during the severe weather. Go make yourself a snowman, my friend.
Oh, okay. And folks, don't forget, if the temperature goes down again and the wind picks up, that's when it's going to get serious with the ice forming on the road. So please stay tuned. And I know that Mark and the rest of the guys will bring you the latest.
There you go. Scott Slade, stay safe, brother. Great to have you on.
Hey, same. Thanks,
Mark. Scott Slade. He was with me during Snowmageddon. Deborah was with me during Snowmageddon. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hopefully we don't see a repeat of that. Doesn't look that bad, but we're not out of the woods yet. Traffic-wise, what's going on the roads to Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center? Here's Alex Williams.
Hey, Mark, yeah, we don't want to let our guard down yet, but the interstates are starting to look better out there. We have had a crash, 2 of them actually. One just held all lanes, got it off to the right, 7585 southbound below University Avenue, exit 244. Same story with the crash, 285 eastbound, the outer loop right around Jonesboro Road, exit number 55. A lot of these crashes I'm seeing are cars trying to drive in the left lanes, the HOV lanes. Those seem to be maybe some of the untreated ones, or at least still got this slushy mess in it. So try to stay in the middle lanes and in those treated lanes and keep those speeds down. Traffic brought to you by the Atlanta Camping and RV Show. It's the 50th year, Georgia's largest showcase of new campers, travel trailers, and more motorhomes. 4 days to shop, Thursday through Sunday, the 23rd through the 26th, Atlanta Expo Center, AtlantaRVShow.com. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Hi, it's Tim Andrews from the Von Hessler Doctrine. Surprise your friends and family with a custom cameo from me, whatever voice you like. My own, Donald J. Trump, Elon Musk, Governor Brian Kemp, Jerry Seinfeld, maybe even a little Bing Crosby, or any of my other impressions. I'll make it unforgettable. Don't wait. Spread some laughter and holiday cheer today. Go to cameo.com/TAndrewsATL.
Hi, I'm David Nicholas, financial advisor and president of Nicholas Wealth Management. But most importantly, I'm a husband and a father. The 3 most important things in my life are faith, family, and freedom. Unfortunately, I think we're facing threats to all 3. The yahoos in Washington want to erode our wealth by inflation, regulation, and out-of-control spending. Deficits, robbed Social Security, and inflation have devalued our dollar and made raising a family nearly impossible. And frankly, I'm sick and tired of it. The federal government is 40% bigger today than it was before COVID. I think that means taxes are going higher. Don't let higher taxes devastate your retirement accounts. At Nicholas Wealth, we have CPAs and CFPs that can show you how to shelter your retirement accounts from higher taxes. Our Retire Ready tax analysis is a $1,000 value, but we'll provide it completely complimentary for callers who have saved more than $250,000 for retirement and give us a call in the next 10 minutes. The number to call is 404-890-5606. That's 404-890-5606, or you can go to nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. This is prepared for informational purposes only. It does not address specific investment objectives or the financial situation and the needs of any person. This is a paid advertisement.
It all started as a front door dream. You want those beautiful double doors for the front entrance of your home. But every company you talk to said that single door just can't go double. But with us, you can. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We specialize in removing your dated single front door, side lights, and transom, replacing them with a beautiful double door, customized for that space to impress and welcome your guests. Get started at all4seasonsgarages.com.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, Priority Men's Medical Center will get your love life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your love life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To regain your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to HIMSS.com/joy. That's HIMSS.com/joy for your free online visit.
Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
126. Mark Aram at the helm here on 95.5 WSB as our severe weather coverage continues. We've been checking with authorities throughout the day. Governor Brian Kemp, Natalie Dale from the Department of Transportation, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. We also heard from Russell McMurray, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation.
No hard braking and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel, because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick.
Even though we're making progress on the roads, all the authorities suggest folks stay off the pavement until this winter weather passes. Christina Edwards is going to be live in just a couple of minutes updating the forecast, asking you to send your snow pictures and videos to us. Just download them, upload them, I guess you would do, Deborah, right, at the WSB Radio app. And we'll continue to take your calls on what you're seeing across North Georgia. Beth joins us from beautiful Winder, Georgia. Beth, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all? And y'all have been doing a great job keeping everybody up to date on the roads and the coverage and everything, because I'm a retired Fed with the emergency management.
Oh, thank you, Beth. Thanks for your service as well.
And I wanted to let y'all know, no one ever covers us rural counties, Barrow County, and I'm on top of Hog Mountain. We had between 5 to 7 inches
of snow, and it's been doing freezing rain up here for the last 45 minutes to an hour.
Ooh.
And so now the trees are starting to lean down.
That's
because on
what
my
we're watching.
thermostat on my front porch is 31 degrees.
Well, that's below freezing, I believe, right?
Yes,
last
it is.
last I checked.
32 is, right there at that breaking point.
So are you
it's
Georgia Power?
swift.
Are you EMC? You're Georgia Power? What are you, Beth?
I'm Jackson EMC.
Jackson EMC. Okay, so hopefully, again, that was what we said when we came on the air early this morning was once the temperatures drop and it changed from the snow to the sleet and freezing rain, the pressure it was going to put on tree limbs and power lines. Right now, we heard both from Georgia Power and EMC, not a lot of power outages. There are some. Hopefully that number doesn't grow. Al's up next on the Mark Aram Show. What's cooking, Al?
Hey, Mark, it's really true what everybody is saying, that when it comes to times like these and weather like this, WSB is the only station you need to listen to in order to get accurate information. I'm calling you from over here on the Moreland Avenue area. We had about 2.5 inches of snow over here. I just wanted to let everybody know that we had closed down our McDonald's on Moreland Avenue, the second most busiest McDonald's.
Whoa, I've been to that McDonald's. So the Mickey D's on Moreland is closed right now.
That usually be open 24/7.
Yeah.
And even a lot of our Uber Eats people are constantly coming. We let them know let people know it's really dangerous coming down that little hill, so we decided to close down early. The manager, TJ, who's a great guy, and we want to let everybody know that, hey, today we need to stay home.
That's great information, Al, because that might have been where I stopped once I leave the station. All right, so the famous 24-hour McDonald's on Moreland is closed because of the inclement weather. Al, really appreciate the kind words, and thanks for checking in, buddy.
Thanks for being there. Really enjoying it.
Thank you, Al. Al brings up Uber Eats, and I even said to Maya yesterday, I'm like, plan on no Uber Eats for the next 48 hours, even if you can, I don't want to have someone get out there and risk their.
You'd leave a really big tip if you did that.
Yeah, no. So we're stocked up. We're good. All right, news, weather, and traffic straight ahead. When we come back, more winter weather driving tips. We'll get the latest on the roads. And are you going stir crazy yet? Deborah's got some games for you to play with the kids and the adults on trying to kill the rest of this snow day. Stay with us. It's 95.5 WSB.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid with continuing live team coverage of today's winter weather. We are under a winter storm warning through tomorrow morning. The governor declaring a state of emergency. We're getting more this afternoon. It could be ice that we'll be dealing with. Governor Kemp says the state's ready, though.
Georgia Power, our EMCs and others, they have pre-positioned assets. So, everybody's set up, ready to go if we do get into that icing, heavy winds, trees down.
All right, so WSB meteorologist Christina Edward is joining us live now with what we are in store for this afternoon and tonight. Christina.
Yeah, already the freezing rain moving into Villa Rica, Carrollton, Dallas, Powder Springs, and also noticing that there's that snow, sleet, freezing rain transition in the Cumming, Sugar Hill, and Gainesville area. I do want to highlight 316, I-85, and 985. So that's going to be Sugar Hill, Flowery Branch up into Gainesville. Lawrenceville, you're also included in this. I think we're going to see freezing rain amounts as much as close to half an inch through this evening. But that's because a wedge is about to set up. Our buddy the wedge, it happens a lot around here in North Georgia, but we get that cold air coming down the mountains as that liquid rain freezes on top, and so that's why an icing concern is especially big along that east-northeast corridor.
And that's what the governor was talking about when you might see those power outages, and so those
Indeed.
Georgia Power and the EMCs are on standby for that. When we talk about temperatures, can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So you may have noticed that we're now at 35 degrees in Midtown. A lot of areas here in the metro region is somewhere between 32 and 35. Just be aware that there is minute thermodynamic processes that are happening when snow melts and becomes liquid. It actually releases a little bit of cold air back into the atmosphere. So 35 degrees may seem warm. It should melt everything, but that actually may have us at a standstill right now.
And then the lows tonight will be
32.
Okay, so
yeah, that's freezing.
Gotcha. All right, so quite a scene at the Atlanta airport today as 200 passengers on a Delta flight had to make an emergency evacuation onto a snowy runway.
The Boeing 757 on its way to Minneapolis encountered
an engine issue, forcing those passengers to make an emergency exit on the plane's inflatable slides.
We had minimum injuries. There were, a few bumps and bruises, of course, because those ramps, everybody's not ready for a big slide like that.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens tells WSB one person was taken to the hospital. 3 others were injured but treated at the scene. The rest of the passengers were shuttled back to the closest concourse. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so the overall message today when it comes to the weather is stay off the roads. That's the message from the Georgia DOT.
Driving conditions are treacherous across metro Atlanta.
Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says if you do have to get out, drive cautiously.
No hard braking and no quick maneuvers of the steering wheel because it is slick. Even though it's not bonded to the pavement, it's still slush and it's still slick.
He says the DOT has already brined over 20,000 miles of roadway on I-75 from Macon to the Tennessee state line and I-20 from Alabama to South Carolina, as well as all points north. Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
We'll have live team coverage of traffic and weather coming up in 2 minutes. It's 1:33.
There's a new optimism in the air, and we think investors like you might have the best year ever. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. Last year, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Everyday folks from all walks of life have enjoyed 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of small businesses right here at home. If you're a qualified investor and have a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest rates. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. We believe this is going to be a special year and a great year. We've got the projects. Now we need partners like you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Take it from somebody who knows our roads are dangerous already, but they're even more dangerous in the winter. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay for John Foy & Associates, the Strong Arm. This time of year, it gets darker earlier. There's always a threat of rain and sometimes even black ice. If winter conditions lead to someone crashing into you, don't try to take on the insurance companies alone. Send in the Strong Arm, John Foy & Associates. The Strong Arm knows how much money you're entitled to and how to get it. There is no cost until they win. Call for your free case evaluation, johnfoy.com.
Hey, Belinda here, and I have Barry Petrie, Director of Virtual Imaging. Barry has a very interesting testimonial I want him to share with our listeners. Barry, tell us your story.
Belinda, I'm 55. I'm in good shape. I work out every day and took this job about a year ago. Unfortunately, I started having some symptoms about 3 or 4 months ago, so I decided to scan myself. Learned that I had a very high calcium score, and especially most of that was in my LAD, which you know is the Widowmaker. Long story short, I had my first stent put in about 6 weeks ago at Northside, and I feel great. I did not realize that I had lost a gear, and I've got that gear back. And I would have been one of those people that probably would have dropped dead looking perfectly healthy at 60 if I had not taken this role and did that scan.
Oh, wow. Folks, that story hits home. What are you waiting for? Go to Virtual Imaging and get a complimentary heart scan with few minimum requirements for you and your spouse. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or visit virtualimagingatl.com.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
New crash in Morrow, Sabrina, I-75 northbound, just past Mount Zion Boulevard, exit 231. That is in 2 left lanes. The left lanes seem to really be the tricky spot. That's where I'm seeing a lot of the crashes happen. There are cars in the left lanes. Those seem to be the ones that are retaining a lot of that slushy snow mix that maybe not have gotten treated or just pushed to that side. So try to stay in those middle lanes if you can. Also, we have trouble in the Ackworth area, still trying to fish a car out of the woods. Right lane blocked, 75 northbound before Highway 92, exit 277. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
And I'm 95.5 WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. The freezing rain now moving into Newnan, Carrollton, Chapel Hill, Douglasville. We have a wintry mix throughout Roswell, Duluth, and snow showers still falling from Canton into Jasper. Now, with regarding to Lawrenceville, Duluth, Gainesville, Flowery Branch, be aware that freezing rain is going to be an issue later on this afternoon and this evening, as much as nearly half an inch of ice accumulation a possibility as this precipitation continues for tonight. Speaking of which it'll taper off between 9 p.m. and midnight. The low tonight is 32. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 36. Sunday, morning low 20. But Sunday afternoon, sunny skies with highs in the upper 30s to low 40s. Live in the Storm Center, meteorologist Christina Edwards.
All right, it's 34 degrees right now in Midtown Atlanta. I'm Sabrina Cupid. Stay with us for continuing live team coverage of today's winter weather.
Winter Weather 2025 on 95.5 WSB.
Started off winter wonderland. It has quickly deteriorated. Welcome back, friends. Mark Arum and the news, weather, and traffic teams with you indefinitely to get you through this winter weather. We've heard from everybody, from the commissioner of the DOT, the official meteorologist, Will Langston from the state of Georgia, Director Stallings from the Georgia Management Center. We also heard from Governor Kemp this morning.
If it ends up being 31 degrees and it's freezing rain or sleeting, it could cause huge problems on our roadways, but also with power outages. So that's why we're telling people just to, hang with us the rest of the day. Be very cautious. Stay off the roads if you don't absolutely have to until we can get this thing completely moved out of the state.
That advice still holds. Do not travel unless you absolutely have to. And once the sun goes down, Christina Edwards says it's going to be really dicey as the temperature drops. We'll, of course, update you weather and traffic throughout the day, the evening, the overnight, all the way through tomorrow here on 95.5 WSB. Taking your pictures and videos, if you can upload them to the WSB radio app. Speaking of social media, Deborah, I just saw a headline, Supreme Court signals they're going to confirm that TikTok ban. So all you TikTokers, you got, I think it's 9 days left?
Is it the 19th, right?
I think it's the 19th. So post your
video. Oh, I'll go post one of the show.
There you go. I'm assuming, and we're going to get back to your calls. We're going to get traffic in just a second. But some madness might be setting in now. What is it when you're stuck at home? Cabin fever. Yeah. A lot of the kids, I'm sure, got up at before sunrise to get out and make snow, and now it's 1:30 in the afternoon. You're like, all right, we made snow. What do we do now? Deborah found some things that can keep adults and kids entertained while you're at home. One that stood out of the list that you sent me, Deborah, and it harkened me back to when I was a kid in Connecticut and it was snowing on the ground. One of the things we used to do, the neighborhood kids would do, is go back in the backyards and in the woods and look for animal tracks. I never thought.
Oh, sure.
I totally
Absolutely.
forgot that was a thing. Like, go out and be like, oh, there's a rabbit track or a deer track.
Or try to figure out what animal is this?
So if you were looking for things to do to keep your kids off their tablets and off the TikTok on this snow day, I can vouch. As a kid, I loved going out looking for animal tracks in the snow.
Well, I don't know about you, but one of my favorite things to do when we had snow days was to build a fort. It's one of the rare times my brother and I actually got along. Now, there's probably not enough snow here.
Well, if you got 4 inches in Austell, you could build a little mini fort.
That was always fun, to build a snow fort. Couldn't make it to school, but we could be outside all day to build a snow fort. So if you have enough snow, I would recommend that. But if you want to stay indoors, there's things like get in the kitchen and bake cookies and decorate and just have some fun with things that you haven't done in a really, really long time. One on the list must have been submitted by Andrew because it says put Legos and blocks and do a build with your family. Just put all of them out.
Yeah.
Or Play-Doh if you're into Play-Doh, or you can even make your own Play-Doh. You've seen kids make slime before. So kind of all the science experiments are in the kitchen.
Sure.
Let kids just make a mess, and maybe that'll distract them for a little while.
What it's a rare opportunity for parents out there is, and I don't have kids, but I see all my friends that have kids, to get them off their phones and tablets. Like, this is a perfect opportunity. Your home, there's snow. Put the phone down, put the tablet down, and let's do something together and make this a memorable snow day.
Yeah, and if you do have a little bit of snow out there, you got to make a snow angel.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
You have to make a snow angel. I mean, if there's even 1 inch, you can do a snow
Yes.
angel, or you can maybe go skiing or sledding in your own yard. That was always fun. We had a big hill in our neighborhood, so all the kids would try to do the sledding there. Even sports outside. You can do soccer in the snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I don't know. Do you play baseball in the snow? Did you ever
could,
do that?
yeah. Well, not with snowballs,
Well,
but
no.
Snow. That was the as soon as the snow started to fall in my neighborhood, it was snowball fight.
That's another one on the list. Have a snowball fight.
Where
Maybe not
you
too
would build,
harshly.
We wouldn't build a fort, but we'd build like a little mound, like a trench, so you could hide behind, and you'd set up and throw snowballs. That's such a good time.
You will like this one. Make your own bird feeder.
Oh,
right?
all right.
Maybe you can attract some different birds in, and your bird cam will go off.
The bird cam was going off today. The Cardinals, they didn't care about the snow. It was snowing. They're like, you got that Cajun seed? I'm gonna go get there. We're gonna check back with Deborah. Some more things to so you don't get cabin fever. You know, the kids went out in the snow. They played what now? Just some ideas. Again, this is a great opportunity to kind of get them separated from their digital devices and build some quality family time. All right, as promised, we're going to go in depth on what the roads are doing. They started out fine, then it went downhill quickly, and maybe Alex Williams, things starting to improve on the roadways. What are you seeing out there on the jam cams, et cetera?
Yeah, it really looks almost night and day difference from what it looked like a few hours ago, Mark. The interstates, for the overall most part, I can tell they've been treated, and with the cars that have been on the roadway, almost looks like it was a rainy day. But again, like I've been saying, the crashes I'm seeing seem to be all the crashes right now are happening in the left lanes, the HOV lanes, the left lanes up against those median walls. That's where it gets less wind, and some of that snow and slush that the trucks have been getting out of the roadway seems to be piling up. But still dicey on the surface streets. Armour Drive, right around the Beaver Spring connector under I-85.
Yeah.
DOT says that is shut down with icy conditions. So just really, the interstates are looking good, but we still want to tell everybody, stay off the roads, stay home, listen to Mark Arum.
And slow down, too. That's a good point, Alex, because it is so, the DOT, goodness, bless their hearts, they've done an amazing job clearing the interstates, because I've been looking at the cameras, too, and it looks just like a rainy day, but it's wet. So, the posted speed limit might be 65. You shouldn't be going to 65. Stay in the right lane, go slow, and especially if you... I think it was Natalie Dale earlier told us, don't pass the brine trucks. Stay behind them. Don't go around the brine trucks. It gives you a personal escort, right, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen the brine trucks, and they have GSP escorting them with their lights on. So just stay a few 50 yards back of them. You'll be in good shape.
All right, Alex Williams live in the traffic center. You mentioned Armour Drive. I'm debating right now, just on a personal note. I'm on the air till 3. Erickson's going to join us at 2, and he and I will give you team coverage. I'm supposed to go to the hotel at 3, and while I love the fact that I warrant a hotel room, I really want to go home and see my wife and dogs. I'm debating whether or not I leave the station and head up home. What do you think, Alex? I know 85 looks good heading north, but the surface streets in DeKalb, what's your best advice? I'm taking driving advice from Alex.
Listen. All right. The interstates, like I said, they're pretty good. The things you got to contend with that are the dicey parts are really those exit ramps that either go uphill or downhill trying to get onto the surface streets. Those have definitely been some slippery spots. Chris Chandler said he saw a tractor trailer slipping and sliding on one in East Atlanta when he took 20 East to Moreland Avenue. So I think it seems now that they have most of the interstates treated, hopefully they can start focusing on some of those more busy thoroughfares, Claremont, those on and off ramps, Mark.
All right, Alex Williams live in the traffic center. He'll give you a full traffic update coming up in just a couple of minutes. I'm at the outage map of Georgia Power. Deborah, can you pull up GeorgiaEMC.com and pull up, I'm going to come to you on the outage there for the EMCs, but Georgia Power, knock on wood, very few power outages currently right now. Clicking on in the Decatur area, 3 power outages. 3 outages in Decatur. That's fantastic. East Point, 2 outages. Down on the south side in Forest Park, 4 outages, 28 customers affected. So right now, again, it will most likely increase as the temperatures drop and the ice continues to build. But right now, it looks pretty good as far as the power outages are concerned. On the Georgia Power side of things, what are we looking at EMCs?
So Georgia EMC says for Metro Atlanta, it's a little bit higher. It's actually like over 1,000 power outages here. Now, that could be something like even an apartment complex or a building or something like that. It doesn't give me specifics, but it is saying over 1,000 outages right now for just the Metro.
All right, we're going to keep, and again, I asked the folks at both the Georgia Power and EMC, if you lose their power, they do want to hear from you. Don't just assume that your neighbor's going to check in with them. Go ahead and reach out to them. Let them know your power's out. And they've got everyone, all hands on deck, in case things get really bad when it comes to down trees, down power lines. Snowfall total is, again, the winner in the clubhouse right now, and Christina says we're done with snow, which is sad. But Austell got 4 full inches of snow. That's a significant amount of snow. That would cause my... as a kid in Connecticut, 4 inches that was the tipping point, is whether or not you go to school or not.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's Connecticut.
I was going to say, like, it'd have to be 6 inches to get like a delay, but that about it.
Yeah.
Did you ever have the 1 or 2 hour delays?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We get that for maybe 6 inches.
Is that still a thing? Can you do me a favor, George? See if George Clark.
I'll do it.
All right. Can you bring Amanda Moyer in? I got to ask Amanda Moyer a question about school closures and how it works now. Because I remember when I first started at WSB Radio, there was a system in place on how schools would report whether they were closed or not. And I'll save it for when Amanda's in here. I will save it for when Amanda's in here. Other snowfall total so far, according to Christina Edwards, 3.5 inches in downtown, 3.5 inches fell in Redan, 3.5 inches in Kirkwood, 3.5 inches in Norcross. McDonough got 3 full inches, as did Chamblee and Brookhaven. Dunwoody, 2.5 inches. Smyrna, just over 2 inches, and 2 inches reported in Hapeville in Midtown Atlanta. If you missed the early morning snowfalls, and I heard, I posted a video on my Instagram at Mark Arum of the snow falling here in Midtown Atlanta, and I heard from a lot of folks saying, I'm up in Ackworth, we're getting no snow. Hopefully everyone in the metro area got a little bit of snow, got to enjoy the early winter wonderland. Because it was certainly a sight to behold. Unfortunately, as Christina said, no more snow now, just freezing rain, just sleet. And once the temperatures drop, it can become an icy situation on the surface streets and on the interstates. All right, joining us in live is WSB Radio News Director Amanda Moyer, totally unprepped for what I'm about to talk about. What's the current, and I don't want you to give away any state secrets here, but back when I started at WSB Radio and we'd have a winter weather day like today, we'd be in the newsroom, Chris Camp and Bob Cox and Marcy Williams, et cetera. And schools would call the newsroom to report that they were closing, and they'd have to give a password. Do you remember those days?
Absolutely.
Is that still how it goes down when it comes to school cancellations in this digital age?
Well, now it isn't so much a password. They don't call us in the newsroom, but we set it up on the website.
Oh, okay.
And it's automatic. Like they're calling in, and it's put through. And like us and Channel 2, they'll all go in, and then we know what's going on. That's when you start seeing them on the bottom of the TV. We're making sheets.
Okay.
But we don't have to pick up the phone as much as we used to. It used to be crazy. Like, you have everybody answering the phone. It was so loud.
Exactly.
Everyone's going on. And then mixed in there, you've got like churches and preschools and all this other stuff that you're like, we should never get this on.
They don't do that anymore. So you don't.
Not
No
really.
one's all right. Good. And I guess now in the digital age, like you can go to University of Georgia's got a website and a social media. They'll say classes are closed, so that's pretty verifiable, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And they'll send us emails too, like, if it's UGA, and they'll say it's the Athens campus or whichever school it is, and then we'll know.
I remember, talking about those crazy days where you'd have the churches calling and the schools and the preschools, and they would pull me out of the traffic center to answer the closure calls, but they never told me the password.
Oh.
They were like, if they have a password, just let them go. Like, no kid's going to call and be like, the password is oyster. All right, that school's closed. All right, so that was the golden age of school closures.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's just online.
It's much easier now.
All right, there you go. Thank you, WSB News Director Amanda Moyer. We continue our team coverage, news, traffic, and weather updates throughout this severe winter weather here across North Georgia. We heard from it just a couple of minutes ago. Improving conditions on the interstate, but not so much on the side streets. To Atlanta's only 24-hour traffic center, here's Alex Williams.
And at 1:50 in the Cool-Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center, just watch a crash yet again. Another one that's been in the 2 left lanes where the snow has been piling up against the median wall. 75 north, Mount Zion Boulevard, exit 231. They just pulled away from that crash, so better news there. Up in the Ackworth area, still trying to fish a car out of the tree wood line there. 75 north before Highway 92, exit 277 there, and a few right lanes. And if you're traveling downtown, 75, 85 north and southbound looking just fine. Don't forget Armour Drive underneath I-85 there in Northeast Atlanta closed due to icy conditions. Traffic brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Start your wellness journey at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on all supplements with Prime through January 14th. Build your perfect supplement routine while supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB Radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
That's amazing.
The WSB WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every
This
weekday.
is Dawn in Brazelton, and I just won $1,000 from WSB.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 2
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
on 95.5 WSB.
Hi, I'm David Nicholas, financial advisor and president of Nicholas Wealth Management. It's hard to imagine, but one day in retirement, your income will stop. You may have been working for 30 or 40 years, but now you'll have to depend on the money you've saved for the next 30 years. How do you know if you've saved enough? What does it mean to spend confidently in retirement? One of the worst things that you can do is get to retirement and not know how much income your investments can produce. At Nicholas Wealth, we created a plan that will show you what your investments can potentially generate in dividends, interest, and growth in retirement. We call this our Spend Confidently plan. When's the best time to turn on Social Security? What are some of the best dividend-paying stocks available? Our CPAs and CFPs will show you what your income number is and how a diversified portfolio of income-producing investments could potentially provide you consistent monthly income. Our Retire Ready Income Report, it's a $1,000 value. We'll provide it completely complimentary if you've saved more than $250,000 for retirement and you give us a call in the next 10 minutes. Number to call is 404-890-5606. That's 404-890-5606, or you can go to nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies. This is prepared for informational purposes only. It does not address specific investment objectives or the financial situation and the needs of any person. This is a paid advertisement.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Special winter weather coverage on your severe weather station, 95.5 WSB.
Thankfully, everybody got off, but it left a mess. So you had to get this plane off the taxiway, and you got to get FAA clearance to get back going.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens joined us earlier talking about the incident at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Crazy stuff there. The official statement from the airport at 9:10 this morning, an aircraft aborted takeoff at ATL. Passengers deplaned via emergency slides on the runway, I might add, and were safely transported to a nearby concourse. 4 passengers reporting minor injuries. 1 was transported. The remaining 3 treated on the scene. Operations at ATL delayed due to the incident and ongoing severe weather. The aircraft and the runway are expected to be cleared shortly. That was at 9:15 this morning. No updates yet from the Atlanta airport as far as the ground stop. The mayor did say he thought it'd be extended till 2 or 3 p.m. I know there's no waits in the security lines right now. That's all the
That's nice.
The website is offering at ATL.com. 3 minutes at the main checkpoint, 2 minutes at international. But at last check, there were over 700 flights canceled out of the world's busiest airport today due to the storm. Let me see if I can get a quick update from FlightAware.com. 880 flights as of just before noon. So that number is going to climb. If you did have a flight, it's probably not going to happen. Ground stop extended till 2 p.m. for Delta flights, according to the FAA's administration's website. That's a website I should bookmark there. Welcome back, Mark Aram. You're not used to hearing my voice at 1:56 in the p.m. You're used to Erick Erickson. He is just wrapping up his national show. He is going to join me live at after the news at 2. And then he and I will give you an hour. And then I think Eric's on till 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Do we have this guy? As needed. That's what I love about Erickson, man. He is a workhorse. Like Alex Williams, Mark McKay, Chris Chandler, Deborah Green, Longoria, Christina Edwards. You know, when this stuff happens, there's no complaining. Like, hey, can you stay till midnight? Yes, absolutely. Whatever you need. I love that about our coworkers. And I got to shout out the youngins. I had thought there was no chance that Vinny Bag of Donuts, Young Gnocchi, George.
All the Zers made it in. Good job, you guys.
I was like, that snow is coming down. I'm like, the young kids are not going to be here. And then, boom, Vinny pops in with a smile on his face. Gnocchi took Marta. He walked to Marta.
Right? He walked in a snowstorm.
George, top of the dome, George from the Von Hessler Doctrine showed up.
And how many of the millennials are hanging around? Right? Like, go to the sales department. There's like zero millennials.
Nothing.
It's all the Gen Zers.
So virtual fist pump to the Gen Zers out there. You guys, just by showing up, you exceeded expectations. That's how low the bar has been set. I know Vinny's dying to sled and make some snow angels and some snowballs, but I just want to thank you guys. Thank everybody. Speaking of Christina, she is going to join us after the news at 2. We'll go in-depth on what she's seeing for the rest of the day on the forecast. Unfortunately, Christina said the beautiful snow is over. Now we're dealing with the sleet and the freezing rain and dropping temperatures after sundown, which could cause some serious situations, not only on the roads, but on trees and power lines. So Christina Edwards will go in-depth when we come back. News, weather, and traffic straight ahead. Then Erick Erickson is going to join me. Upload your videos and pictures to the WSB Radio app and check us out on social media at WSB Radio and at Mark Aram.
The Scott Antique Markets is back at the Atlanta Expo Center, featuring hundreds of vendors with collectibles and merchandise from all over the world. We're on both sides of I-285 exit 55 on Jonesboro Road. Visit ScottAntiqueMarket.com for more information.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Don't worry about the hassle of constant cleaning and making costly repairs. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
At Coosa Valley Credit Union, we're committed to offering our members the most competitive interest rates in the market. Now, auto loan rates are as low as 3.99%. This is Andy Harris. Come see us for lower rates and kinder banking at Coosa Valley Credit Union.
Equal Opportunity Lender.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with continuing team coverage of Metro Atlanta's winter storm.
We know that we're going to start seeing some more ice and just encouraging people to stay at home.
The advice of Douglas County EMA Director James Queen, roads remain treacherous at this hour, and we remain under a winter storm warning until Saturday morning. Let's get a live update now from the Storm Center with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
And Bill, we do have that freezing rain that's starting to move into Carrollton, Carrollton, Dallas, Douglasville. We have a wintry mix throughout Mableton, Sandy Springs, and it looks to be that there is some freezing rain that is developing in Duluth, Sugar Hill, Flowery Branch, extending up into Gainesville. So at this point, I don't think it's going to be snow anymore. This is now a freezing rain event, Bill.
All right. Thank you, Christina. We'll check back in with you in just a couple of minutes, and we are monitoring the conditions across the metro area. WSB's Jonathan O'Brien joins us live now from Metro Atlanta's northwestern suburbs.
That's right, Bill. And, you know, as I speak to different EMA directors across the metro, the one thing they are telling me is that stranded vehicles, it's becoming a big problem in a lot of these counties. Paulding County Sheriff's Department Sergeant Jared Gunter telling me that they received 145 calls for service just today. Take a listen.
A lot of folks are still traversing the roads and they're either
getting stuck on a lot of our hilly roadways, and if they're not getting stuck, they're sliding off into the ditch and calling for assistance.
And he says that they are continuing to worry that slush that is built up on most of the roads. I'm here in Cobb County, and I can tell you that is what the roads look like right now as we await this additional freezing rain. They're worried that it's going to freeze over and cause more issues on the roads there. Reporting live in the Northwest Metro, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A scare at the world's busiest airport for more than 200 people on a Delta flight attempting to take off during the storm.
A Boeing 757 on its way to Minneapolis had an engine issue right before takeoff in the middle of the winter weather. The more than 200 passengers and flight crew then evacuated the plane using the emergency slides. One person was taken to the hospital. 3 others were treated on scene.
Thankfully, everybody got off, but it left a mess. So there, you had to get this plane off the taxiway, and you got to get FAA clearance to get back going.
Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens says the injuries all happened during that evacuation process. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
There is currently a ground delay at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Flights delayed at least 4 hours, according to the FAA. The Georgia DOT is urging people not to get on the roads unless you absolutely have to. Driving conditions are treacherous across Metro Atlanta.
Our heroes and champs are working significant amount of spin outs.
DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray says if you do have to get out, drive cautiously. The DOT has brined over 20,000 miles of roadway so far around North Georgia, and over 300 snow plows are out. It is a great day to be a kid.
These inches of snow are a welcome sight for some kids in DeKalb County. 8-year-old Rylan tells me this is her 3rd time seeing snow, and she's happy because school is out to enjoy it.
When Casey was 2 and I was 4, there was only a little bit of snow. We could have built this stuff, but now it's just a lot of snow, and it just makes me happy.
She took some time to supervise her little brother's efforts at making a snowman. Hers is complete with a leaf smile and twig arms. It's a snow girl whose name is Love because Rylan says she loves the snow so much. In East Atlanta, Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
It is now 2:03, and up next, live team coverage of traffic and weather.
Switch your termite protection to Breda Pest Management, and your rate is locked in for 10 years. Dave Baker here. Nobody is better than Breda at keeping termites out of your home. When was the last time you actually saw your termite company inspect your home? If the answer is never, and they raised your rate again, you better